Chapter 1, Novice Teaching Level. Li Tianyu quickly recovered and realized that he should have entered the novice teaching level. He came to the window and looked outside. The circle of light just now spread, and it seemed that he had entered a world of another dimension. Although it was the same as the real world, he was the only one in the whole world. Is this, in the game world? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, what should I do next? The small squares of various colors gathered quickly, forming a line of subtitles in front of him like a pixel game. Welcome to the novice teaching level, where players will experience their abilities initially. Then, the first line of barrage lasted for a while and then disappeared. The second line of subtitles immediately appeared. First, try the blood ability. Imagine using your ability to attack or deter with the enemy, and then read the name of the move. I think about it. Li Tianyu recalled for a moment, and then imagined his own abilities. First of all, it is the passive ability 6 stances included in the bloodline ability. The 6 stances in one piece are martial arts skills. They are paper painting, iron block, moon step, finger spear, shaving and squat feet. Paper painting is an evasive technique to make the body avoid enemy attacks like a piece of paper. Iron is a defensive technique, making the body as hard as an iron. The moon step is a movement technique that can fly in the air. The finger gun is to use bullets, and attack technique for speed hits. Shaving is a technique for instantaneous movement in a short distance, and the final foot is kicked out of a blade-like air current by kicking. These 6 martial arts, in Li Tianyu's view, are very practical. Although only the basic 6 powers can be used at the first level, more advanced 6 power skills should be used as the level increases. Then, with the domineering and devil fruit, should be able to use complex attack techniques. Li Tianyu thinks that if this set of abilities is formed, it should be very strong. Task 1, try the ability to shave. The subtitles in mid-air changed again. Imagine in your mind the situation where the two-dimensional character uses shave, and read the name of the move. Follow the task cursor. Pay attention. 1. The maximum travel distance of the shave class is 5 meters. Then, outside his window, a flashing red cursor appeared on the lawn downstairs. Li Tianyu lives on the 2nd floor at home. Even if it falls, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it fails. Then, shave. Li Tianyu imagined the shave situation in his mind, and then read the name of the move. The next moment his feet stepped involuntarily on the spot several times. The scenery in front of him turned quickly, and then he came to the green belt downstairs of his home, which was almost exactly 5 meters away from his balcony. Li Tianyu couldn't help but grinned, and sighed. It turned out to be like this. Interesting. The next one is to try land foot. The subtitles continued to change, instructing him to experiment with his abilities. On the surrounding lawn, sand and gravel quickly condensed and turned into a stone man more than 2 meters high, looking very hard. However, this stone man did not attack, but set up a defensive posture on the spot. So, Li Tianyu imagined land's foot again, then lifted his foot and kicked a leg, and a crescent-shaped sword air flew out and passed over the stone man puppet. The next moment the stone man was cut off and crashed to the ground. But soon these broken stones condensed again and became the puppets of the previous golems. Obviously, this thing was for them to practice their abilities. Interesting. Li Tianyu said with a smile. At this time, the subtitles initiated the next step. I will try iron block next. At this time, the stone man changed from a defensive posture and raised his fist to hit Li Tianyu in the face. But the fist of the stone giant made him subconsciously afraid. After all, he was a stone man with a height of more than 2 meters. Any normal person would choose to avoid it when he saw it instead of standing and beating him. So Li Tianyu subconsciously yelled shave, then his figure flashed and appeared on the small road 5 meters away. The stone man was also knocked out of the blow. At this time, the subtitles stubbornly reminded one more time, I will try iron block next. The stone man moved slowly in front of Li Tianyu and punched him again. Li Tianyu knew that he could not start the next step unless the task was over, so he crossed his arms to cover his head, and then closed his eyes and shouted, "Iron block!" Boom! There was a blow, and the gravel splashed away. Li Tianyu only felt as if he had been hit by a pillow, with a slight impact and almost no feeling. He opened his eyes. The stone man's right arm had been shattered, but it soon recovered again. Li Tianyu was in an uproar, and then under the prompt of the subtitles, he tried several other abilities. Then, the subtitles began to explain other abilities, and Li Tianyu lifted a private car under the instructions of the subtitles. Now his power is 4, which means that he can lift a 4-ton object, but it does not mean that he can make a 4,000 kilogram impact fist, because human fists often lose kinetic energy during the attack. What Jiji provided him was bullet time. When he focused, the flow of time around him would be slowed down. In his eyes, 1 second would slow down into a slow motion of 4 seconds. For the current 4 agility, this time will be extended from 4 seconds to 5.6 seconds. Li Tianyu still remembers that the passiveness of the spider's physique seems to be the spider induction. One of its effects is to extend the bullet time by 2 seconds. Thinking about it now, this passive effect is still very powerful. But it's not that bad, because what slows down is the flow of time, and his actions will also slow down. Basically, he can only use it to observe the situation. After trying the 6 powers, Li Tianyu followed the instructions of the subtitles and got familiar with the usage of the game app. For example, he can view the moves in an ability through the game app, and can view the short videos of these moves to learn, in case some abilities are not available to the player because they have not seen it in anime and movies. The next step is to try his energy. Li Tianyu's energy choice is domineering. After starting, Li Tianyu can see a line of status bar fixed in midair in his field of vision. This status bar is a bit like a magic value, but there are 2 magic values, one black and one white. First of all, Li Tianyu tried his armed domineering according to the subtitles. He raised his fist, and a faint black light covered the outside of his arm, making the entire arm look like a piece of black iron. Then, Li Tianyu knocked on the stone man's chest. Although it was only a light tap, he punched a hole in the stone man's chest. And the black bar in his status bar suddenly decreased a bit. Oh, black is armed and domineering, and white is domineering in seeing and hearing. Li Tianyu was stunned, and then tried to dominate in seeing and hearing. There are 2 ways to see and hear domineering. The first is to spread. At this time the 3D image of 360 degrees within 20 meters around will come to his mind. The second is to lock on an enemy at this time. He can see the enemy's next move a certain time in advance, and now the first level of seeing and hearing is domineering, about 1 second in advance. Awesome! Li Tianyu muttered to himself excitedly, sure enough, I didn't choose this ability wrong. However, for the moment, his armed color domineering can be used differently according to the coverage area. Seeing and hearing color domineering, diffusion type can only be used 5 times, and lock type can only be used 5 times. The number of times is not particularly large, so you still have to save some points in the process of using it. In the end, it was his sounding thunderfruit ability. The passive of this ability is the land duck, which can never learn to swim, and when affected by the sea floor stone, the ability value will be reduced by 70/60/50/40/30%. However, the ability cannot be used only in sea water, and the ability can be used although you cannot swim in fresh water. Thunderfruit's ability to use is very diverse. In addition to some fixed moves, he can also use it freely according to his own mind, but the power of fixed moves is much greater than the power of his own skills. However, what satisfies him most is actually the passive fruit user of natural ability of Xiong Leguo. This ability can make him immune to certain damage normal physical attacks. Only attacks that consume mana can hit him, but there is a limit on the number of times. Now it can help him avoid 5 times of high physical damage effects. The damage value that can be immune to now is 1000. This value is actually very abstract. Li Tianyu has not played a game yet, and he does not know how much damage is 1000, but the remaining value of this immune damage value will be displayed on the status bar in the field of view. This is very intuitive. Li Tianyu watched the gravel splashed by the stone man penetrate his body, and suddenly felt a little weird. He could feel that his body was clearly there, but those attacks could not hit him. He was hit. The place dispersed and turned into thunder and lightning, and then soon condensed into his body again. Congratulations, you have completed all the content of the novice teaching level, and rewarded GP 100 points, which can be used in the game app store to purchase props. The subtitles in front of them finally instructed, and then the circle of mosaic lights gathered from the surroundings. The noisy sound came from nearby again, but Li Tianyu found that he had not returned to the room, but was standing in the courtyard of their community in pajamas and barefoot. Fortunately, it was night, and no one around him noticed him. Li Tianyu intends to slip back as fast as possible. But at this time the strange feeling in him has not disappeared. Should I? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, then looked at his balcony, adjusted the angle and distance, and muttered "shave," in a low voice. The next moment, the surrounding scenery shook quickly, and when he stopped, he had already returned to his balcony. At that time Li Tianyu covered his mouth. My God! Actually, it can be used in reality. At this time, the phone vibrated. Li Tianyu looked down and looked down. The game app of Two-Dimensional Chaos sent him a notice. The countdown is 6 hours 52 minutes and 36 seconds until all players are ready. Players are ready, 64/43. Chapter 2, The Player is Ready. After returning home, Li Tianyu gradually calmed down and his mind became clearer. Before, he only tried his abilities and ignored a lot of problems, but now that he thinks about it, he realizes that this game is not that simple. First of all, from the current situation of this game, there are real players joining, and everyone is bound to compete. The final reward of this game is still unknown, but it is known that the game is divided into two modes, PvE and PvP, that is, the picture mode and the player-to-player mode. This means that this game is not a stand-alone game, and it will definitely meet other players after it officially starts. The abilities of these players can be used in reality or in the game world, so fighting is definitely inevitable. If there is a battle, will the player die? If the player dies, is it really dead, or just quit the game? These are all uncertain factors now, but Li Tianyu doesn't want to be the first player to die. Damn it, I feel like being fooled. Li Tianyu thought to himself, biting his nails. Although he was very excited to find that the ability can be used in reality at first, but now he calmed down and realized that it was a trap. Because the ability can be used in reality, it is undoubtedly revealing his identity to other players, and it will definitely be targeted by other players at that time. Therefore, it seems that being able to use abilities in reality is a benefit, but in reality it is a pit. In order to avoid being targeted by all other players, everyone must find a way to hide their abilities in reality, but some passive abilities are inevitably triggered automatically, just like Li Tianyu's natural fruit ability user, which is attacked enough to hurt him. When the time comes, his body will automatically turn into thunder and lightning, until the immune damage value is exhausted. Well, I didn't expect this ability to become a stumbling block in reality. Li Tianyu frowned and muttered to himself. But when you think about it carefully, this ability can actually be considered a gain and a loss. After all, in subsequent missions, players will meet sooner or later, and they will also know the looks of other people. At that time, they may collide in situations outside of the mission. At that time, the passive effect of the natural fruit ability user can be used to avoid being assassinated without knowing it. However, if a daughter is hard to buy, he knew it. If he really knew it would be this kind of game in the real world, he would choose some more secure, survival-oriented abilities. After all, being alive is the most important thing. Even if you don't win the final game reward, it's good to survive. However, the set of capabilities he now uses is also very defensive, and it should not be easy to die. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu suddenly recalled that he had received a 100 GP reward from the novice level. GP should be the abbreviation of game point, that is, game points, which are used to purchase items in the store. In that case, what are the props in the store? Li Tianyu thought to himself and opened the game's app. At this moment of his thinking, the number of players prepared has increased from 64/43 to 64/48. In this way, it should be 64 players. Li Tianyu groaned, there are less than 7 hours of preparation time. What if the remaining players are not prepared before the time is up? Is it forced to start? Or directly be eliminated? No matter what it is a good thing to complete the novice teaching level in advance, so that he can familiarize himself with his abilities before the game starts. Now he must hurry up and see what useful props are in the store. After opening the shop, a row of props appeared in front of him. The first one is cash. 1 point of GP can be exchanged for $10,000. Counting it down, Li Tianyu's current 100 GP is $1 million, more than 6 million yuan. In fact, it would be nice to quit the game with the money, but it won't be that simple. However, cash is undoubtedly very low in the redemption priority. Now that they have participated in this game, who cares about the money, especially in the early stage of such a shortage of GP? Of course, it is necessary to choose important items. Money is used to improve the quality of life. Li Tianyu still has some deposits, so there is no need to exchange it. So he continued to browse down. After that, there are some key props, such as kryptonite weapons, such as halo stone shackles, which are used to target certain abilities. The props are all disposable items, but they can be purchased repeatedly. And the upper limit of carrying different props at the same time is also different, and according to the price, the precision of the props is also higher. For example, the most common kryptonite is not made into a weapon but a stone, it only needs 10 GP, but if it is a kryptonite knife, it will cost 30 GP. The same is true for the halashi used to restrain the power of the devil fruit. In addition to these items that individually restrain abilities, the following are some supply items. For example, Bing Liang pills can restore physical strength and magic power. There are also dishes called century soup, rainbow fruit, and gem meat that have the same effect. However, the price of these dishes is a bit more expensive. Bing Liang pills are 10 GP each. And these dishes are 20 GP. However, compared to Bing Liang pills, after eating these dishes, in addition to replenishing physical mana, they can also provide some buffs, such as a certain attribute that can be increased by 2 points in a short period of time. Moreover, these dishes have an additional description: when choosing the gourmet captive pedigree, eating for 15 minutes can restore full health. Li Tianyu took a closer look and found that this is the only item that can directly restore health. The rest are either for restoring physical strength or for other purposes. It seems that the way to restore health in this game can only rely on ability. Various abilities have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although Li Tianyu's combination of abilities does not have the ability to recover, the victory is that it is difficult to be hit. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu relaxed his mind, but he was still very nervous. There were only less than 7 hours left before the game officially started. The game will officially start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. What will become of? He didn't know, but he had to hurry up and prepare for this 6-hour time. Li Tianyu chose carefully in the store. He found that the store would sell an item called Stand-Alone Jade, which can replace the player with a fatal attack. It can only be used in missions and only one can be carried. The description of this item shows two things. The first is that the player will indeed die, even during the mission. The second is that it is possible to hunt other players in reality. And this prop is also proof that reality is more dangerous than in the game. He must be careful. Therefore, just in case, Li Tianyu first bought a stand-in jade for 50 GP in the store, and the remaining 50 GP was for 5 liang pills. Anyway, the purchased items will not disappear, these consumables will come in handy sooner or later. As for some other non-consumable items, equipment, such as Iron Man suits can also be purchased through GP, but the initial Mark 03 model also costs 500 GP. But if you have the pre-Blood Science Ghost, you only need 50 GP to purchase the Mark 03 suit, and you can also upgrade the Mark 03 for free. Scientific Ghost is actually Tony Stark's ability, the initial value is very low, the increased power is 0, agility, 1 spirit, 5, physical, 1, but the passive ability is very useful. In addition to buying steel suits at low prices and free upgrades, you can also design special suits for other players. What's this? Grass pheasant sword? Is it Sasuke's one? Li Tianyu sneered looking at the equipment in the store, but after looking at the attributes behind, he was stunned. Improve the attack power of the thunder attribute. 20. Damn, don't I just use this? That's the price. 5000 GP is too exaggerated, right? It's an artifact level item after all. Moreover, in addition to this special ability, the pheasant sword itself also has attack power and ability added value. The difference between the weapon's attack power and the enemy's physical fitness determines the damage the weapon can cause. The attack power of the pheasant sword is 100, the deviation value is 20 points, an additional 5 points of strength and 10 points of agility are added, and the lightning attribute attack increases by 20%. In other words, this weapon will not cause damage when attacking an enemy with a physique of 120, while it will normally cause damage when attacking an enemy with a constitution of 100 points. However, he doesn't need the attack power of the pheasant sword. He intends to focus on long-range attacks. He only needs the pheasant sword to enhance the special effects of lightning attack. Read www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, this weapon must be affordable only in the later stages. Similarly, there are Thor's hammer and storm axe, which can also increase the thunder attribute attack, but the additional attribute is based on power. The special effect of Thor's hammer is 20 points of strength bonus and 80 points of attack power, but there is no deviation value. After all, it is a hammer. The special effect is to enhance the lightning attribute attack and can fly. The attributes of the storm axe are higher than those of Thor's hammer, providing 25 strength bonuses and 5 agility bonuses, 120 attack points, 15 deviation points, and an improved lightning attribute attack that can open the Rainbow Bridge. Special effects can be teleported anywhere. Although this teleportation has a 24-hour cooling, it is still very practical, but the price is very expensive. The price of Thor's hammer is as high as 6000 GP, and the storm axe is 8000 GP, and these artifacts are only and cannot be purchased repeatedly. Looking at the goods in the store, Li Tianyu checked the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 6 hours or less before the game started. When the players are ready, the game should start early. No, you must rest. Li Tianyu persuaded himself so, closed his eyes, but still couldn't help thinking wildly. I don't know how long it took before he found out that he was asleep. What woke him was the vibration of the mobile phone. He suddenly woke up from his dream, grabbed his mobile phone and looked at it. It was more than 4 o'clock in the morning. A line of text is displayed on the phone screen, all players are ready, the game officially starts, open the mission system to view the mission. It started. Li Tianyu was shocked and gritted his teeth. He unlocked the phone, and then immediately began to check the mission system. There was a long line of missions in the mission system, but the strange thing was that there was a countdown after the mission. Chapter 3, Mission Start. The mission system has been opened, and Li Tianyu can't even notice that it's past 4 in the morning, and immediately check the mission system with great energy. The tasks in this task system are mainly distinguished by scenarios, and rewards are given after completing tasks in different scenarios, which are divided into main tasks and side tasks. The current display of the main task is the task content. The task starts counting down 47:59:36, and the task reward. It seems that the player will be notified of the specific content before the start. Li Tianyu clicked on the description behind the main quest. When the main quest starts, all players who are still alive will be forced to join, no matter what the player is doing or where they are. And the content of the main missions has PvE and PvP factors. The rewards of the main missions are more generous and comprehensive than the side missions. The final rewards will be calculated based on the scores of the players who survived smoothly, so all participating players can get certain rewards. This is probably designed to prevent the player from being too negative and not participating in the mission. After all, if the mission is not mandatory, then the player can use the initial 100 GP to exchange for $1 million, and then live incognito and hide the identity for a lifetime, which is not necessarily a bad thing. This system is really comprehensive. Li Tianyu sighed to himself, holding his chin. Then, he checked the side mission again. Compared with the main task, the content of the side task is more detailed, and the category of PvE or PvP will be marked at the back of the task. Some tasks also have PvP and PvE content. Moreover, the task scene is public, and the task reward is determined, but the specific requirements of the task are still unknown. Li Tianyu checked. The scene of the first side mission was Alien 4, the mission type was PvE, the mission requirement was, the mission reward was 1 SP, skill points, and the number of participants was 1/8. Countdown to the task 02:28:39. Damn! Look at this scene and you know it's dangerous. Is there a safer mission scene? Li Tianyu muttered to himself. But the number of participants behind this should be the limit of the number of players in a scene, the maximum is 8. The countdown to the next task is the time when the task started. If this time is missed, the task can no longer participate. He continued to check the following mission scene. The second mission seemed much more harmonious. The mission scene was Naruto, but the mission type was PvP, the mission requirement was, the mission reward was 100 GP. Participation, the number of people is 0/8, and there is only 1 hour left in the countdown to the task. Wow, the PvP mission! Li Tianyu frowned suddenly and complained, this is going to fight the player, right? I always feel very upset to fight the player as soon as I come up. Moreover, what is this mission reward? It's only 100 GP? What's the use of GP in the early stage? It must be ability points. More skill than a few more props, right? The third side mission, the scene is Avengers 2, the mission type is PvP/PvE, the number of participants is 2/16, the mission reward is 1 SP 200 GP and the mission countdown is 05:27:11. Hey, this reward is very good. It not only gives a little skill point, but also 200 game points. Li Tianyu bit his thumb and muttered to himself, but there are 16 player positions. However, just as he hesitated, the number of participants increased from 2/16 to 3/16. Obviously this task is still very popular, after all, the rewards are high. Li Tianyu is actually a little curious, why this task is both PvP and PvE. The fourth and final side mission after this. The scene is Shawshank's Salvation. The mission type is PvE, the number of participants is 1/16, and the mission reward is 200 GP. There are 6 hours left in the countdown. Li Tianyu suddenly realized one thing, that is, these 4 side missions, there are only 48 players, but the total number of players is 64. In other words, 16 players will have no positions. Damn! After discovering this, Li Tianyu was shocked in a cold sweat, knowing that 48 hours later, the first main mission will appear, and all players will be forced to enter the mission. At that time, if there are more people than others, a little skill point will have a great advantage, and if the score is higher than other players, the reward will be higher. This will be an endless snowball situation, depending on whether it is a vicious circle or a virtuous circle. Judging from the mission scenario, it should be the Shawshank's Redemption that seems to be the safest, but unfortunately this mission rewards game points. In terms of his ability collocation, he does not rely so much on the props and ability points in the store. Will be more important, especially domineering. Domineering ability, in front of the same domineering opponent, depends on whose domineering level is higher. The higher level of domineering, not only will the power of armed domineering be stronger, it can defend against the enemy's armed domineering attack, but also can cause damage to the enemy attached to the armed domineering, and seeing and hearing domineering is even more so. Seeing and hearing the one with the stronger domineering color is equivalent to taking the lead, which is very important for players like him who have no resilience. Therefore, Li Tianyu's initial plan is to upgrade his domineering ability to full level first, and then upgrade other abilities. After all, domineering can also make up for the gap in physical ability to a certain extent. Armed domineering can make up the gap between physical and strength, and seeing and hearing domineering can make up the gap between agility and defense. Li Tianyu thought for a while, and finally clicked on the Avengers 1 scene task, and then chose to join, so the number of players behind immediately became 4/16. There are more than 5 hours left until the mission starts, which means that the mission will start at about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and he still has 5 hours to rest. Take a leave tomorrow. Li Tianyu lay down on the bed again, feeling increasingly tired. He grabbed the phone, prepared a leave email, and then chose to send it regularly before lying down again. The night in Zitai City in May was still a bit cold, so he wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep again. However, at this time he had an idea in his mind. In fact, relying on GP can make enough money. Should he continue to work? The answer to this question is obvious, and of course I have to continue. If you suddenly stop going to work at this time, but live a richer life than before, this must be strange to outsiders, and other players may also discover the player's true identity based on this. Although with these abilities, you might want to give vent to it, but it still doesn't work. At least until there is absolute strength, you can't act recklessly. The next morning, Li Tianyu set the alarm clock, got up at 9 o'clock on time, washed and ate breakfast, cleaned the room, and then turned on the phone to check the task status. Now, the number of missions is 16/16, and there are more than 20 minutes before the game starts. Li Tianyu has adjusted his state and has a good rest. The cell phone is fully charged. After eating breakfast but not eating too much, he also went to the toilet. Well, be prepared. Li Tianyu nodded secretly, and then waited for that moment to come. When the last second of the countdown ended, a pixel-like light spread from his phone, but this time it was not like last time. The surrounding world was changed by this circle of pixel light, and he came to a dark darkness. In the space, Li Tianyu looked around. It seemed that this place hadn't fully formed yet. It was just a chaotic space. A dozen other players' shadows could be seen around, but it was very vague and far away. It should have entered the game preparation stage. He looked down at the phone, and now the game interface displayed, choose your faction. One side is join the Avengers and repel the alien forces, the other is join the Rocky and the alien invaders, defeat the Avengers and occupy the Earth. The number of both sides is currently 0/8. Li Tianyu's first reaction was to join the Avengers immediately, but when he chose to join, he suddenly hesitated. Is it really good to join the Avengers? Actually, Li Tianyu himself does not have a heroic complex. Sometimes he even thinks that it would be interesting if decent can fail once. After all, it would be a cliché to always be a hero to save the world. So he always thought that the ending of Avengers 3 was great, but in Avengers 4, he finally became a hero to save the world. The reason why I want to join the forces of the Avengers is because, in turn, I think that being an enemy of the Avengers is not a good thing. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has to fight against so many superheroes. Other superheroes are okay. The oppressive power of the monster Hulk is extraordinary, and the visual effect is terrible. After all, he was an ordinary person yesterday. Today, let him fight such a monster. The psychological fear alone is it can't be overcome. However, Li Tianyu recalled a detail, that is, this mission is PvE/PvP two-way, which means that this mission can be played against the player, or you can choose to avoid the player versus just fight with the NPC in the scene. The number of Avengers is very small. If there are forces on the side of the reunion, it is obvious that the PvP factor is inevitable. However, after joining Rocky, there are a large number of aliens and a large number of friendly forces, so he can mix among them, avoid premature collisions with players, and only use PvE factors to win the game. After all, the mission requirement is to help the invaders defeat the Avengers, not to defeat the opposing player. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu immediately joined the aggressor side. At the moment he was thinking, the power of the Avengers side is now 7/8. Obviously, everyone's first reaction was to join him in decency. However, he noticed that the aggressor was already 3/8 by this time, indicating that two players, like him, wisely gave up the Avengers and chose to join the villain. Soon, the power of the Avengers became 8/8, so the invaders immediately assigned the remaining players to 8/8, and then a line of subtitles appeared in front of them. The game was on 5, 4, and 4, 3. 2 start in 1 second. The countdown ended, and the pixel light spread again. Li Tianyu had tinnitus and found himself sitting on a strange high-speed airship floating in the vast universe, and in front of him, a portal was slowly opening. Chapter 4, The Key to Reversal. At present, the book review area of the entire website is under rectification, so it is temporarily impossible to communicate. After the book review area is restored, a few exchange posts will be created. At present, you can leave your favorite abilities in this chapter. I will read it, but I can't reply. Li Tianyu came back to his senses and realized that this should be the final battle in New York in the Reunion 1. Rocky opened the portal through the universe cube and sent Thanos' army to the Earth to start aggression. Li Tianyu looked around and tried to find other players, but he quickly woke up and gave up this plan. You need to know that even teammates are also players. They are only temporarily teaming up in this mission. After going out, everyone is still a competitor. It may become enemies who will fight each other in the next mission. Therefore, we must be alert not only to opponents, but also to teammates. This may be the reason why he also wore the same combat uniform as other aliens after joining this force, without revealing his appearance. But in contrast, the Avengers don't know what's going on. Even if you add players, it should be Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and 8 players, for a total of 14 people. In this way, the identity of the 8 players is not easy to conceal. After all, there are already few people. What's more, their forces can only choose to cooperate if they have to fight against so many enemies. Otherwise, once they are alone, they will enter the mission for the first time and are unfamiliar with the game. Maybe we can use this to solve the single player. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, holding his chin. Anyone? Are there other players? At this time, several other people in the fleet suddenly yelled. Although Li Tianyu didn't know if the player was speaking Mandarin, he understood it anyway. However, even if he understood, he didn't reply to the opponent. There must be smart players like him, and he didn't rush to reveal his identity. He thinks this may be related to his usual withdrawn character, and doesn't like teaming up with others. But not everyone is like him. Some people play games just like teaming up. At that time, a few players responded to the shouting player. 5 spaceships gathered in one place and began to discuss. The other 2 players. Li Tianyu murmured to himself. 2 players did not participate in the 5 people. They should be the two players who joined the villain camp just like him. Li Tianyu estimated that the three of them belonged to the kind of cool-headed players, and would think a lot before doing it, instead of doing it first and then considering the consequences like these 5 people. In short, Li Tianyu does not intend to participate in the 5 people, but is prepared to do it alone and act on his own. Are there 3 others? The 5 gathered players shouted, I know you are nearby. Join us. This is an 8v8 confrontation. We need to join forces to win. Can we have a team spirit? You guys? If you don't cooperate, everyone is affected. Li Tianyu ignored him. The other 2 players obviously had no plans to join forces with them. At this time, the portal was completely opened, so Li Tianyu drove the spaceship through the portal with other invading soldiers. This kind of real feeling is really incredible. The airship in his hand is not so much he is operating it, but it is moving along his thoughts. As long as he holds the steering wheel in his hand, he will go wherever he goes. Where to fly? The scene in front of gradually lit up, and New York City below also appeared in the field of vision, but along with it was the first enemy they needed to solve, Iron Man. Iron Man aimed at a group of aliens he controlled and launched some mini-missiles on him, one of which accurately hit Li Tianyu's airship. A strong impact came oncoming, and he also fell from a height of several thousand feet. Damn! What's the matter with this kind of death? Become a dragon as soon as you come up. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, but after all, these are miscellaneous soldiers, and they must be far inferior to those super fighters in terms of combat effectiveness. Heroic. But Li Tianyu is different, he has his own ability. Although it may cause his ability to be exposed now, he can't just hang up like that in the beginning, right? Yuebu! Li Tianyu shouted, then stepped on the air in midair to jump. Moon step is a technique of stepping on the air to move in the air. It is the same as flying, except that it is not so smooth. However, flying like this is very physically demanding, and this place is too high, it is impossible to float in the air by moon steps, at best it is just a buffer effect. So Li Tianyu took a few moon steps, and then landed on another spaceship, standing behind an alien invader. Although there is no communication, these alien invaders never seem to attack them. At this time, he saw Rocky entangled with Thor on the roof below, and the light of the universe cube was coming from the roof, opening the portal. Even if Li Tianyu is a cool-headed faction, he can't help but get excited about this real and grand scene at this moment. Wow, that's great! It's really the same as traveling through a movie. But Li Tianyu soon recovered his composure. He is still on the mission, but it is not the time to be excited. He was thinking about the next countermeasures, how to reverse the situation most directly. This is actually the fact that the players from the Avengers side have the advantage, because even if the 2 players do nothing, the final outcome will be the Avengers' victory. So, the players on the side of the reunion actually only need to help the reunion to deal with the aliens. But the players on the side of Rocky can't. Although it seems that the strongest players in Reunion 1 are Thor and Hulk, the 2 of them turned the tide of the battle, but they are not. Li Tianyu is very clear that the 2 most critical people in this mission are actually Black Widow and Iron Man. Thunder God and Hulk are strong, but after all they are outnumbered. In the later period, they are no match for the shelling of the alien army, and they are still at a disadvantage in the end. In the 2 moments when the situation was reversed, one was that the Black Widow came to the universe cube and closed the portal, the other was that Iron Man sent a nuclear bomb launched by the US military into the portal and annihilated the alien fleet in one fell swoop, causing the aliens below to short-circuit their brains. As long as these 2 things can be prevented, the nuclear bomb is destroyed, and the portal on the other side of the universe cube is guarded, the Avengers in this battle will undoubtedly be defeated. It's just that these 2 things happen almost simultaneously. Li Tianyu cannot accomplish this task on his own. He may have to choose. To say which of these 2 incidents is more important, it is undoubtedly that Iron Man left with the nuclear bomb. At that time, the reunion was suppressed by the aliens due to lack of physical strength, but because the nuclear bomb of Iron Man destroyed the aliens' mothership, the aliens below lost their ability to move, and the reunion was slowed down. Come on! So, as long as you stop that nuclear bomb, you should be able to defeat Fulian. But then he realized that preventing these two events is not contradictory, because to close the portal requires Rocky's staff. At that time, Rocky and Thor were entangled. The staff fell to a lower level and no one cares. He can rush. Take the staff before the Black Widow can get it. Then he went to snipe the fighter plane carrying the nuclear bomb, shot it down, and solved the problem perfectly. He doesn't need to fight against the heroes of the Avengers, let alone fight with the players. As long as these two things are done, the situation can be reversed. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu pointed to the pilot in front of the portal, "Go there." The alien made a strange grunt, and then he drove the flying boat towards the light that opened the portal. When he was about to arrive at that building, Li Tianyu could already see Thor, the Thunder God, fighting Rocky on the roof. "Nice!" Li Tianyu muttered. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of wind behind him. He turned his head and looked at it. A more special-shaped eagle fighter was behind him, shooting at the nearby aliens. The bullet's line of fire slowly moved to his side. Li Tianyu suddenly screamed badly, whispered "Shave," then instantly jumped onto another airship, and the airship in front was shot down shortly afterwards. Then Li Tianyu saw the right time, jumped out to the window of the building, used a moon step in mid-air, and then used an iron block in mid-air to break the glass of the building and enter the building. In this way, he finally avoided the pursuit of the fighter outside. There are other superheroes from the reunion on that fighter plane, but soon that fighter plane will be shot down by Rocky, and Rocky's staff will also drop after that. However, after Li Tianyu entered the building, some non-combatants were evacuating, and he was screaming at this moment. Li Tianyu didn't bother to care about them, came to the safe passage and ran upstairs. Now his physique has been strengthened, climbing stairs is still very easy, but it still took a while to get to the top of the building. He didn't go directly to the top of the building. He didn't want to get involved in the battle between Thor and Rocky. With his current physique, he probably couldn't withstand a blow from Thor's hammer. After all, judging from the attributes of the Thor's hammer in the store, it was definitely not light. Li Tianyu was waiting on the top of the building. He still remembered the story of Avengers 1 clearly. During the fight between Thor and Rocky, the fighter jets driven by Hawkeye and Black Widow were shot down. It didn't take long for Rocky to run away, then Thor will join the battle, and then the staff inlaid with spiritual gems will be thrown aside and no one cares about it. Li Tianyu intends to wait for that moment to come, and then take the soul gem to intercept the fighter plane carrying the nuclear bomb. In this way, no matter what other players are doing, they will not be able to change the situation. Because the alien army will continue to flow. Enter, the reunion faction will soon be unable to hold on. Soon, the roar came from not far away, and then the eagle fighter fell from the window with blue smoke, and Li Tianyu knew that the moment had arrived. He quietly waited for Thor and Rocky to leave, and then went to pick up the staff. But, at this moment, he suddenly found another alien wearing almost armor, who should be a girl from the physical shape, and rushed out of the emergency tunnel behind him at this moment. This immediately made Li Tianyu a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there were people who were as calm as him, and immediately thought of the key to the reversal of this battle. Chapter 5, Brain Players. Actually, Li Tianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party was a companion, but then he thought that the companion in front of him might become an enemy in the future, so he became nervous again. But in any case, it is always good to have someone join hands at this moment. This companion, like him, can think of the key points of the whole battle, so that their odds of winning are much greater. After seeing Li Tianyu, the female player's first reaction was a little surprised, but then she pointed to the top of her head and asked, are you also here to get the soul gem? Yes, but now you are here, I can stop that fighter. Li Tianyu replied. Stop Iron Man from destroying the alien mothership with nuclear bombs? Well, this idea is very clever. The female player nodded. Immediately, she looked at Thor, who was entangled with Rocky above her head, and hit her figure. Go, hand it to me here. After I get the spiritual gem, I will find a place to hide. Li Tianyu subconsciously prepared to agree, but then became a little alert again. Is this person really a friendly army? After all, there are so many abilities in the game store. Maybe this female player used her ability to hide her identity or become a person on their side. For example, the magical girl's ability can do this. Just in case, he still has to get the soul gem personally to be relieved. Otherwise, even if the nuclear bomb is stopped and the portal is closed, the battle will still be very detrimental to them. No, I'll stay, it's safer. If there are players on their side who think that it will come over later, it won't be good. Li Tianyu refused. I'm here. After we get the scepter, let's destroy the nuclear bomb together. Well, that's okay. The girl nodded after hesitating for a while. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly said, Hey, what's your ability? Li Tianyu frowned. Sorry, I don't want to say it now, after all, it is not clear whether it is an enemy or a friend. Well, it's okay to be careful. The girl nodded and said lightly. At this time, there was a dull sound and Rocky's painful cry from above, and he quieted down. Li Tianyu suddenly became alert. This should be the moment when Rocky was thrown on the ground by Thor and then fled. Soon, Thor will leave from the top of the building, leaving behind Rocky's scepter, and the other Avengers will be busy fighting the aliens' miscellaneous soldiers and have no time to take care of. Li Tianyu whispered shave, and teleport upstairs. On the one hand, this was done to prevent the girl from taking the opportunity to take the scepter by the enemy, and on the other hand to hide her abilities, because there are quite a lot of teleporting abilities, it is difficult to identify the enemy only by teleporting. What kind of ability is it? Li Tianyu quickly came upstairs, and the girl was not so fancy, she jumped directly beside him, which was probably more than 10 meters high. Is it some kind of blood that strengthens physical ability? Li Tianyu muttered to himself. He is almost certain that the opponent has an enhanced ability similar to that of a super soldier, because after his own physical ability is strengthened, the improved attribute is 4/4/4/2, which is not very high but it is close to the average of the improved ability of the descent item. It's worth it, but it can't jump so high. The ability of this game is balanced by the system. For example, the bloodline of Kryptonian blood has a lot of added attributes, but it has the obvious weakness of kryptonite, and the attribute of spirit has not grown. The pedigree of Navigation World chosen by Li Tianyu, although the attribute value is slightly lower than other abilities, the victory lies in the passiveness of 6 forces, which is equivalent to 6 more skills. And his current physical ability is amazing by jumping 4 or 5 meters. This girl has jumped 10 meters, and she must be a pedigree who has improved her physical ability a lot. And this kind of blood that is more against the sky in terms of attribute value, basically has weaknesses or restrictions. Li Tianyu recovered, and Rocky's scepter was right in front of him at this moment. His speed is faster, and he should be able to grab the scepter first, but the girl immediately assumed her posture after landing, then leaped like lightning, and rushed to the scepter in the blink of an eye. Li Tianyu screamed badly and used shave again, almost at the same time as the girl. Although Li Tianyu was a late hare, he was teleporting after all, so he caught up with the girl. The two grabbed the scepter almost at the same time, and caught the scepter in the air one by one. Neither of them had any intention of letting go, obviously. Beware of each other. Which side are you from? Li Tianyu yanked the scepter in his hand, but he didn't move at all. The bloodline of the other party was much stronger than him. In terms of strength, he was inferior to the other party, even if the other party was a girl. If there is a scramble now, he will definitely not be able to grab it by relying on his bloodline ability, and he can only use the domineering or devil fruit ability. Of course I am a villain. Didn't you see the armor I am wearing? It's you, obviously wearing an alien armor but still being so wary of me. The girl said irritably, and then slammed her hands. Grab the scepter and swing it vigorously. Li Tianyu only felt a powerful force coming, and his feet were light, and he was lifted into the air by the opponent. Paper painted. Li Tianyu whispered softly, then fluttered in the air with the opponents waving, and then landed on the ground safely. The girl was a little surprised when she saw this. She wanted to say something. At this time, the third person entered the battle. Iron Man flew over from below the rooftop beside them, and then floated in midair staring at them both. Iron Man! How come this time suddenly? Li Tianyu was a little surprised, because at this time he remembered that Iron Man should still be dealing with those alien talents. How could he come over at this time? However, he soon realized that the Iron Man in front of him should be a player. One is because the player in front of him is taller than the real Iron Man, about 2 meters. The scene they are currently entering is Avengers 1, where the characters are exactly the same as the actors in the movie. And Robert Downey Jr., the actor of Iron Man, is only 1.74 meters tall. Even if he wears a battle suit, his height cannot exceed 1.9 meters. The battle suit in front of him is close to 2 meters, which means the driver himself. His height should be around 1.85 meters, this is the first doubt. The second point is the model of the suit. Li Tianyu remembers clearly that the suit that appeared in the Avengers 1 was switched to the Mark 07 model during the final game in Rocky's chat. In the early stage, it was always used by Mark 06, and the steel suit of the guy in front of him is the Mark 04 model. He has never appeared in this movie, so it must be a player. Be careful, this guy is a player. Li Tianyu reminded the girl beside him. Sure enough, the next Iron Man landed on the rooftop, aimed at the two of them and raised his hands. A golden beam of light ejected from his palm. Li Tianyu used paper painting to avoid the blow lightly, but the girl was hit in the abdomen by the Iron Man and flew back for a distance, but it didn't seem to be a major problem, and it almost didn't cause it. Physical damage. And this blow also made Li Tianyu a sigh of relief. It seems that this girl is indeed on her own, otherwise the Iron Man will not attack with her. And this Iron Man should be a brainy player on the enemy's side. Give me the scepter, you delay him here, I will take the scepter to find that fighter. Li Tianyu stretched out his hand and said. Humph, hand over the fight to a weak woman to escape by herself, should this be what a man should say? The girl asked with a sneer. Li Tianyu frowned upon hearing this, and said in dissatisfaction, your bloodline seems to be much stronger than mine. The word weak girl has nothing to do with you. Besides, do you have the ability to fly now? If you can fly, then I will stay and delay you to intercept the fighter. Not yet. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The girl grumbled a little dissatisfied, just do it, I will stay to deal with him. Li Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. The girl threw the scepter in her hand, and Li Tianyu immediately caught it. I have 2 hostile players here and need reinforcements. Someone is going to intercept the fighter with nuclear bombs. At this time, Iron Man also immediately contacted others through his steel suit. But Li Tianyu didn't bother to care about him. Time is running out and they have the first opportunity, which is a huge advantage. So after taking the scepter, he used the shave and jumped to the building next door. Don't want to go. The Iron Man pointed at Li Tianyu, a missile launcher rose on his left shoulder, and then a mini missile flew towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows at this time, only feeling that the missile hit him in the next second appeared in his mind, so he immediately turned sideways and raised his hand to avoid. Even if it is an intelligent tracking missile, it is impossible to make extreme turns at this moment. Therefore, even though he did not look back, the missile passed under his armpit and exploded in front of him. Li Tianyu used an iron block to harden his body. Forcibly withstood the stray bullets that hit his face, and rushed into the smoke at the same time. Under the cover of the smoke, Li Tianyu believed that he should have got rid of the lock on the Iron Man player. He did not look at what happened behind him, but believed that the girl's ability should not be fatally injured. Now he must take the victory of the game as the best consideration, so he once again used the shave and jumped from the top of the building. After landed on an airship, Li Tianyu pointed towards the sea and said, "Go over there." The alien got the order, and immediately started to steer the spaceship to turn, but suddenly thunder came from above his head. Chapter 6, Advantage. Li Tianyu originally thought it was another player, but he looked up and found that Thor was standing on top of a skyscraper, and he raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and prepared to enlarge his move. After seeing and hearing the domineering, Li Tianyu's mind came up with a scene of thunder falling from the sky, hitting him and the flying boat, and he immediately wanted to avoid it. However, this blow was too fast. Before Li Tianyu could jump off the airship, the thunder smashed down and hit him and the airship. Of course, he was just one of many soldiers that were hit. This thunder shot down more than a dozen flying boats and a giant mechanical flying dragon. Li Tianyu was shocked, but he did not feel pain, but felt a warm current surrounding him. The next moment, the impact of the flying boat exploded and shook him out. Li Tianyu checked his state in mid-air, and then he came to understand, it should be because thunder and lightning have no effect on the fruit of thunder, right? He originally thought that this game would absolutely follow the system settings. This kind of lightning strike should be a magic attack, so theoretically, it cannot be avoided by the passive effect of the natural fruit ability. But in fact, in addition to the game settings that have been clearly stated, there are other hidden settings such as attribute suppression and judgment priority waiting for players to discover by themselves. For example, the elemental passiveness of his natural fruit ability, logically speaking, is automatically triggered to avoid those physical attacks that cause damage to him, such as the Iron Man player's missile and the stray bullet fragments after the missile exploded. But in fact Li Tianyu first turned on the armed color domineering to protect himself, then the stray bullets were judged to be unable to harm him. At this time, the elemental passive will not be triggered, which can save the invalidated damage value, avoid wasting in unnecessary battles, and save it at the critical moment to block those fatal attacks. But now Li Tianyu is falling from the air, and the number of flying boats around is running out. At this time, the overall battle situation is becoming more and more chaotic. The Hulk below has joined the battle and started to reverse the situation. This shows that the fighters carrying nuclear bombs should be fast too. Arrived. The current edition of Hulk will temporarily give the power of the reunion party the upper hand. However, the number of aliens will soon increase, and the Avengers heroes will be tired of coping. At that time, the fighter will approach the city. Now Li Tianyu needs to wait. He doesn't want to confront the Hulk monster head-on. Moon Step. Li Tianyu adjusted his figure and used the Moon Step twice in succession. He landed on the top of a building not far away, and then rushed towards the port with the alternate use of Shave and Moon Step. Bloodline ability is not displayed in the status bar, and physical strength is completely felt by yourself. Because there hasn't been much fighting so far, Li Tianyu doesn't feel tired at all, and hardly has any consumption. At this time, Li Tianyu has an advantage, that is, Rocky's scepter is in his hand. The enemy doesn't know his location, and there is no effective means of detection. As long as he finds a place to hide and quickly develops according to the plot, the heroes of the reunion will fall into a disadvantage, and then he will destroy the fighter. That's it. As for the girl, her mission has been completed, and it doesn't matter if she retreats. Li Tianyu's thoughts are very clear. Now he has gotten rid of other people's tracking, and ordinary people's detection methods are relatively limited. With such a distance, it is impossible to find him even if he is seen or domineering. He can wait for the best time to come before he starts to act. Immediately, with the emergence of a large number of mechanical flying dragons, the reunion team is about to fall into a hard fight. This position is far from the battle, no problem. Li Tianyu stood by the window to check the situation and muttered to himself. The center of the battlefield is far away from him, so he should be able to avoid head-on conflict with the heroes of the reunion. Although the abilities of those decent heroes are still unclear, their players are currently level 1, and it is impossible to compete with real heroes. The hammer in Brother Hammer's hand is enough for him to eat a pot, otherwise he would not set up such a task for them to assistance the aliens to defeat Fulian and capture the Earth. Just in case, Li Tianyu still carried Rocky's scepter on his back, first turned on the domineering look, and surveyed the surroundings. With him as the center, all three-dimensional images within 20 meters of the circle surfaced Indiana his mind, and there is no one nearby. Very good. Li Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, and things developed step by step according to his plan, which made him very satisfied. However, just as he thought so, a black shadow flashed past the window, and the sound of the cloak being blown by the wind sounded. At that time, Li Tianyu was shocked, and immediately started to see and hear domineering. He could feel that someone was approaching him quickly by seeing and hearing the domineering, but the speed was too fast. Li Tianyu had only time to use the iron block, the ceiling above his head was knocked open by the person, and then the person ran into his arms. Although Li Tianyu used the iron blocks of the 6 powers to strengthen his defenses, his body still turned into thunder and dissipated. With a sound of boom, the black figure passed through his body, smashed the floor under his feet, and then continued to smash the floor of the next floor, disappearing below, and Li Tianyu's body naturally followed down after he recovered. Falling, but he then used shave to shift the position before falling to the lower floor, and the dark shadow quickly smashed the floor beside him and returned to this floor. Ha, the devil fruit ability, is the thunder fruit? A very good choice. The man looked at him and smiled. This is a black-haired and black-eyed man. He should be a Chinese. In terms of ability, he should be Kryptonian blood, which is superhuman ability, but I have to say that his figure looks really awkward. This man may have just been in his early 1.7 meters, he is also very thin, with a plain appearance, small eyes and thick lips, just a popular face, but he has chosen such an almost invincible ability. Oh, it's annoying, I should have prepared some kryptonite in advance. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. Because the initial GP is really too few, he only bought some supplies and stand-in jade and spent it all, without preparing kryptonite. And the Kryptonian bloodline of the same level, in terms of physical ability, should be able to beat all other abilities. However, this ability also has another weakness, that is, it does not have the bonus of mental attributes, so there is definitely no magic attack at the beginning. Li Tianyu can passively block most of the physical attacks with his own devil fruit, but he is not sure whether the laser eyes and frozen breath of Kryptonian blood are considered physical attacks or magical attacks. However, it seems that the opponent shouldn't have this ability yet, because the next Krypton player ran into him again, apparently only having ordinary melee ability. Li Tianyu turned on the iron block, but this time he added an armed look domineering. Because armed domineering has 10 points of stamina and strength compensation, that is to say, when using armed domineering defense, his physical strength will be increased by 10, and when attacking, his strength will be increased by 10, and this compensation value will follow the increase in capacity increases, but the larger the coverage area, the more it consumes. Clang! The bell sounded, the sound sounded like 2 pieces of steel hitting together, and the 2 of them smashed the floor together and fell on the next floor. Li Tianyu retracted his arms and domineering, covering only his right fist, and then poke a finger spear on the opponent's chest. It felt like it was stuck on cardboard, but it was actually not as hard as expected. Li Tianyu also knows that this is normal. After all, everyone used to be dead houses. Even if they have superpowers, they are still dead houses. How can they be like a real superhero with a sense of sacrifice? To be honest, Li Tianyu himself is also very afraid of pain, and has never fought a few times since he was a child, so his heart has been pounding before, but for some reason, now he has calmed down. Yu.Yukansha.com is very clear-headed and sensible, and he is not afraid or nervous, as if he is not in his body, but is operating some other role. The Superman player was actually not hurt by his finger gun, it was just a little painful, but this has also made the Superman player jealous. But he soon mustered up the courage and punched Li Tianyu with his fist. Real dishes. Seeing the other's movements, Li Tianyu couldn't help rolling his eyes and muttering to himself. Superman actually has a weakness in the original game, that is, he has not received systematic fighting training. If superpowers are aside, he is completely crushed by Batman in terms of combat ability. It is completely based on the perverted character design. It's just being overbearing. And now, after the ability value is balanced in the game, the Superman bloodline is not so terrible. Like Li Tianyu, he has 6 specialized combat skills of the 6 stances to assist in hand-to-hand combat, but this Superman player is completely a hand-to-hand layman. Of course it's not just him, most players are like this. Therefore, Li Tianyu realized that the 6 potentials were his greatest advantage, and immediately felt that he had a chance to win. Come on then, although I really don't want PvP, let me try the knife with you. After all, what hero can be more resistant to beating than Superman? Li Tianyu sneered, then set his posture and started seeing and hearing. Color domineering. The next move of the opponent's punch emerged from his mind, and Li Tianyu easily avoided the opponent's punch, and then attached the armed domineering to his leg. Although he is also a layman, the ability of the 6 forces is a bonus of the system. Landy feet. Li Tianyu roared, and then a whip kick hit the Superman player's face. The Superman player snorted, was kicked through the floor, and disappeared to the lower floor. Chapter 7, Jizong Shenzi. Although the ability of Superman is very abnormal in various film and television works, it is not so scary after being balanced in the game. The weakness of this ability of Kryptonian blood is real. It seems that Superman himself is just an ordinary person who grew up on a farm, has not received any training, and is essentially just an ordinary person with higher strength and faster speed. Of course, Li Tianyu did not blindly inflate, and now he can play back and forth with this Superman player. In fact, it is all because of the support of armed and domineering. Once these 2 kinds of domineering run out, it will be difficult for him to fight this Superman player again. With his remaining domineering and use speed, he can only use the domineering pre-reading ability 4 or 5 times. The armed color domineering can still be used a dozen times, but I have not seen the color domineering to evade the opponent's attack. With the Superman's attribute value, I am afraid that the elementalization of his devil fruit can be passively played out by flicking his little finger. After this kick, Superman disappeared from his field of vision briefly, and Li Tianyu took the opportunity to think about what to do next. In terms of the abilities of both sides, it should be difficult for him to get rid of this Superman player. The only option is to defeat the other before he runs out of dominance, and he must also hurry up before the fighter launches the nuclear bomb. But before he thought of a good way, the Superman player flew back again. Looking at the other person's expression, it seemed to be angry, but he was not injured by Li Tianyu's just now. Li Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. Superman's steel body is really not a joke, even with armed and domineering feet. Can't hurt him, it seems that I can only use kryptonite to exercise restraint. The player floated outside, put up a posture to accumulate energy, and then accelerated and ran into him. The opponent is still rampant with no tactics. This style of play Li Tianyu is not very scared, but the consumption of the domineering and aggressive is the biggest problem. Li Tianyu once again turned on the domineering, pre-read the opponent's attack trajectory, and then avoided the moment the opponent hit, and then shaved to keep up with the pace of the Superman player, reaching out and pressing on his back. Lightning strike, 20 million volts. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth. 20 million volts is the highest voltage that lightning strikes can use now. After all, it is only a first-level ability. However, the Devil Fruit ability has a feature that it can be used unlimitedly without any consumption, because it is in the special ability line. There are some Devil Fruits that have side effects after overuse, such as diarrhea after overuse of poison fruits, but most of the Devil Fruits have no restrictions on their use. However, where there is a strong ability, there is a place to be restrained. Although the Devil Fruit can be used without restrictions, it can't be released completely after being controlled by the sea floor stone. In addition, the side effects of Devil Fruit include being unable to learn to swim, and being unable to use abilities in the sea, which is similar to Superman's Kryptonian bloodline. However, at the beginning of the game, everyone does not have that extra GP to buy these items. Lightning spread from Li Tianyu's hands and quickly covered the body of the Superman player, but 20 million volts was obviously not enough for Superman. Although the opponent was shaking with electricity, he turned around instantly after the attack ended. "Come, punch Li Tianyu in the face." Li Tianyu didn't react at all, and was hit by the opponent's punch. Fortunately, the passive nature of the Devil Fruit took effect. His left cheek turned into lightning and dissipated, but his body was still there. Therefore, Li Tianyu attached armed domineering to his right fist and slammed the Superman player on the top of the head, knocking the opponent to the ground. Then he pressed the back of the player's head with both hands, and again used a 20 million volt electric shock. Even if it is Superman, the balance of the system is still weakened, and continuous attacks are definitely effective. Li Tianyu was about to forcibly carry the opponent's attack until the Superman player couldn't hold it. The violent shock came from his back, and Li Tianyu was suddenly a little surprised. When he used his abilities, he couldn't be elementalized. But the pain caused by the impact is not strong. It should be that when they gain the ability, the pain felt by their players has also been weakened to a certain extent. After all, the physique is strengthened by the blood. After the Superman player took him into the air, he turned around and suppressed him below, then punched him over. Li Tianyu crossed his arms and attached his armed domineering to his arm, trying to block the blow. It felt like hitting an iron block with a sledgehammer. A heavy bell rang, and Li Tianyu was hit and flew down, hitting several floors of the floor before stopping. Although the pain was not that strong, Li Tianyu realized that when he crawled out of the ruins, he was dizzy now, and his physical strength was a little bit unable to keep up. The worst thing is that there are only 4 domineering types left. 1 part. It is still not sensible to choose to fight with Superman in hand-to-hand combat. In almost any film and television work, defeating Superman relies on kryptonite. Now Li Tianyu also understands the reason. Even if he has enough power to match Superman, Superman is too resistant to fight. This product is almost immortal, and Superman itself is actually a solar battery. He can rely on the sun to supplement his own energy. Is almost a perpetual motion machine, so it is impossible to win a war of attrition against Superman. The best way is to use kryptonite to weaken Superman's ability, and then attack it. Without weakening Superman, most of the attacks will not work for him. However, it is too late to figure this out. The game store cannot be used in the mission, and Li Tianyu currently has no effective means of escape. Superman can fly, and Superman has super sense of smell and hearing. I believe this Superman player discovered him by hearing and smell, so Li Tianyu cannot escape from this player. The only way is to use his last domineering fight to the death. At least let Superman lose consciousness, or let him fall into a short-lived state of inaction. The Superman player flew over Li Tianyu at this time, and his expression seemed very proud, probably because he found that he had the absolute upper hand. Li Tianyu now also understands some of the details and pros and cons of his abilities. Now he must first find a way to survive the crisis before him and survive this game. Of course, he bought a double jade, which can take a fatal attack on his behalf, but as long as he doesn't want to get rid of the Superman player, even if he can avoid death once, it will be useless. Later, he will be killed by the Superman player. Damn it, you must buy a kryptonite next time. Li Tianyu cursed secretly, a little annoyed. Aha! You're done. The Superman player smiled triumphantly. What's the use of choosing such a fancy skill? Obviously there are such invincible skills as Superman, I really don't know anyone would choose something else. Except stupid. I don't know what to say about you. The appearance of the opponent holding a winning ticket really made Li Tianyu a little angry, but he was helpless. Be begging for mercy with me, maybe I will consider letting you go. The Superman smiled with his arms in his arms, and became arrogant. At that time, Li Tianyu was a little angry and lost his mind. In his opinion, it was like a player who played the illusory god profession, flaunting his might in front of other players who played the sewer profession. What is remarkable is that this ability is not him. Li Tianyu had a fever for a while, used the shave to fly in front of the Superman player, then attached the armed domineering to his leg, and swept the player's face, land feet. The Superman player actually had no plan to dodge, but he raised his arms to protect his face and forcibly blocked his blow. However, the physical ability of his family was placed there, and he was stupefied by his blow, and he just flew backwards. A short distance. The next moment, the Superman player slammed his fist and hit him. Although Li Tianyu's domineering had foreseen the blow, his speed was so fast that he had no time to avoid it, and he was beaten to pieces above his shoulders. But the passive shield value of natural fruits has not been used up. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He was not really broken by the other party, but this is no way to continue, he will undoubtedly lose if he continues. At this time, Li Tianyu suddenly became wise, and took Rocky's scepter from his back. Die! The Superman player turned around, but Li Tianyu gently poked Rocky's scepter on his chest. At that time, the Superman player was stunned, and his pupils were surrounded by a blue light. Immediately, Li Tianyu pointed to the outside and said, "Go, fight with the heroes of the Avengers, don't let other people pester me." The Superman player stood there for a while, and then responded, "Yes, I understand, I will do it now." After finishing speaking, the Superman smashed the wall beside him, flew out like lightning, and disappeared outside. Li Tianyu also breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground, looked at the scepter in his hand and sighed, "I'm a genius." The one on Rocky's scepter was actually the spiritual gem among the infinite gems, and it was then inlaid on the forehead of Vision. This gem can control the mind. And Superman has another weakness, that is, he has no resistance to magic. Although he can withstand almost all physical attacks, his mind is far less determined than Batman. Otherwise, Superman would not have been blackened so many times in the history of creation. In this way, this mission will be stable. Li Tianyu thought to himself with some rejoicing, and got up from the ground. And from this situation, the props that appear in the scene can also be used. But the urgent task now is to prevent the fighter carrying the nuclear bomb from approaching as soon as possible. During the time he was fighting with this Superman player, the plot has advanced to the climax, and now the Avengers side is fighting the alien fleet, and the battle will be reversed at any time. Chapter 8, Proposal. Li Tianyu's inspiration caused him to reverse the situation in an instant. Now the situation on the entire battlefield is more favorable to them, which is equivalent to turning an 8v8 battle into a 9v7. Moreover, now that he is holding this scepter, he also has a plan to deal with the next enemy. His ability collocation is actually very biased towards defensive ability, and his speed is very fast, coupled with the passive evasion skills and natural fruit ability, it is difficult to be hit by the enemy, which allows him to better find opportunities to use Rocky. The scepter controls the enemy player. Of course this is useless for the Iron Man player, but the Iron Man player should not be enough to pose a threat to him. Li Tianyu looked outside. At this moment, the Avengers had fallen into a disadvantage and were being besieged by the alien fleet. The Hulk was also unmovable by dozens of alien flying boats. Li Tianyu knew that bombers carrying nuclear bombs should have almost arrived here by this time. Therefore, Li Tianyu carried the scepter behind him, and then jumped out of the gap that the Superman player smashed into, adjusted his position in midair with moon steps, and landed behind an alien's airship. Go to the port. Li Tianyu instructed the alien, so the alien immediately drove the flying boat to the side of the port. At this time, Li Tianyu could already see a fighter jet facing him from not far away. Close. However, at this time, another figure was also rushing here quickly. It was the shadow of Iron Man, but judging from the model of the suit, it was the Iron Man player rather than Iron Man himself. Oh, this guy is really getting in the way. Li Tianyu frowned and said, then checked his condition. Although the domineering was consumed very quickly, it recovered very quickly. It was almost half recovered in just 5 minutes, and the devil fruit is an unlimited usability, so now he has basically recovered to a state of heyday. Lightning strike. Li Tianyu raised his hand and aimed at the Iron Man player, sending out a lightning strike. The thunder and lightning flew toward the Iron Man in a straight line, but Li Tianyu's accuracy was not very good. Even if the opponent did not evade the blow, he would not be able to fight. The Iron Man player was different. He turned his head to Li Tianyu and launched a dozen mini-missiles, each of which flew towards him. Electric light. Li Tianyu waved his hand, and thunder light emerged from his side, forming a barrier and knocking down the approaching missiles. This ability converts thunder and lightning into light energy and heat energy to neutralize some physical attacks. Although it is not effective for Superman's level of ability, modern weapons for defense against Iron Man are more than enough. You come and I fought for a while, and Li Tianyu didn't want to decide the outcome with this Iron Man player. His goal was only fighters. For him, the conditions for winning are more generous, as long as he shoots down the fighters. But for this Iron Man player, it is different. He must protect the fighter from being shot down by Li Tianyu, and then after the fighter launches a nuclear bomb, he must ensure that Iron Man can send the nuclear bomb to the portal to defeat the alien mothership. The conditions are quite harsh. The Iron Man player also realized this, speeding up and flying towards the fighter in front. But what he can do is very limited. He can only think of ways to protect the fighter before the nuclear bomb is launched. But I have to say that in terms of the performance of the Mark 06 model, apart from the suit itself, there is nothing that can be defensive. Unlike the subsequent Mark 50 model, nanorobots can be used to form a variety of weapons include shields. Li Tianyu knew his accuracy was not good, so this time he was going to use a big move. He pointed to the fighter plane and ordered the alien pilot in front, follow that fighter plane. The alien followed honestly. While Li Tianyu used lightning to defend the Iron Man player's attack, he raised his hand to gather thunder and lightning, aimed at the fighter, and muttered, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. The thunder and lightning condensed into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, and quickly flew to the fighter. This move has a certain remote control ability, and after all, it is thunder and the flying speed is very fast. As dexterously, the Thunderbird pounced accurately on the fighter, and immediately caused an extremely powerful explosion. In Li Tianyu's field of vision, he could only see flames and smoke blowing in his face, as well as a large number of fragments of airplanes. However, the stray bullet fragments did not hurt him, and his body dissipated and turned into thunder and lightning, evading these attacks. In fact, Li Tianyu discovered from the previous battle with Superman players that the damage value evaded by the elemental effect of his natural devil fruit is not calculated according to the opponent's attack strength, but according to his ability to withstand. For example, that Superman might hit 1,000 points of damage with one punch, but Li Tianyu himself can only take 100 points of damage, so the reduction of the shield value of this natural demon fruit will actually only deduct 100 points instead of 1000 points. So although the shield value is limited, it is not so easy to deplete. What's more, this shield value will continue to recover in non-combat state. Basically it can be said that it is immune to physical attacks, only magical attacks. Of course, if the enemy's attack frequency is so fast that he is unable to fight back, it may also exhaust his shield value and cause actual damage to him, but the best way is to use domineering and other magic attacks. Li Tianyu guessed that his Thunderbird should have detonated the nuclear bomb carried by the plane, but he didn't care. Anyway, this kind of attack wouldn't hurt him. Instead, the Iron Man player might suffer severe damage as a result. Li Tianyu didn't know the consequences of killing the player, nor did he want to kill the player. As long as he could complete the task and get the reward, he would be satisfied. After all, he was just an ordinary person yesterday, not even a chicken, let alone murder. The explosion of the nuclear bomb continued to cause shocks and heat waves. Li Tianyu didn't feel it, but if he stayed in the center of the explosion, his shield value would continue to decrease, so he had to get out of this range as soon as possible. Of course, the alien who rode in him and the flying boat he piloted must have been reimbursed in this wave of explosions. Li Tianyu simply took advantage of this momentum and fell down quickly until he was out of the scope of the explosion, and the sea below appeared. In his vision, Li Tianyu was shocked. If he gets in the water, he will be dead. Therefore, Li Tianyu immediately used the moon step to jump up, but it seemed a bit too late at this time. The moon step is essentially a technique used on flat ground, and can only be used for buffering during a high-speed fall. Seeing that he was so incapacitated and drowned when he was about to fall into the sea, Li Tianyu couldn't help feeling a bit funny. The mission is about to succeed, he is going to be drowned at this juncture? This development is too ridiculous, right? However, at this time, a luminous lasso suddenly flew over from the dock in front and wrapped it around his waist. Li Tianyu looked up and then saw the female player who had helped him delay the time at the dock. This is the mantra lasso. Li Tianyu looked down at the rope on his waist and muttered to himself, and instantly understood the female player's ability, which was obviously the Amazon demigod bloodline of Wonder Woman. The female player slammed the rope, Li Tianyu snorted, and flew over to the dock. When he was about to hit the dock, Li Tianyu adjusted his figure with a shave, and landed firmly beside the female player.
Thank you,"
Li Tianyu said a little embarrassingly. The female player put away the mantra lasso, and faintly replied, "You're welcome, and blame me for not holding the guy, so that he can trouble you. Never mind, anyway, our side has already established a victory." Li Tianyu waved his hand disapprovingly. The nuclear bomb was destroyed, and Rocky's scepter is with me. Now the Avengers have no means to win. It's really easy to work with someone with a brain. The female player grinned and turned to Li Tianyu and stretched out her hand. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Li Tianyu was hesitating to shake hands with the opponent, when the Iron Man player suddenly fell from the sky. His suit looks badly worn, but his performance hasn't been affected much. Therefore, Li Tianyu and the female player immediately became alert, but the Iron Man player quickly raised his hand. "Wait, I'm here to negotiate." "Negotiations? There is nothing to talk about, you are already lost." Li Tianyu snorted and exasperated. "I know that the negotiation I'm talking about is not for this game, but for the whole game." The Iron Man player replied, slowly landing on the ground, "My teammates are simply a bunch of pigs. I have already let them hurriedly come to the port to protect the fighter jet loaded with nuclear bombs. A group of people are still obsessed with fighting aliens, and they get overwhelmed after learning some superpowers." As he said, the Iron Man snorted and turned to Li Tianyu and the female player, "I believe you don't want to meet this kind of pig teammate in the future? Since the three of us can think of the key to this game, it means we are all brainy players, and maybe we can cooperate in future games. My abilities are also very supportive. What do you think? The other party's proposal actually made Li Tianyu a little moved. This is indeed a good idea. Instead of teaming up with pig teammates, a few trustworthy and clear-headed teammates will have a much higher winning rate. In reality, they can also avoid being alone by others. Players target. Now that the two players are sober-minded, it is affirmative, but whether they can be trusted or not is not easy to say. About your proposal, I have a suggestion. The female player suddenly intervened at this moment, and then raised her hand to change her mantra lasso. Let's listen to each of the truths first, and then consider the matter of cooperation. Chapter 9, Temporary Alliance. Mantra Lasso. Are you the ability of the chosen Wonder Woman? The Iron Man player asked in surprise. That's right. The female player smiled triumphantly. Since you all know this thing, I don't think I need to explain its ability too much, right? If you can hold this rope to tell your ability and alliance purpose, I believe everyone can decide whether or not to reach this alliance. There was silence for a while, and the female player immediately continued, or, just give it up now. Li Tianyu hesitated a bit. This sounds like a good way to form an alliance, but I'm fine. The Iron Man player said suddenly and simply, and then lifted his armor. The old Mark 06 model cannot be released as freely as the Mark 50 composed of nanorobots, so the battlesuit remains standing behind him. To be honest, Li Tianyu thinks this is a bit risky. Now that this player is completely ordinary, he can kill him easily. However, now Li Tianyu is even more surprised by the appearance of the Iron Man player. This guy has to say that his body is really strong, with broad shoulders and strong body. Although his looks are average, a man with this body will definitely not be ugly. The strong pectoral muscles immediately made Li Tianyu a little inferior. After coming out of the suit, the player immediately grasped the mantra lasso. This should make you believe me? I really want to reach an alliance so that I don't have to meet the pig teammates again. It is impossible to lie while holding the mantra lasso, so Li Tianyu nodded, and then stepped forward and held the lasso. Then introduce yourself first. The female player said, taking off the alien helmet. She is a pretty girl, not particularly beautiful, but she is also pretty, with short shoulder-length hair and fair skin. With the marked facial features, the only shortcoming is that her cheekbones are slightly higher, which makes her melon face not so marked, which slightly affects her appearance. But this girl smiled very tenderly. She was of the sweet and delicate type. It was not at all like the cold and calm type of girl when she communicated with Li Tianyu. She should be only 23 or 4-year-old. She smiled slightly and said, "My name is Shen Yan. In reality, I am an ordinary white-collar worker. I work in a company and be responsible for some financial statements. There is no need to go to this point in detail, it's not a blind date." Li Tianyu couldn't help but vomit secretly. "My name is Lu Zihao, I am a personal fitness trainer." The Iron Man player replied, and Li Tianyu glanced at him in astonishment, and asked, "Don't all personal fitness trainers be charged? It's a live streamer for clubbing, teasing girls, and making appointments with others." As far as he knows, the players who will be selected to participate in this game are definitely dead houses who are very familiar with the two-dimensional film and animation works, otherwise it is impossible to understand so many abilities, and they will be in confrontation with other players. Occupy the absolute disadvantage. Because it is very possible that the other party can see through your abilities at a glance, but you have no idea what the other party's abilities are. Who said, "I usually like movies and animations, and I go home to play games every day after get off work?" Lu Zihao asked Li Tianyu with a puzzled face, "And those who don't even play games or animations? See, and what's the point of not watching the Avengers girls chatting? It's better to go home and play DNF. You still play DNF, it seems that private tutors are really rich." Li Tianyu muttered to himself in disbelief. Lu Zihao stared at him and asked, what about you? What's your name? My name is Li Tianyu, and I'm an ordinary company employee. Li Tianyu actually didn't intend to say it, but he blurted it out for some reason. It seems that this is the power of mantra lasso, which makes people unable to lie. Very well, then let's start talking about my abilities. Shen Yan said, looking back, time is running out. Those Avengers are afraid that they won't last long. There are more and more aliens. Then, Shen Yan explained, my bloodline is Amazon demigod. The initial value is 8 strength, 6 agility, 8 physique, and 2 spirit. Passiveness is the blessing of God, and I have obtained Ori. The blessing of the 12 lords of pace, with a body of steel, the ability to feel the emotions of others, and the ability to resist mental attacks, can communicate with animals, and can fly after being upgraded. 8/6/8/2, this initial attribute is really high, it's almost catching up with the Kryptonian blood. Li Tianyu couldn't help but sighed, so he immediately asked, what about side effects? Are there any negative effects? Shen Yan thought for a while and said, I must stick to the truth, so I can't lie. That's it. Li Tianyu asked in disbelief, is this ability a bit unbalanced? Oh, and also, the growth attribute of this ability is a little lower. The growth attribute value of each level is 4/3/4/1. And this ability has limitations, only female players can choose. Shen Yan replied. Li Tianyu thinks it's okay. This growth attribute is indeed a bit low. The growth attribute of normal players is the same as the initial value, but she is only half. But her initial value is very high, so even if it is discounted, her final attributes will not be too low, because her attributes will still be similar to Li Tianyu's growth attributes after being discounted. My energy choice is magic power. Shen Yan continued, and Li Tianyu couldn't help but raise his brows, is it the magic power in the fairy tale? It's really rare. There are even girls who see this anime. I really don't like the style of this comic, especially the many descriptions of women in it. Shen Yangziu replied with frowning eyebrows, but, there are abilities that I like, so I chose this energy. In terms of special abilities, I chose Elisa's dress up. Ah! Li Tianyu was stunned and couldn't help but sighed, it's really a good match. The Amazon demigod itself is proficient in weapons, proficient in the use of various weapons and equipment, and Elisa's dressing fits this ability. Exactly, but it consumes a lot of GP. Shen Yan explained, whether it is the magic outfit in the dress-up or Wonder Woman's own artifacts, either they have to be obtained through mission challenges, or they need to be purchased with GP. So, the molding will be slow, but the ability is very comprehensive. Li Tianyu nodded, and then Shen Yan turned to Lu Zihao, what about you? Your ability is the ability of Iron Man? What's the use of this ability? This bloodline is called Ultimate Wisdom. The initial value is Strength 1, Agility 1, Physique 1, and Spirit 5. Lu Zihao replied. It's so low. Li Tianyu couldn't help frowning, but he knew that this ability must be very passive. However, the passive effects are the Technology Master and the Banknote ability. Lu Zihao explained, the passiveness of the Technology Master allows me to have a lot of exclusive purchase items in the game store, and I can assemble these items. Making a battle suit with specific abilities can be used not only by me, but also by my teammates. With that, he turned to Li Tianyu, for example, I can make a battle suit that can increase the attack power of the Thunder attribute, or based on it. Your Thunder-powered suit. This is amazing. Li Tianyu couldn't help sighing, is this the support ability you mentioned? Exactly. Lu Zihao nodded, and the passive ability of banknotes can make me get 10 times the GP each time. For example, you started with 100 GP, and I was 1000 GP. Although I bought those suits and clothes from the store. All the parts used in the suit are spent on GP. But in general, this ability does not depend on ability points. What about energy and special abilities? Shen Yan continued to ask, and Lu Zihao shrugged, because the physique is so bad, there is only a lot of magic power, so I chose Nian Qi. Dragon Ball? Li Tianyu asked curiously. Lu Zihao shook his head, it is the mind ability of a full-time hunter. The special ability I chose is the mind ability of the operation system, which can be used to remotely control some objects or people. It's a clever match. Li Tianyu groaned while resting his chin. The ability of mindfulness is a variety of abilities. There is no fixed form. It is likely that everyone's mindfulness is different after forming, so it is difficult for the enemy to guess his ability. But for Iron Man, this ability is really useful, especially for the operating system. This category is not only operable, but also automatic control. For example, a series of trigger conditions are set in advance, and when the conditions are met, they will be executed according to the set requirements. Very unexpectedly, everyone did not choose conservatives at UU reading www.uugonshu.com, but matched some interesting abilities according to their own style. This makes him a little regretful, and he should choose a DIY combination to avoid being targeted. My special ability is the Fruit of Thunder, my energy is domineering, and my bloodline is the nautical world. Li Tianyu explained briefly. Are those 6 powers passive in blood? Lu Zihao asked with a smile while holding his arms. Li Tianyu nodded, and Shen Yan didn't seem surprised. How to say it, it's really a traditional match. Traditional is always safe. Li Tianyu replied simply, and Lu Zihao nodded in satisfaction, there is nothing wrong with it. The Fruit of the Sound of Thunder is an almost invincible natural fruit in the original work. Restraint, I'm afraid it's impossible to be defeated at all. I think this ability is quite good, and I can also cooperate. Said, Lu Zihao grinned and said, then, since everyone knows the basics, I think this alliance counts. Speaking of this, Lu Zihao stretched out his hand. Li Tianyu thought for a while, but before he could make a decision, Shen Yan stretched out his hand. I think this alliance is very good, not to mention that they can help each other, at least not keep each other's legs behind. Seeing this, Li Tianyu also sighed, blurting out in his heart, actually, I am still a little worried about the possibility of becoming an enemy in the mission, but you two are like this. I can't refuse it, right? After finishing speaking, Li Tianyu paused and couldn't help cursing, this mantra lasso. It's easy to use. This is my favorite item. Shen Yan smiled, and Li Tianyu rolled his eyes, and then reached out his hand. The palms of the 3 people pressed together, then, this temporary alliance, that's it. Chapter 10, Storm Center. Oh, in that case, go and win the game. Lu Zihao sighed and said, turning his head back to his suit. I don't want to see the pig teammates pretending to be there anymore. They think they are handsome. In fact, as stupid as a pig. I told them that they need support here, and I'm still obsessed with fighting monsters. However, that Superman player came to support it. Li Tianyu said curiously. Lu Zihao was stunned and said, ah, that guy, he is quite obedient. Although he is a bit dull, he has no opinion, but he is very obedient. When I let them over, he was the only one who listened to my command. Li Tianyu thought for a while, and asked, should we also bring him into our alliance? Why? Shen Yan asked inexplicably, and Li Tianyu raised his index finger to explain, it is good that 3 people have thoughts, but occasionally conflicts of opinions can be caused. What's more, you don't think there is an obedient guy coming to the front? Is it a good idea to confirm our ideas? Anyway, his abilities are of Kryptonian blood, which is very resistant to fights. Well, you look quite honest on the outside. I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly sinister. Shen Yan frowned slightly and said, but I don't want him to join too much. No other reason, I don't like it. Superman. I know that Superman's ability is a completely out of balance existence on the DC universe. Li Tianyu nodded. Shen Yan immediately echoed with excitement, yes. I think Superman is the biggest failure of the DC universe. Only Superman is a superhero world is nothing, but when he meets other superheroes, the imbalance in ability leads to the whole the settings are all broken. Don't you think so? Li Tianyu nodded, well, make the enemy too strong, then superheroes other than Superman will be completely shackled and there is no threat. But if the enemy is set too weak, then he will be slammed by Superman again. No matter how you set it up, it can't be balanced. Just like Steppenwolf's in the Justice League, it's a big B, slinging other heroes, but when Superman comes out, instantly GG. I agree very much. Lu Zihao also inserted, the only thing that can limit the Superman is his own morality. Why should Batman fight him? Superman has the speed of light comparable to the Flash. If Superman wants, Batsia died before he could raise his hand. Just as Li Tianyu was about to speak to continue, he shook his head and awoke sober, it's all right. It's not the time to say this. Anyway, if you don't like it, just forget it. You take this thing first. As he said, Li Tianyu handed Rocky's scepter to Shen Yan, we have won it now. You can bring this thing here and wait for the game to end. Shen Yan cannot lie because of God's blessing, which means that Shen Yan can be trusted. However, when Shen Yan was about to take it over, Li Tianyu frowned suddenly and did not release his hand holding the rocky scepter. What if Shen Yan is a lie about not being able to lie? He must verify it. What is your three-dimensional? Li Tianyu asked. Shen Yan frowned slightly and turned away, I don't want to say. So. Li Tianyu squinted at her and suddenly, you can't lie, but you can refuse to answer, can you? Yes. Shen Yan nodded, don't worry, I won't lie to you on this point. If you don't believe me, you can open the store and look at the description of the mantra lasso. There will be a note below that requires the passiveness of holding the truth. Once I lie, I can no longer use the mantra lasso. Instead, I will be bound by the mantra lasso. This is how this prop is set. Li Tianyu nodded, then let go and put Rocky's scepter in her hand. Then what are you going to do? Lu Zihao asked curiously. I still have something I want to test. Li Tianyu replied, you two should not mix in. Do you want me to give you a ride? Lu Zihao asked with a shrug. Li Tianyu thought about it, and thought it seemed like a good idea. He does not have the ability to move long distances so far, and he is now a distance from the center of the battlefield, so Lu Zihao really needs to take him for a ride. So he nodded, then you can send me to the city center, don't let other people see it, it's better not to be known by other players in our alliance for the time being, right? That's right. Lu Zihao nodded, then looked at Shen Yan and asked, where are you? Can you fly? It is okay after the upgrade, but not now. Shen Yan shook her head and carried Rocky's scepter on her shoulder. Then you can find a place to hide, don't be discovered. Li Tianyu replied, and then grabbed Lu Zihao's hand. Don't underestimate me just because I am a woman. Shen Yan looked at Li Tianyu somewhat arrogantly and smiled. For a moment, Li Tianyu felt that she seemed to be fused with Wonder Woman's shadow, and quickly explained, it's just that it's safer to do this. That's it. After finishing speaking, Lu Zihao took Li Tianyu up and flew towards the center of the city. On the way, Lu Zihao couldn't help asking, what are you going to do there? Try to see how the current superheroes are. Li Tianyu replied, now that an agreement has been reached, he has nothing to hide. After all, his abilities are very suitable for survival, especially the passive effects of natural fruits. After testing it, I realized that this ability is almost invincible when facing physical attacks. Because the shield value reduced by each attack is calculated according to the damage he can bear, so the number of bears is much more than imagined. Coupled with the fast recovery speed, he can almost guarantee that he is immune to physical damage, and will only be injured by magical damage such as domineering and chakra attacks. Therefore, he intends to test the current abilities of these superheroes and roughly estimate the strength of the enemies they will encounter in the PvE mission. That's why he let Lu Zihao bring himself to the center of this battlefield. Not far away, in the center of New York City, the heroes of the Avengers gathered together to fight the aliens. In the original work, Iron Man had already sent the nuclear bomb into outer space and closed the portal at this time. But because of Li Tianyu's disturbance, they did not succeed. At this moment, the Avengers are fighting the alien army with 7 players, but more aliens and mechanical dragons are pouring in continuously from the portal. These superheroes are tired of coping. Of course, they are not as embarrassed as they were in the original work, probably because there are 7 players helping them, and this battle can still be maintained. However, fortunately, Li Tianyu controlled the Superman player with a psychic scepter, otherwise the situation would be really hard to say. Because when facing so many enemies, the biggest problem is stamina, and Superman is a perpetual motion machine in the presence of the sun. In terms of dealing with miscellaneous soldiers, he may be better than the Avengers heroes. To be powerful. From the current situation, the defeat of the Avengers is only a matter of time. Are you sure you want to enter the eye of the storm? I feel like I will be torn apart. Lu Zihao looked at the center of the storm and couldn't help but swallowed and asked, according to my analysis, those superheroes are not yet comparable to us. I know, I just went to see their level. Li Tianyu said, letting go of Lu Zihao's hand and fell down. Chapter 11, Purpose Achieved. It's just in the early stages of the game. For them, these superheroes are obviously not the existence that can be surpassed by novices with only one level of ability. But Li Tianyu must personally confirm their strength so that he can know how strong his abilities are before he can confront these superheroes head-on. There will be more PvE missions after this. Unlike this hybrid mission, in PvE missions, you will definitely fight against these superheroes, that is, NPCs. If you know their level in advance, you have a good idea. Tisk, what are you doing here? You are here now. Seeing Li Tianyu taking part in the battle, another player of the villain asked angrily, I have been yelling for a long time, or 2 people are missing. If you want to come early, I won long ago. That's right. You were afraid of death so you hid, and now you see that we are about to win before you come out. Another player also asked irritably, and Li Tianyu was irritated at the time. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to cooperate with you at all. After all, I am a bunch of idiots. Li Tianyu replied faintly, this task has been won. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you exist or not. I am now. It's just to experience it. Whatever you say, I don't care. Damn, I'm really shameless, I'm a dead guy, just lie down with us to win. A fat player said angrily, if it wasn't for us to be teammates, I would kill you now and see what rewards you get. You'd better not pray that you will be hostile with me during the next mission, and see if I don't fight so that your mother doesn't even know you. Really? I look forward to being hostile with you during the next mission. After all, I am a bunch of idiots. It is so easy to win against you. Li Tianyu sneered, and didn't bother to continue verbal entanglement with them. Behind an alien's airship, commanded the alien to fly toward the Iron Man in mid-air. Because in addition to the real Iron Man, there is also an Iron Man player on the scene, so this real Iron Man is the most obvious object of comparison. As long as you fight this real Iron Man, you can immediately understand the players and these heroes' difference. After all, the fighting power of these superheroes is roughly the same in setting. However, even though he didn't respond to those idiots again, Li Tianyu was still a little angry. Team players who are not afraid of gods are afraid of teammates like pigs. What's more terrifying than teammates like pigs is that they are obviously pig teammates and feel that they are gods. This also established his idea of forming an alliance with Shen Yan and Lu Zihao. These people didn't even think about why the Superman player opposite was attacking his teammates at home. Isn't it because he and the Superman player controlled each other with the psychic scepter after a hard fight? Otherwise, the Superman player alone would be enough for these idiots to drink a pot. The reason why the situation can prevail is basically due to Li Tianyu, and Shen Yan may have taken a bit of it. It was he who got Rocky's scepter to prevent Black Widow from closing the portal, it was he who detonated the nuclear bomb to prevent Iron Man from destroying the mothership, and it was he who controlled the Superman player and made the group of stupid pigs from 6v8 to 7v7. He is all him. You idiots wait for me, don't touch me next time. Li Tianyu cursed secretly, urging the alien in front to drive the flying boat closer to Iron Man in mid-air. When they were in range, Iron Man immediately turned to Li Tianyu, with a mini-missile launcher protruding from his shoulder, and then a sky full of missiles flew towards them. Li Tianyu raised his hand to release the electro-optical defense wall and detonated the mini-missiles, but the power of these missiles was obviously much stronger than that launched by Lu Zihao. Although his defensive wall detonated the mini-missiles, the aftermath of the explosion still made the flying boat Li Tianyu was riding out of balance and swayed in mid-air. Li Tianyu himself does not have good flying ability, so he can't let this flying boat be shot down. He raised his hand and shouted at Iron Man, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Now he can use the two fixed moves of the short-range electric discharge and the long-distance Thunderbird. In theory, he can create his own moves, but that kind of self-made moves require proficiency, otherwise it may be used. If it doesn't come out, only this kind of move that is in the original work is more impressive in my mind, so it is easier to use. Iron Man's flying bird condensed by thunder and lightning rushed forward, and Li Tianyu suddenly felt happy. Is it so easy? But Iron Man's suit did not appear to be damaged or short-circuited as imagined. Instead, it seemed to absorb the lightning released by Li Tianyu. The electric snake gradually disappeared, while the Iron Man suit became more dazzling. It's awful! Li Tianyu screamed uncomfortably. The next moment Iron Man raised his hands at him, and his palms ejected an unusually dazzling golden beam. The beam of light flew towards Li Tianyu, and Li Tianyu didn't care about the airship, so he jumped down. The flying boat driven by the alien was swept by the laser sprayed by Iron Man, and it exploded in an instant, but the beams were too strong and did not disappear after hitting the flying boat. Instead, they chased Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was quite relieved at first. He felt that this attack was not a magical attack and he should not be injured. He planned to avoid him with elemental abilities. It was not until the laser hit his chest that he realized that the damage was judged to be magical damage. Obviously, no magic is used, but it belongs to magic damage. Li Tianyu couldn't evade this damage elementally, so he quickly covered the place where his chest was hit with domineering, and the heat gradually faded, but he was still hit by the blow and fell to the ground. Before hitting the ground, Li Tianyu used moon steps to slow the impact, then adjusted his body and fell on the ground. But before he could stand still, he found that he was enveloped by a huge shadow. Hulk, smash! The Hulk behemoth roared, grabbed two aliens from above his head and fell off. Shave! Li Tianyu immediately stepped back. Although it seemed nothing from the movie, he actually felt the pressure like a mountain when facing the monster over 3 meters high, an unstoppable fear. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But Hulk's attention didn't specifically focus on him. After landing, he just smashed a hole in the ground and turned his head to attack other aliens. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief immediately, but then he found himself at the center of the battle, the eye of the typhoon. Li Tianyu turned his head, Thor just kicked off an alien, and then hit him with a hammer. Li Tianyu absorbed the lessons from the previous battle with Iron Man, crossed his arms, covered his arm with domineering armor for defense, and forcibly took the hammer. The feeling might be the same as when he was hit by a car when he was an ordinary person. He hadn't really been hit by a car, but it felt like this level of impact. Li Tianyu's whole person flew into the air uncontrollably, his only perception was that the scenery in his field of vision was retreating rapidly, and then he seemed to smash a few walls, which was buried by gravel. Feeling the heavy sensation from his body, Li Tianyu's consciousness became a little fuzzy, and the gravel above his head was still falling, but his body immediately turned into lightning and dissipated, and then recondensed and formed on the top of the ruins. It's terrible. Li Tianyu looked at the large redness that appeared on his arm and couldn't help muttering to himself. At this moment, the swelling and tingling pain kept coming from his arms, as if his arms were on fire. But for some reason, even though he was beaten up by the superheroes, Li Tianyu's mood became calmer and calmer. This is his goal, to adapt himself to the battlefield and experience the pain and the power of these superheroes. As for the next time I meet in the mission, I know it well and I won't panic. Now that the goal has been achieved, he naturally didn't plan to stay here anymore, so he turned and limped and fled into the distance. Chapter 12, Surrender. In this simple confrontation with the Avengers, Li Tianyu realized two things. The first is that the strength of the current superheroes is obviously not something that junior players like them can fight against, and it is likely that they will not be able to fight in the future. The enemies that appear in the PvE mission must all need players to fight together. And the second thing he realized was that PvE missions are not simpler than PvP missions. On the contrary, they may be more difficult, especially now that they are just starting out. Players now have first-level abilities, and no one has combat experience. The abilities are all first-level, and the only strengths and weaknesses are only reflected in the combination of abilities. Compared to these NPCs, novice players may be easier to deal with. Fortunately, the players on the Avengers are all indulging in mob spawning, completely unaware that they have fallen into defeat. Li Tianyu evacuated unhurriedly, and no one came to chase him. He looked at his red and swollen arm and couldn't help but let out a painful moan, but the blow was worth it. He confirmed that the attack of Thor's hammer is judged to be able to attack people with natural fruit ability. This should be the special effect of the artifact of Thor's hammer, because theoretically, the strike just now did not have lightning attached, and it was ordinary waving. In addition, he also confirmed the passivity and domineering judgment priority of natural fruit. If the armed color domineering is turned on when being attacked, the defense effect of the armed color domineering will be determined first. And if the defense effect of the domineering armed color is broken, it depends on whether the attack is a magical attack or a physical attack. If it is a physical attack, the passive elemental effect of his natural fruit ability will be played, but if it is a magical attack, it will be broken. After being armed and domineering, he will directly attack him. Looking at the players who were fighting with aliens, Li Tianyu was a little sarcastically in his heart, this is probably just addicted to the game of mowing. It was the first time to experience the pleasure of his own superpower, which made them just addicted to it. On the other hand, the few players on the villain side, although they are not able to mow the grass like the Avengers, their addiction to superpowers and the immersive confrontation with the Avengers heroes also made them lose their minds. Although Li Tianyu wanted to enjoy this game like them in his heart, victory is more important to him. Since it is a game, there must be rewards. If you can't get the rewards, it's just a waste of time. Moreover, the rewards are related to the lives of their players. So Li Tianyu didn't get involved, but found a remote place to sit down. But, after a while, Lu Zihao landed behind him and asked him, "Is it all right? The hand hurts a bit, but it doesn't matter." Li Tianyu replied, he was still a little wary of Lu Zihao in his heart, after all, they are still enemies now. In fact, Li Tianyu's injury should not be underestimated. His arms are now unusable. He has to find a way to recover from this injury after leaving the game world. "How did you find me?" At this moment, Li Tianyu suddenly remembered something and asked. "Oh, Jarvis is the artificial intelligence of the suit, you know." Lu Zihao explained, "It's not difficult to find your movement trajectory by analyzing images such as satellites and cameras. It's actually not difficult. It's just satellites. I will find you. It's so easy to use, this suit. Li Tianyu couldn't help sighing. The suit is a man's romance. When you help me earn some GP next time, I will customize a set for you. Lu Zihao said with a smile, using your thunder and lightning as energy can also strengthen your power when releasing thunder and lightning. In addition, it can also be used in a kryptonite is set on it to weaken the ability of Kryptonian bloodline players. This kind of props is still very important in the early stage. After all, the early stage Kryptonian bloodline is too strong. Sounds great. Li Tianyu thought to himself in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Exchanging the contact information for the time being, let's go out after the game is over to facilitate contact. Lu Zihao continued. Okay. Li Tianyu nodded after hesitating. My WeChat is 1. Jarvis, did you write it down? Lu Zihao muttered to himself, and then patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. Add it, pass it. I'll go find that beauty and add her friend, too. Then we create a chat group. After speaking, Lu Zihao flew into the air and left again. Li Tianyu stood up and continued to observe the battlefield. By the way, he planned to observe the abilities of other players and see if there were any players worthy of attention. However, with more than a dozen players on the field, it is too confusing, and it is difficult to distinguish the specific ability. But it seems that one person used ninjutsu, and a few players used pure physical abilities, and I couldn't tell which one. The 8v8 chaos is still too confusing. If it is 4v4, it will be much clearer. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. The battle has come to an end. There are too many alien fleets. Even Thor and Hulk can't bear to be bombarded by a round of shelling. What's more, the level in the Avengers is uneven, Black Widow and Hawk. The eyes are only flesh and blood, even if there are players, as long as the first person starts to fall, the whole situation will collapse instantly. What's more, the Superman player controlled by Rocky's scepter is also a big trouble. For the Avengers, they don't know that kryptonite can restrain Superman. Therefore, when Hawkeye was knocked down by the alien fleet, the situation began to collapse, and then the Black Widow, Captain America, and then several players also fell to the ground with exhaustion. Hey, this may be an opportunity. Li Tianyu raised his brows and thought to himself. These players can't support them for long now, and now is a good opportunity to eliminate them. But, can he really do it? Li Tianyu is not sure about this. It's not just Li Tianyu. When he really wanted to deal with players, other players also seemed hesitant and slowed down the offensive. However, the aliens are NPCs and continue to bombard without any mercy. But at this moment, Li Tianyu suddenly felt that his eyes were dark. The next moment the players returned to the dark space together, and the players' fuzzy shadows were not far away. Out of office. What is this? Is this over? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, somewhat surprised. Pixel squares gathered from all four sides into a line of subtitles, and appeared in front of him. The enemy player initiated a surrender, and the vote has passed 8/7. This game is won by the alien player, and will exit the game in 10 seconds, and the reward will be settled. 109. After the countdown ended, the surrounding darkness dissipated again, and Li Tianyu sat in his room. However, the pixel squares continue to gather, forming a line of subtitles. Congratulations on winning. The basic reward of this game, SP 1 point, GP 200 points. This game score, Battle Score SS, Plot Score SSS, Team Cooperation Score B, Item Score A, Comprehensive Score, S. Additional bonus for score, GP 100 points. Chapter 13, Upgrade. You can choose to surrender. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, this is really convenient, it avoids casualties. With that said, it is not easy to kill the player. After all, on the one hand, you can choose to surrender. On the other hand, there are also items like substitute jade in the store. Just be careful and you can avoid death in the game. However, it is hard to say in reality. Immediately, Li Tianyu opened the game app and checked the rewards, speaking of which, this kind of extra reward is meaningless, right? Obviously I got an S score, but I only gave an extra 100 GP. What can GP do? It's better to give some ability point. However, something is better than nothing, even 100 GP is good, at least you can buy a few more items. But after opening the app, he discovered that there were no casualties. At the end of the game score, a message of remaining players 16/15 is displayed, and when exiting to the previous menu, the words participating players 64/61 are also displayed. That is to say, a player died in this game. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, the final battle was too chaotic, and he did not see clearly, it should be that a player died under the shelling of aliens. In other missions, 2 other players were killed in battle. Now there are only 61 players remaining. 3 people were eliminated in the first round. Li Tianyu muttered, his mood suddenly became heavy, and the joy of winning in the first game was wiped out. However, Li Tianyu soon cleared up his mood. He stood up and looked at the time. In fact, less than an hour has passed in the game, but in reality it has been more than 10 hours. It is now 8 in the evening. Point more. It seems that the time flow between the 2 dimensions is not the same. There are still 36 hours before the start of the main mission. And now the taskbar is empty. There are only 48 task positions in the first round. Counting the failed tasks, nearly half of the players in the first round should not receive any rewards. In other words, Li Tianyu is now the top half of the player, and the most important thing is, the next mission he will not be a battle, at least 2 reliable teammates. Just thinking about it makes people very reassuring. Li Tianyu opened WeChat and checked. At this moment, he has been pulled into the group, but no one has posted yet. Just when he was about to shut down, Lu Zihao suddenly said, "How many rewards did you get?" Shen Yan quickly replied, "Basic reward, 1 SP and 200 GP. Ah, that's great. I only have an extra 50 GP awarded by the score, but it became 500 GP under my passive. But this is not enough to assemble a new suit." Lu Zihao couldn't help complaining. They are so extroverted and lively, so that his shy dead house is a bit infected. I got 100 GP as an extra bonus. Li Tianyu replied. At that time, Lu Zihao couldn't help but be surprised. Whoa! You got an extra 100 GP. Isn't your rating S not? My A rating is also 50 GP. So good. Hey, it's not surprising that he participated in the battle and got the key props to turn the situation around. It's normal to have a high score. Shen Yan sent a proud cat licking his paws and said, "Let's do it for now, take a break. Fan, I will decide which mission to participate in when there is a new mission next time." So everyone stopped chatting temporarily. Li Tianyu looked at his arm. The injury was not serious, but the bruise did not disappear. Obviously, the damage received in the mission will not disappear when returning to reality, and it can only rely on game props. Well, it's rare to earn 300 GP, but I still need to use it to heal my injuries. Li Tianyu couldn't help complaining. In this game, there is no medicine for recovery in battle, but there are recovery items outside of battle. Reusable HP potion, this is really a perfunctory name. Li Tianyu checked the game props and muttered. The note of this reusable HP potion is that it can recover from injuries of level 1 to 3 within an hour, and the price is 100 GP. The price of ordinary HP potions is 10 GP, but this multiplex potion can refresh the number of uses after each mission. In this way, the price of 100 GP can be accepted by Li Tianyu. At present, Li Tianyu displays the debuff of level 1 injury in the status bar of the game app. Therefore, Li Tianyu chose to buy, and the pixel cubes condensed in front of him, and a small crystal bottle fell into Li Tianyu's hands from the inside. The smell of the potion felt like ink, but the pain in my hand eased immediately after drinking it. Okay, let's see how to spend the SP point. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, lying down on the bed, ready to wait an hour for the injury to heal. Today's vacation has already been reimbursed, and the matter of whether he should go to work tomorrow makes him a little hesitant. To be honest, he was a little tired today. Next, he would like to take a good rest for 2 days and discuss the next tasks with his new teammates. For a while, Li Tianyu had the urge to quit his job, but now he is not short of money anyway. But considering that the player's identity may be exposed later, he thinks it is better to keep his job. Oh, 1 step counts as 1 step. Li Tianyu sighed tiredly, then opened the ability store to browse. Now he only has a little ability. In fact, he has decided before to become full of domineering, but after a round of actual combat, he is not so sure. Because of the domineering mana value, it consumes fast but recovers quickly, and the first level is enough for the time being. After the domineering level is raised to 2 levels, it is nothing more than increasing the total amount of domineering, and then increasing the detection range of seeing and hearing domineering and the attribute correction of armed domineering, nothing more. However, if the ability to increase the devil fruit is different, he can have a lot more moves. The volts of the electric shock can also be significantly increased, and can use 60 million volts of attack. However, the devil fruit will be restrained by Halashi. Especially after the first game, everyone must be ready to deal with kryptonite and devil fruit props. As for pedigree, the benefit in attribute value is very high, and there are new 6 moves to unlock. Which one to upgrade? Li Tianyu seemed hesitant, but in the end he upgraded the devil fruit. He still doesn't like to fight the enemy at close range. If he has a choice, he would rather attack from a distance. The ability of the Fruit of Thunder has a thunder falling ability in the later stage. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can attack any target with lightning strikes within the range of the heart net. This ability is very much he likes. And the domineering and pedigree, for the moment, it still improves melee combat even higher. However, after learning Thunder Fruit LV2, there are many more options in the game app, so he checked behind the columns with the word new. The first is the new skills of LV2 Thunder Fruit. The first is electrotherapy, which can recover from the near-death state by shocking the heart after death, which is equivalent to a resurrection. However, although there is no detailed description, Li Tianyu estimated that the death method of having his head cut off obviously cannot be resurrected by electrotherapy. The situation that electrotherapy can recover should be the type of blow injury. But in any case, this ability still gave him a lot of protection for survival, plus the substitute jade, he was equivalent to 3 lives. In addition to electrotherapy, the power of electric discharge has also increased to 60 million volts, and there are 2 new skills, namely Thunder Beast and 60 million volt Thunder Dragon, which are stronger than Thunderbird and faster. Well, let's do this first. Li Tianyu nodded with satisfaction and thought to himself. Although there is an option to practice abilities later, he guessed that it should be similar to the novice teaching level, which is to form a puppet to let him contact his newly learned skills. It will not be too late to finish it after a rest tomorrow. Immediately, Li Tianyu withdrew from the ability system. At this time, he found that there was also a new behind the mission system. Have you refreshed the mission so soon? Li Tianyu frowned and thought to himself, opening his mission system, but what appeared in the mission system at this moment was not an ordinary mission. In addition to the main mission, which was still counting down, the following appeared. Several challenge missions. Chapter 14, Challenge Task. Challenge Mission. Li Tianyu looked at the refreshed challenge missions with great interest, and found that these missions can only be challenged by 1 player, and the rewards are not GPS or SPS, but skills bar or some special items. And this skill bar is a very interesting reward. The so-called skill bar allows the player to edit a custom skill and put it into it, and use it like other skills. After the player obtains the skill bar, put the skills edited by himself into the skill bar to use them normally. In that case, you can't create your own skills without a skill bar. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. However, the setting of this skill bar is really interesting. The so-called skill bar, in fact, is to give players a chance to transform their abilities into a style they prefer. For example, Li Tianyu, if he doesn't like the melee ability of Thunder Fruit, he can customize more long-range attack abilities through the skill bar, and abandon those skills that need to be used at close range. This kind of custom skill setting is really interesting, but the skill bar should not be unlimited. Sure enough, he checked the description of the skill bar. Only certain abilities can set the skill bar, and he can only have 16 additional skills at most, but he can recreate his own skills by deleting the self-contained skills included in the system. Define your new skills. Seeing this, Li Tianyu has realized the importance of this skill bar, so he decided to try this challenging task. Currently, of the 4 challenge tasks in his task bar, only one is the bonus skill bar, and the other 3 are rewards for unlocking new items in the store. He is not very interested in props, after all, he is not Iron Man's ability to stream props. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu recalled that both Shen Yan and Lu Zihao's abilities seemed to depend on the store, but his abilities depend entirely on ability points. If there is a way to allocate task rewards, they can get what they need, and he doesn't need too many GPS. He will give GP to Lu Zihao and the others, and he will use SP to upgrade first. Oh, let's talk about it tomorrow. Li Tianyu thought to himself. Although it was only 8 o'clock, he didn't bother to try that new challenge task anymore, got up and took a shower, ready to rest early. However, Lu Zihao and Shen Yan obviously intend to talk about the game. Li Tianyu can also understand this. After all, everyone is first exposed to the game, and excitement is inevitable. Li Tianyu, which ability is your SP used to upgrade? Shen Yan asked in the group at he. My upgraded Devil Fruit, I don't like melee combat. The second level ability of Thunder Fruit is suitable for long-range attacks. Besides, are you not a melee type? With you in the front to attract enemies, I can use long-range attacks in the back. Li Tianyu is lazy. Yang replied. In fact, he really wants to sleep now, but it would be nice to talk to Lu Zihao and the others. What, do you want to hide behind a woman and output it? Shen Yan asked dissatisfiedly. Yes, that's it. Li Tianyu replied without hesitation. After all, this woman is Wonder Woman, and her first level attribute value is as high as his second level attribute value, so he asked again, what about you? What has been upgraded? Of course it's blood. I haven't accumulated enough armor yet. Even if I upgrade my mana, there are still only a few sets of armors that can be summoned. So I plan to do a few more challenging tasks and wait until I get enough new armors. And then upgrade the upper limit of the magic value. Shen Yan explained. At this time, Lu Zihao also interrupted, is there any improvement after your special ability is upgraded? Increase the number of armors that can be replaced at the same time. Now you can set up 3 sets of armors for the first level. 2 more sets of armors for each level. Shen Yan explained, but every time you need to change the armor, you need to consume magic power, so these capabilities must be upgraded simultaneously. Then have you seen the new challenge mission? Li Tianyu continued to ask, the reward skill bar is coming. Well, I saw it, it's useless to me. Lu Zihao replied, I only need enough GPS, even if I don't upgrade any of the 3 abilities, I am very strong, but the question now is how to complete the first challenge task. This can't help, these challenges are all single player. Li Tianyu replied. Yes, after all, the challenge tasks refreshed by everyone should be different. The rewards for the challenge tasks I have brushed up here are all related to my own abilities, and you naturally can't see it. Lu Zihao sighed and said. It's really a shame that I didn't get the reward for the mission on the wave. Now I don't have enough GP to assemble the next suit. I can only wait for the next mission. Let's wait and see, maybe we will refresh the task later. Shen Yan replied, take a rest early today, so that if the task is refreshed tomorrow, we can also complete it immediately. How is your work? Do you plan to continue working tomorrow? Li Tianyu suddenly remembered this at this time and couldn't help asking. Lu Zihao seemed to have no pressure. I have asked for leave. Anyway, when a personal trainer is on a free shift, I can change shifts with other personal trainers. I just need to go to the evening shift. It's just a little tired. I plan to take a few days off, and I will consider resigning when my ability stabilizes. Shen Yan replied. In this way, Li Tianyu also knew in his heart that even if it was hard to go to work, he could only endure it first. At least he had to wait for his ability to form before resigning. However, he has a hunch that other players will definitely not think the same as them. After the exchange, Li Tianyu fell asleep. But he thinks that the next day there should be no more SP points rewarded tasks. After all, the main task will start soon. If there are too many SP points rewarded tasks, it will cause the players who participated in the task for the first time. The ability gap is too large, so the SP reward task should not be started again. At present, there is a little difference in ability points from other players. This value is not obvious. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, for example, Shen Yan's pedigree, the first level attribute value is comparable to the 2-level attribute value of Li Tianyu, so there is a chance in the mission. As expected, when he got up the next morning, he looked at the taskbar of the phone and swiped a few new tasks, but the rewards were all GPS, and none of the SP rewards. Moreover, even if it is a GP, it is a mosquito leg reward of 50-100 GP, which is not much improved, and the corresponding task difficulty should not be too high. Li Tianyu first sent a leave note to the company, saying that he had a worsening cold, and he would take 2 more days off. Of course, his boss told him rudely not to take a paid vacation, and the bonus this month would be reduced, but he didn't care. Just when he was about to see which task to complete today, Lu Zihao at he in the group. The new GP task has been brushed, shall the 3 of us complete it together? Lu Zihao asked. In fact, Li Tianyu is not very willing. GP is not very useful for him. He now wants to complete the challenge task in the skill bar first, but after thinking about it, Lu Zihao may be able to do it for him in the next task after he gets the GP. A suit, so he agreed. After all, the battle suit is a man's romance. If he hadn't worried that Iron Man's ability was too weak in the early stage, he might also choose Iron Man's ability. You know, in Avengers 4, I don't know how many people are attracted by Iron Man. I am Iron Man. Li Tianyu took advantage of no one to say a line like Iron Man in Avengers 4, then snapped his fingers, handsome. Okay, GP is also useful to me anyway. Some armors can be purchased directly from the store. Shen Yan replied, then let's pick a task with a suitable reward and complete it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Team Up. After all, it is inconvenient to connect with mobile phones. At that time, the 3 of them planned to make an appointment to come out together to discuss the choice of tasks in person. But none of the 3 wanted to reveal their place of residence, so they chose to meet together in a city where none of the 3 were present, and the way to meet was to rely on the props in the game app to transmit bone fragments. The effect of this transmission of bone fragments is to send them to any place in the area marked on the map in the app, and the map displayed in the app is only part of the map, and Li Tianyu does not know how this map was selected. Although it costs 50 GP to transmit bone fragments, this thing can be used without restrictions, but the cooldown time is 2 hours, and it takes 8 seconds to guide it. It cannot be used in battle. Isn't this the Hearthstone? Li Tianyu looked at the warm white jade-like stone in his hand and couldn't help but sneer and thought to himself, if there is any more invincibility, then it will be even worse. Invincible Hearthstone Spit, Quality 3 even. So, the three of them made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop in Dongzhou City, and then sent the bone fragments to the neighborhood. Because they had already seen each other's looks, they recognized each other quickly this time. However, Shen Yan and Lu Zihao seemed incompatible with him. It is summer, and Shen Yan is wearing a cyan baby shirt with blue denim shorts underneath, and a straw hat on her head. His slender legs are set off by high-heeled sandals. Although Lu Zihao is only I wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and loose sweatpants, but it was a personal trainer after all. The figure was there, and the proud pectoral muscles attracted the women around to peek frequently. Li Tianyu estimated that in the eyes of others, these two people must be a pair, and he is the two current dead house friends, who came to be a light bulb with incomprehension. This thought made Li Tianyu very anxious, and he just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Oh, this city is so hot. Shen Yan sighed weakly while pressing the straw hat on top of her head. Let's find a place like a coffee shop to sit and talk. I need air conditioning. So they found a shop nearby, chose a quiet place to sit down, ordered a pot of cold drinks, and started discussing the task. But in the choice of the task, the three people appeared contradictory. Choose PvP task or PvE task. Don't choose PvE. The last mission has proved that players are much easier to defeat than NPCs. Lu Zihao said with some resistance, especially in the early stage, many players are the kind of stupid pigs we encountered before. But I don't know if I am mentally prepared to kill. Li Tianyu looked very hesitant. I have never killed a chicken like this. You let me kill. I don't know if I can do it. You are a man, take your bones out. Shen Yan said dissatisfied. Besides, you don't have to kill those players, isn't it enough to subdue them? Even if you really kill them, there are substitutes. What about Jade? Innocent. Lu Zihao scolded coldly, this game is a life and death battle. If you don't kill them, they will kill you one day. You have to hold this kind of consciousness, otherwise you will die. Li Tianyu replied in an annoyed way, why don't you take the responsibility for ending the players instead of me? This. Lu Zihao hesitated suddenly. In fact, I think what Li Tianyu said makes sense. After all, we are all good citizens. Suddenly let us kill people. This requirement is too high. Let's get used to fighting first. Let's get used to it. After the battle, I believe we can also be hard-hearted to kill those enemies. Tisk. Li Tianyu snorted disdainfully, and continued, I don't think NPCs are more difficult to deal with than players. That's just an isolated situation. But for some NPCs, we can prepare a routine for their weaknesses in advance. For example, Superman is afraid of kryptonite, and the Dragon Slayer will stun the vehicles. With these methods, it is not difficult to deal with NPCs. Moreover, players know how to target abilities such as devil fruits, but NPCs don't. Well, that's the same. NPVE missions can also avoid exposing their abilities to other players. Shen Yan muttered while pursing her lips while biting the straw, then, let's take a look at the mission first. Now there are 6 new missions, and 6 of them only reward GP. Because the 3 of them want to form a team, the only missions they can consider are those with more than 3 remaining positions, so there are not many choices. The scene of the first side mission is I-30, the mission type is PvE, the mission requirement is, the mission reward is 150 GP, the number of participants is 1/4, and the mission countdown is 02:44:39. Another side mission scenario is Attack Giant, mission type PvE, mission requirement, mission reward 200 GP, number of participants 4/8, mission countdown 00:42:16. I-30? What the is it? Haven't heard of it. Lu Zihao asked, frowning. Li Tianyu sneered with some disdain, and sneered at him, aren't you usually not watching horror movies? Although this movie is a low-cost niche horror movie, all the actors in it are powerful. The male protagonist plays the leading role in Black Hawk Fall and Pearl Harbor, and the female protagonist is the heroine of the horror cruise ship. Shen Yan immediately said, "It's more than that." The human trader Ben Foster, who appeared in the film, is also a well-known actor. He has played Medivh in Warcraft and famous blockbusters such as Deep Space Amnesia. He plays the role of a vampire. Danny Huston has played the German commander in Wonder Woman and Stryker in Wolverine, both of whom are famous characters. UU reading www.ukenshu.com. Yes, so although the cost of this movie is not high, the acting skills of these actors make this horror film a rare masterpiece, and the script is also very well written. I really don't know how to appreciate. Li Tianyu gave Lu Zihao an angry look. Shen Yan immediately sighed. Unfortunately, the second sequel became a bad film. Both the script and the casting are bad. Just as Li Tianyu was about to answer, Lu Zihao interrupted them. Okay, I know this is a good movie, but from the content it sounds dangerous. I think it's better to go to a safer scene. But the attacking giant is also very dangerous. Shen Yan said flatly. That's different, it's an animation. Lu Zihao said angrily. The point is that I haven't watched the movie I-30. Don't you think it would be wrong for me to follow up? It will drag the two of you behind legs. If it is an attacking giant, if the three of us have seen it, the probability of success will be higher, right? Shen Yan looked at Li Tianyu asking for his meaning. Li Tianyu thought about it and thought it made sense, and he wanted to test one thing, that is, what would happen to them if these three-dimensional real people entered the two-dimensional world. I think it makes sense, let's do this task. Li Tianyu nodded and said. Okay. Shen Yan said with a sigh, then grabbed the phone, and flicked her slender index finger on the screen. Li Tianyu also unlocked the phone, then found this task and chose to participate. When all three of them participated, the number of participants became 7/8, and the countdown to the task continued. Now there is more than half an hour, let's take a good rest. Shen Yan stretched out and said, hugging her knees and huddled in the corner of the sofa, that looked very cute. Chapter 16, Working Together. Li Tianyu had a good rest, so he grabbed his mobile phone to check other tasks. Many tasks appeared last time, that is, they encountered them in the first round of the game. For example, the side mission of Alien 4, he remembered very clearly, but now it has been refreshed, which shows. It seems that the players in these missions have failed. Li Tianyu sneered, and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, these missions were not selected at the time. After all, it would be difficult to see from the scene. After all, players are just ordinary people. When they come in person, they will always feel scared, and fear will make people mistakes. The scene of Alien 4, not to mention the threat of aliens' ability to sneak in the dark with its various killing methods to players, that terrible appearance can scare people to death. However, Li Tianyu estimated that it should not be difficult to complete these tasks by himself. After all, his natural fruit ability can deal with most physical attacks passively. But he immediately shook his head, and put the thought out of his mind. The system's judgment is different. Maybe there are some attacks that are inexplicably classified as magical judgments? I'll go to the toilet. You'd better go to the toilet before you go. The scene of the attacking giant may also be a very stressful scene. There may be no time for your convenience. Lu Zihao stood up and said at this time. Wait 10 minutes before going. Li Tianyu replied lazily, holding his chin. After Lu Zihao left, Shen Yan looked at his leaving back, then turned to Li Tianyu and asked, do you like horror movies? Not bad. I basically watch all other movies except romance movies. I like action, science fiction, and horror the most. Li Tianyu replied looking at the screen of his mobile phone, but in recent years, there are not many good movies in horror movies. What? The Clown in 17 Years is very good. Shen Yan said with a smile. Li Tianyu smiled dryly and replied, yeah, that movie scared me to pee. What should I say? After all, it is the best horror film of the year, and it is an adaptation of the works of horror master Stephen King. His works are basically it's all scary. Yes, from The Shining to the Pet Cemetery, there are also blood roses, mist. Shen Yan tilted her head, breaking her hands and pointing. Li Tianyu couldn't help being a little surprised. I've seen these really senior horror fans. I won't talk about The Shining. After all, they are very famous, but Pet Sematary and Scarlet Rose are both very popular movies in China. The knowledge is very low. I watched it on TV when I was a kid, the movie channel. Shen Yan pursed her lips and smiled. I was particularly impressed by the Blood Rose. After watching it, I was scared to sleep for 3 nights. Almost. I remember I was bored in the blanket on a hot day and didn't dare to show my head was sweaty. Speaking of this, Li Tianyu looked at Shen Yan suspiciously and asked, "How old are you this year? How do you feel like same age as me?" 28. Shen Yan replied faintly. It seemed that this topic made her unhappy. After all, it was a girl. Li Tianyu said in surprise, "No? I think you look only 23-4. I thought you just graduated from university." "Hey, I'm good at talking." Shen Yan narrowed her eyes and smiled, but this time Lu Zihao came back from the toilet. "I also go to the toilet." Before Lu Zihao sat down, Shen Yan stood up and left the seat. But when she came back, she didn't continue on this topic, as if she didn't want to discuss it in front of Lu Zihao. The start time of this mission is relatively short for them, and Li Tianyu also prepared a little bit, and the time is almost there. "Okay, let's talk about it after entering. This is a pure PvE mission, and there should be no choice of influence." Li Tianyu looked at the time and said, at this time, he suddenly noticed that the number of people on this mission was still 8/7. "It's not full, can the mission start like this?" Li Tianyu couldn't help but muttered. However, when the countdown is over, although there are only 7 players, the mission begins. Li Tianyu only felt that a pixel of light spread from the phone, and the surrounding time seemed to be still. The next moment he came to the black space and entered the game preparation stage. He can see the shadows of players not far away from the side, but this time there are only 6 figures. It seems that even if the number of participants is not full, the task will be forced to start when the time starts. However, this is only a PvE mission. If the PvP mission is a confrontation between players and the number of players is not satisfied, how to force it to start? At this time, the mission requirements are also determined. Smoothly enter the wall of roses to take refuge. It's just an evacuation. Li Tianyu muttered to himself in a little surprised, it seemed too simple. After all, in terms of the content of the scene, the attacking giant scene is actually full of ordinary people, and even the giants are not particularly powerful. In terms of their pedigree ability, defeating those giants is simply a breeze. For example, Shen Yan's Wonder Woman's abilities, her initial strength is 8 points, and she has also increased by 1 level. Because of the passive abilities of Wonder Woman, her upgraded attributes are halved, and now her power should be 12 points. That is to say, she can lift a 12-ton object now, and those giants are not scary at all in front of her. However, Li Tianyu knows that things shouldn't be that simple, and he still needs to be careful. Soon, the countdown to the mission ended, and the player began to teleport. When the darkness in front of me faded, the first was the sound. There were all kinds of noisy sounds around, people's screams, the explosion of cannons, the roar of collapsed buildings, and all kinds of noises were endless. Li Tianyu looked around quickly. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com found that he was in a dilapidated hut. In fact, what concerns him most at the moment is the picture quality in front of him. It clearly looks like a 2-dimensional object with the animation, but when the hand touches it, it has a substantial touch and can feel that it is stone or soil. So interesting. Li Tianyu thought secretly, but then shook his head to come back to his senses. Now is not the time to be excited about this kind of thing. You must figure out the situation as soon as possible, and then think about the way to complete the task. Wall of Roses. Li Tianyu groaned for a while, recalling the animation clips. The Wall of Roses should be at the beginning of the plot. The outermost wall of Maria was destroyed by giants, and then giants swarmed into the city and devoured the residents of the city. The Wall of Roses is the wall behind the Wall of Maria, which means that as long as you take refuge with the civilians, take the wall where the refugees are riding and retreat into the Wall of Roses, it is considered victory. It feels very simple. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, as long as the giant's attack is not a magical attack. At this time, Li Tianyu suddenly felt a little strange, so he turned his head and glanced. This look almost stopped his heart. Outside the window, a hideous and funny-looking giant was bending over from the window. Staring at him silently, abruptly, it was even more horrifying than a horror movie. "What do you think of your mother? I'm scared to death!" Li Tianyu shouted angrily, raising his hand to the giant, and it was a thunderbird that was thrown out. But the thunderbird was not as big as in the previous mission, and its power was not as strong as under normal circumstances. It was more like a cuckoo than the thunderbird, flew out and smashed the glass, and then hit the giant in the face. Chapter 17, The Trick. The giant was smeared by the thunderbird, but the power caused by the thunderbird was not as strong as imagined. The giant's eyes burst into blue smoke. Because of the loss of vision, he could only reach in through the window with his hands and cling indiscriminately. "Try to catch Li Tianyu." Li Tianyu immediately backed up and walked down the stairs to the second floor. There was a riot below. The giant obviously did not find him, and Li Tianyu was temporarily hidden. He needs a little time to clear his thoughts and figure out the next response plan. He has never been an intuitive person, nor does he like to rely on luck. It is his style to rely on tactics and skills to find the right way to get game rewards. Judging from the blow just now, the power of Thunderbird was obviously weakened, otherwise the power of 30 million volts would be absolutely fatal to the giants in the background of Attack on Titan. The giants in this work are actually transformed by humans, and the humans who become giants are located at the cervical spine, and electric shocks can be used to electrocute the humans transformed inside. And the people in this world are basically the same as ordinary people in terms of attribute values, so an attack of 30 million volts can definitely stun humans who become giants. It is not that the monsters inside have been strengthened, but their abilities have been weakened. So, this task is to not let us kill the giants, but force us to escape. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, but this theory is just a guess, and he needs to verify it. Therefore, he came to the balcony on the second floor and glanced out. The sightless giant was still lying downstairs and reaching out to face the first floor. Li Tianyu raised his hand to the back of the giant's neck and shouted, 40 million volts, Thunder Beast. Thunderbolt formed into the shape of a wolf, rushed towards the back of the giant's neck, and then slammed on the back of its neck. This time his attack had an unexpected effect. After the giant trembled intensely, he fell to the ground in blue smoke and stopped moving. It looks like it was killed by Li Tianyu's attack. Is it the reason for the judgment? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, if he attacks the face, the judgment point of attack is the eyes, which will cause blindness to the giant, but attacking the back of the neck is a fatal judgment and can kill the giant. In this way, the attack method is also effective, not only to escape, but also to slow down the giant's speed and even kill the giant through a reasonable attack. Where are Shen Yan and Lu Zihao? After solving the giant, Li Tianyu had time to observe the outside scene. Because giants are generally taller, you can see about 30 giants at a glance, but in fact, because of the existence of smaller giants, the number may be higher. Moreover, the giant was actually transformed from a human, and it might continue to refresh. Li Tianyu took out his mobile phone. He thought that there must be no signal in the game world, but unexpectedly he could continue to use it. He then added Shen Yan on WeChat and asked about their locations. Shen Yan bluntly sent a mobile phone to locate her, and Li Tianyu can really open the phone to locate her location, which is a little bit away from him. And Lu Zihao also sent his own positioning directly with the suit. You two are so far away from me. It seems that the player's birth position is not completely random. Did you deliberately disperse the players? Li Tianyu thought secretly, and then told them both of his findings. Means that their abilities are weakened, and the system requires them to complete the task only by escape. But it seems that both Lu Zihao and Shen Yan have already discovered these 2 points, and he doesn't need special explanation. Well, I know. Shen Yan replied, I wanted to throw a giant out just now, but found that I couldn't lift it up. But I can still attack the back of the giant's neck with agility and dexterity. It kills. Yes, and I tell you a very bad news, in this scene, the flying ability has also been cancelled. Lu Zihao sent such a sentence. Li Tianyu was not surprised at all. After all, if he could fly, he would still run a fart. The giants are only jumping. If they can fly, then these giants have become living targets. In short, there is only so much information available at the moment. Each of them is very far away. It is very impractical to meet first and then evacuate. The best way is for the 3 of them to face the door of the rose wall together. Side retreat. In this way, even if the 3 of them are in different positions, they will meet sooner or later. Then retreat to the gate of the wall of roses together until they meet. If you need help, please use your mobile phone. If you find anything, you can also send it through your mobile phone. Li Tianyu replied, and then jumped off the balcony with his mobile phone. Go down. There is only such a giant near his birthplace, but the scene is too chaotic, and giants attacking humans can be seen everywhere. Li Tianyu looked at the route and thought for a while whether to take the road or the small road. The road is relatively wide and easy to encounter large giants, and it is possible to encounter multiple giants at the same time. In terms of the player's ability, there is still a way to single out a giant, but fighting with multiple giants may be difficult to say. Although the giants you encounter are smaller, but the space for movement is also very limited, it can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Li Tianyu still decided to walk on the broad road. His 6 positions can still be used, so he is very dexterous. Fighting in a wide area can avoid being caught by giants, which is a great advantage. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. Therefore, Li Tianyu ran forward along the wide street. After walking for a while, he saw several other humans, but from the appearance and actions, he was obviously a native inhabitant of this world, that is, the NPC in this game. In fact, Li Tianyu really wants to touch their bodies. After all, those people seem to be 2-dimensional characters. Will they feel like real people? But now is really not the time to do this kind of thing, because the appearance of these ordinary people also caused several giants to follow them out, a small giant of 3 meters and a medium giant of 5 meters. In fact, Li Tianyu has the ability to kill these 2, but this is something he suddenly wants to try. Therefore, while advancing with other humans, he abruptly reached out and pressed his hand on the shoulder of the chubby fugitive beside him, and then released the lightning strike. The effect of thunder and lightning immediately caused the fugitive to scream and fall to the ground, and the 3-meter-high giant immediately rushed up and bit his mouth. Ah, sorry. The tragic situation of the fugitive before his death and the desperate look when he looked at him made Li Tianyu a little uneasy, but he felt a lot more relieved when he thought that they were actually NPCs. He looked forward, and the farther he went, the more giants were blocking their entrance to the wall of roses, and they were all in groups. There were very few giants alone, and they were being balanced by the system. Fighting these giants is not easy. I understand how to win this game. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, use other fugitives around you to attract the attention of these giants, this is the trick. You guy is a devil. At this time, a person roared abruptly behind him. Chapter 18, Reason and Sensibility. Does anyone know when the comment section will be restored? When he heard this sentence, Li Tianyu was shocked and knew that he should be a player. He also complained secretly about his negligence in his heart. Indeed, no matter what he was wearing, he was a little careless when he ran away in the crowd, and he would be recognized immediately even if he didn't use his abilities. And now he used the electric shock directly under the eyes of everyone, and other players would naturally find that he was a player immediately. This is indeed his negligence. He only took care of experimenting with the method of winning the game, ignoring confidentiality. But now he can't take care of that much anymore. He turned his head and glanced at the famous player. He looked like a Chinese with black hair and black eyes. He estimated that the 64 players in the competition this time were all Chinese, or the game was divided into different regions. This male player wears ordinary casual clothes, a black short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, and he is just as out of place in this world. He wears glasses and is full of anger, a long horse face, tall but too thin, making him look like a bamboo pole. Li Tianyu knows that this weight imbalance should be caused by endocrine disorders caused by staying up late for a long time. Actually, Li Tianyu doesn't want to pay attention to the player at all. He just wants to rush to the wall of roses to complete the task, but now the player looks at him angrily, and it seems that he doesn't intend to ignore the incident. He is just an NPC. Li Tianyu said somewhat innocently. He is not an NPC, just an aboriginal in this world. They are responsive when you talk to them. The player said angrily, and Li Tianyu frowned secretly. This guy is so annoying. Is it a brain disease? Virgin? It's just an NPC. As for such a fuss, is it necessary to bring justice to this NPC and fight him? At this moment, the giants behind are still slowly approaching, and the giants in front are also gathering. If it is later, the giant in front will completely block his retreat route, and will have to take refuge at that time, and a big battle will be unavoidable. Li Tianyu is anxious now. He just wants to beat the player half to death immediately and let the player feed the giant, and then take the opportunity to escape. But reason tells him that this plan is not feasible. Players are no better than ordinary NPCs. Fighting with players will not end for a while, and wasting too much time will attract a large number of giants. But, maybe you can take advantage of this player. The other party is kind-hearted and very brainless. Although it may be a bit immoral to take advantage of the kindness of others, it is better than 2 people die here, just to teach this player a lesson. Is that so? I'm really sorry. Li Tianyu sighed, pretending to be guilty, and said, but there is no way. My ability attribute value is very low, and it is very unfavorable to fight giants. Then you can't let me die by myself? Sure enough, as soon as Li Tianyu became soft, the player's expression eased a lot. That won't let others die. As long as we work together, there will always be a solution. Together, let's get rid of the giants on the road. It's okay. Save some residents. Save the NPC? What's the point? This is just a mission scene. After saving them, they are still dead in the original work. Is there any difference? Li Tianyu frowned and thought to himself. What is your ability? Maybe we have a way to retreat without fighting. Li Tianyu asked at this time. The blood of the Naruto I chose, the energy is chakra, and the special ability is the writing round eyes. The player was unsuspecting, and immediately told Li Tianyu about his abilities. Li Tianyu asked curiously, oh? If you choose to write round eyes, why not choose a higher mental value? Writing round eyes should consume mana, right? The abilities of the ninja lineage are very average, and this lineage will come with some basic ninjutsu, which is very important. For example, the use of shurikens, blasting talisman, and other ninjutsu, as well as avatars and basic physiques. How do these abilities count as a ninja? The player explained. Li Tianyu was suddenly stunned, and continued, what about the shadow clone? Can you use the shadow clone now? Ah, of course. But without the special ability of human Zulai, Chakra's weight is not enough to use too much. About 8 shadow clones are the limit. The player explained. Li Tianyu nodded, and then pointed to the one behind him. The nearby 15-meter giant said, "Why don't you use the shadow clone to test if it can attract their attention? Why not fight them directly? We can kill them." The player frowned. "This task is to evacuate us, but not to let us kill the giants." Li Tianyu said, "Besides, don't you think the best way to save these NPCs is to lead the giants to the places where there are few people? In battle, how many giants can the two of us kill? By the time we kill them, more people may have been eaten." "Well, it makes sense." The player thought for a while and replied, and then began to Jian, shadow clone art. Boom! A shadow clone appeared in front of them, and then the player ordered, "Go and lead the giant away." The shadow clone did what he said, and just like Li Tianyu guessed, the giant would also be attracted by the shadow clone. The 15-meter giant immediately chased the player's shadow clone. "Very good, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com worked." Li Tianyu nodded and muttered to himself, and then squinted at a glance. This ninja player, although he is a fool, his ability is unexpectedly useful in this task. It's better to use it. "Yes, let's move forward like this." Li Tianyu replied, "Look, those giants were led away by you, and those NPCs were also saved. Isn't it good? It's better to hurry and evacuate. According to my guess, the mission is time-bound." "Time limit?" the player asked inexplicably, and Li Tianyu nodded. "Remember that afterwards, Giant Kai will appear to break through the door of the Rose Wall? At that time, the ship will sail to send the last batch of survivors away. That should be the last time is up." "So?" the player suddenly nodded, and said firmly, "Let's defeat the Giant Kai. As long as the Giant Kai is defeated, more people can be saved and more time can be gained." At that time, Li Tianyu frowned. Sure enough, it is not so easy to use an idiot. "Okay, let me search for other players first." Li Tianyu replied, "Kai Giant is not an easy opponent to defeat. We need more support from players." Then, Li Tianyu pointed to the wall of roses in front of him. Hina pointed to the entrance of the gun. "I'll meet there then, be careful." "Ah, I didn't expect you to be a nice guy by accident. I blamed you." The player smiled sullenly. "Stop doing things that ruin other people's lives. If you work together, you can win. Don't blame me, reality is not always as ideal as anime." Li Tianyu muttered to himself in his heart, rushing forward, planning to meet with Lu Zihao and Shen Yan first, and discuss what to do afterwards. Chapter 19, Annoyed into Anger. In fact, the ninja player type person just now made Li Tianyu feel very troublesome. Although he thinks that positive energy is good, but it is too blind and irrational. NPCs are NPCs, even if they act like real people, they are not real. Let yourself take risks for these NPCs. Stupid. What's more, these NPCs are not the main NPCs. If they are the protagonists of the attacking giants, there may be some extra rewards to protect them, but it is a waste of time on these passers-by. After getting rid of the player, Li Tianyu began to rush towards the gate of the Rose Wall, planning to meet Shen Yan and Lu Zihao as soon as possible. He glanced roughly, and there were about 4 to 5 large giants blocking the way. There are not many refugees here, and they have basically been swallowed by these giants. Li Tianyu was a little annoyed and scolded the player just now. "It's not that idiot. He should have already used the escaped civilians to run to the gate. It's a waste of time. Isn't it okay to play differently?" However, now that there are no other civilians fleeing here, Li Tianyu can only rely on himself. These ordinary giants are called unstained giants. They only have elementary intelligence and basic ability to search for prey, relying on hearing and vision to find prey. Maybe we can pass through quietly without being discovered by them. Li Tianyu turned on his domineering, let the domineering spread in the form of radio waves, and investigated his situation within a radius of 20 meters. Unfortunately, there are no more living people, but he has found out the location of the nearby unsullied giant. In addition to the 4 large giants that can be seen in the field of vision, there are also some small giants in the house that are devouring the dead humans. This made Li Tianyu grateful to himself. If he enters the house blindly, he may have really broken the way. But after investigating with the domineering look and hearing, Li Tianyu found the safest route. He sneaked into the alley in front of him, then stepped into the house through the window, and went to the second floor and waited for a while. Soon, a large giant outside slowly passed by the window. Li Tianyu carefully concealed his figure in the blind spot behind the table, waiting for the giant to leave. But now in the game world, the senses are unusually real, and now all the smells of blood and rancid are smelling, and human remains and blood stains can be seen everywhere on the road. Such a real feeling made Li Tianyu feel a little nervous. Soon, the large giant passed by him slowly, just in case he turned on his domineering look, checked the surrounding situation again, and then came to the balcony and pointed at the wooden house opposite. Shave! Li Tianyu murmured to himself. His body flashed instantly, landed on the balcony of the opposite wooden house, and then quickly climbed in. It was perfect without being discovered by the giant. Li Tianyu then prepared to repeat the old tricks before moving to the wooden house across the street. Because the domineering recovery speed is very fast, and it recovers faster after leaving the battle. In the current situation that he has not entered the battle, every time he releases the consumption of the domineering experience, it takes about 10 seconds to recover, so he estimates that his domineering experience should be able to sustain him and Shen Yan and the others. After all, the player it is very conspicuous in this world. Li Tianyu walked through the wooden house and opened it again to confirm the domineering look, but then he found a small 3-meter giant inside and a large giant outside in the opposite house. After thinking about it, he felt that it was safer to deal with the small giant in the house. After all, in terms of mission scenarios, elemental passivity does not know whether it is effective. Li Tianyu took a close look at his status bar, and the elemental shield value was still full. Logically speaking, this should indicate that the elemental ability was effective, but he didn't want to try. Therefore, he once shaved and jumped to the opposite wooden house, and then quickly got into the house to hide. At this moment, there was a creaking sound from downstairs, and Li Tianyu knew that it was the little giant. He went downstairs cautiously, but he didn't have the ability to sneak, so he made some noises. When he came to the corner of the stairs, he saw a big-headed giant squatting in the corner below, grabbing a dead civilian and gnawing. The smell of blood and the sound of shredded flesh were so real that Li Tianyu wanted to vomit for a while. The giant had actually seen him, because its eyes rolled a little, staring at him from the outside, but it was obviously not interested in Li Tianyu at the moment. Upon seeing it, Li Tianyu quietly raised his hand to it and whispered, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Thunder and lightning flew towards the back of the small giant's neck, and a flash of lightning emerged, and the small giant immediately fell to the ground with blue smoke on his body and stopped moving. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to find a way to another house, he suddenly felt dark behind him, and then a large giant suddenly lowered his head outside the window and stared at him in the window. Looking at the eyeballs that were almost as big as the window, Li Tianyu couldn't help feeling a panic in his heart, and his head was blank. It was such a moment of hesitation. The large giant reached out his hand from the window, caught him accurately, and pulled him out of the house. Looking at the big mouth of the blood basin that shrouded him, he finally understood why everyone in the attacking giant had to play a fine before death, because this situation was really terrifying. Every time I watch this work, I see those supporting actors who are righteous and let their companions go first, but when they are finally swallowed by giants, they cry with snot and tears. Li Tianyu has to sneer in his heart. But now he never thinks that way anymore. Although he has various abilities, he can't remember any of them at the moment, so he can only scream without thinking. Then, watching the big mouth of the blood basin get closer and closer to him, it finally enveloped him. After this, his eyes went dark, but there was no severe pain from being torn apart. Instead it turned into thunder and lightning and recondensed into a human form on the ground. At this moment, Li Tianyu was still standing on the scene, not relieving from the fear of being swallowed. Hey! At this time, Shen Yan's voice came from not far away, which made Li Tianyu suddenly recover. And the big giant did not eat Li Tianyu, nor did he hesitate, and soon turned his attention to Li Tianyu again, and reached out and grabbed it. At this moment Li Tianyu had regained his sanity, so he jumped up with the moonwalk, and then landed on the roof of this building several times in succession, just about the height of the giant. Damn it, I was embarrassed in front of my sister. Li Tianyu thought to himself with some irritation. Thunder and lightning continued to gather in his hand. This time the battery was obviously much stronger than before, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Chapter 20, Confluence. Please click a favorite if you like it. It would be better if you have a recommendation to support it. I have no bad records and can rest assured to fatten up. The thunder and lightning condensed into the shape of a thunder dragon, and it rushed towards the back of the giant's neck with a roar, and accurately bit its weakness. The lightning quickly spread to its entire body. The giant said nothing. Falling to the ground, there was no movement, and steam started to rise on his body. But at this moment Li Tianyu didn't dare to look back at Shen Yan. He was embarrassed by his gaffe just now. He didn't know how much Shen Yan saw. Anyway, he remembers screaming like an old lady. Shen Yan jumped over from the opposite building at this time, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "It's okay, there is passiveness." Li Tianyu pretended to be calm and said. At this moment, he noticed that although he had only been bitten by the giant, his passive shield value had been exhausted. However, the shield value is already recovering at this moment, so it's not a big problem. But it was just a giant just now, and it would be bad if it was besieged by multiple giants. One passivity can only resist one attack, and if it is surrounded by multiple giants, it will be over if caught by giants the second time. So, it seems that this mission scene is still very dangerous. If you have a companion around you, you will feel more at ease. Stay a little higher and act. Shen Yan explained, at least no other giants can threaten us except the big giants, and the vision here is very good to avoid being caught by those giants. In fact, the best way is to use the civilians who fled as bait. Li Tianyu squatted down on the roof and sighed as he looked at the medium-sized giants wandering in the street below. It just happened to ran into an idiot, which delayed me a lot of time. Otherwise, we should have all reached the gate of the rose wall by this time. Is it a player? Shen Yan asked curiously. Yes, he is a very nasty guy, a bit of a virgin. Li Tianyu frowned, but his ability is quite suitable for this scene. If he can make good use of it, he should be able to spend this mission easily. Anyway, go and meet Lu Zihao first. Shen Yan said, reaching out to him. Li Tianyu recovered from the previous embarrassment, grabbed her hand and stood up. How are you fighting the giant? Shen Yan shrugged, it's easy for 4 or less, but if there are more than 4, you may need a suitable venue to solve them. The 4 are actually very easy, the benefits of upgrading your physical ability. Li Tianyu muttered inwardly. Let's go, Lu Zihao should be here. Shen Yan waved to Li Tianyu, and then walked forward on the roof. Li Tianyu followed her, and soon they found Lu Zihao. After all, he was wearing an Iron Man suit, and he was flying close to their height, which was very conspicuous. However, this situation made Li Tianyu a little curious. Didn't this guy tell him that he can't fly? Why is he flying freely at this height now? Yes, I know what you want to ask. Lu Zihao flew over from a distance and replied, in fact, this altitude is the limit. It may be higher, but you can't fly beyond the attack range of the giant. Local. That's also very convenient, at least it will be very smart to avoid the enemy. Li Tianyu frowned. That's right, but don't look at me wearing a battle suit, but to those giants, this suit is just like paper. Lu Zihao sighed and said, it feels that the system is still more opposed to our way of killing. Those who passed the test were forced to complete the task in a disguised manner by fleeing. In that case, let's follow the requirements of the system. But, Li Tianyu said, turning to Shen Yan, it's easy for her to beat 4. Lu Zihao was silent for a while, and tentatively asked, could it be because she is a woman? Li Tianyu thought for a while, and felt that it made sense. Yes, too, the women in the attacking giants are very powerful. Yet, Arnie, Mikasa. I feel she also has that style. Lu Zihao whispered. Hey, what are you muttering? At this time, Shen Yan frowned and reprimanded, hurry up, the more people gather, the easier it is to attract giants. Look. After speaking, Shen Yan raised his hand and gestured, giant, they are all approaching us. It is true that although there are only a few large giants approaching at the moment, but being driven by those large giants, other small giants are also slowly approaching. If you continue to stay in place, an encirclement will soon be formed here. Anyway, let's start moving first, and talk while walking. Li Tianyu said, jumping to the opposite roof. I have discovered 2 characteristics of giants for the time being, that is, if they are already eating, they will not attack other targets. And they will give priority to those targets they can attack, so it is best to use fleeing civilians as bait. Simple and direct method. Li Tianyu replied, paused, and added, it's just a bit cruel. It's just an NPC, what's cruel? Shen Yan asked puzzledly, and Li Tianyu said gratifiedly, I'm glad we can reach a consensus on this point, although there are not many civilians fleeing here, but in the back if you encounter it again, you can take advantage of it. Remember this. As for now, avoid it if you can avoid it, and fight if you can't avoid it. Good idea. Lu Zihao replied, I'm right behind you. I have to say www.readaloud.com I feel more at ease when there are 3 people. After all, if one person is surrounded by 3 giants, it is still a bit troublesome, but if there are 3 people, even if surrounded by 4 or 5 giants, there is no need worry. They quickly retreated in the direction of the wall of roses. For now, there is no giant that can block their way. Even if giants are large, they still cannot move as fast as them. In this scene, they can be regarded as the elite of the 3 investigative corps. They may not be as strong as Captains Mikasa and Levi, but they are not ordinary trash fish. In addition, their task is only to evacuate, without covering other civilians, so the speed is very fast. Until... Hey, no more. It seems that I can only get here. Li Tianyu said while looking at the square in front of him. What appeared in front of them was a central square. Because of the establishment of squares and fountains, there were no tall buildings. 7 or 8 giants were hovering around. There was a great risk of flying over. I'm afraid it's just a bite if the giant catches it. He at least has elemental passivity that can survive a life, but Shen Yan and Lu Zihao can't. It's very troublesome, this situation. Lu Zihao also noticed this, frowned and said, if we go over, we can only kill these giants. But in this open area, there are so many giants, I'm afraid it will not be easy. What's not easy? A bunch of cowards, follow me. Shen Yan grinned and jumped off the top of the building. Li Tianyu was stunned for a while, then looked at Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao shrugged and followed. In this work, the female characters really have a bonus. Li Tianyu frowned and muttered, jumped off the roof, and followed Shen Yan to the square. Chapter 21, System Penalty Mechanism. Symbolically rush to the rankings on Monday, everyone who has votes cast a vote. While Li Tianyu was still thinking about how to deal with these giants, Shen Yan had already rushed forward. He suddenly complained to himself, "What's the matter with this woman?" He originally thought Shen Yan was that kind of calm-headed type, but now she is acting like an emotionally intuitive type. He has always felt that this type of person is very troublesome. Even if someone has a particularly accurate intuition, it is only good for the person involved, but for others, this particularly accurate intuition is not necessarily a good thing. Shen Yan came to the feet of a giant. The giant reached out to grab her, but she dodged dexterously. Then Shen Yan leaped onto the giant's knee, and then jumped up again, her body surrounded by a ray of light. But the graceful lines can still be seen faintly, and a set of black winged armor appeared on her body in the next moment, holding a two-handed sword in her hand. "Black feather armor!" Shen Yan whispered, then her figure turned into a black light, and quickly fell on the shoulders of the giant's arm, a light leap, and the light of the blade flashed behind the giant's neck. A line of blood spewed out, and the huge body crashed to the ground, and Shen Yan leaped slightly before it fell to the ground. At this time, another large giant reached out to Shen Yan in midair and grabbed it, but Shen Yan swung his sword and cut off the large giant's hand. With the force of this recoil, he turned his body in midair and fell on the arm of the large giant, and then ran along its arm to its shoulder. The big giant raised his other hand and grabbed her. The long sword in Shen Yan's hand was continuously swung, and the other hand of that large giant also sprayed out a few rays, which turned into a mass of flesh in the sky, and Shen Yan quickly came to the shoulder of this giant and took it. Only the large giant was also beheaded. Her movements are clean and neat, and she feels like she knows those armors and weapons as if she is a part of her body. In a few blinks, she has solved 3 large giants, and Li Tianyu hasn't recovered yet. "Hey, we too have dozens of soy sauce." Lu Zihao flew to his side and said, "What's the matter with this woman? Isn't it too good to fight? Is this the hidden setting of this scene? Women are strong perverted." No, it should be said that her ability is very suitable for this mission scenario. Li Tianyu replied. Is like the player Li Tianyu encountered before who can use the shadow clone. In fact, the player's abilities are also very suitable for this mission scenario. As long as the shadow clone is used properly, it can easily reach the gate of the rose wall. The same is true for Shen Yan. Her ability itself is to use weapons such as swords. These weapons are used to deal with giants in the original work. They can kill giants more effectively than shelling or electric shock. In addition, she is not only very agile, but also capable of melee combat. It is also extremely powerful, so it is more handy than them when dealing with giants. After all, the ability is still not formed. Li Tianyu frowned and thought secretly. His abilities are still half a bucket of water. To make his abilities take shape, he must first obtain the ability of Heartnet and the ability of Seeing, Hearing, and Domineering, and secondly, he can learn the ability of God and the ability of Devil Fruit. Punish this skill. When both of these abilities are available, he will be able to complete accurate long-range strikes over a large range. Therefore, he does not rely much on physical abilities and attribute values. The domineering consumption itself is not particularly high, and it recovers quickly. The devil fruit is also unlimited, and the level of spiritual attributes does not really matter. Based on these two abilities, he needs to match some long-range attack abilities that can match these two abilities. This is also the reason why the reward in the skill bar is very important to him. After this task is completed, he will immediately go back to the task rewarded in the skill bar, so that he can also have a few skills that can be obtained in the early stage. And now this battle, he and Lu Zihao are no longer needed. They only need to help Shen Yan deal with the small giants that are approaching. Shen Yan alone is more than enough to deal with the large giants. Like Mikasa Akaman, she shuttles back and forth in the giant pile, relying on the large giants to move, without them at all. The room for the two to intervene. However, because of the battle here, more and more small giants and large giants in the distance are also approaching. Okay, there is no need to kill all these giants. We can pass through this square now. Li Tianyu shouted to Shen Yan, but this woman was clearly killing them happily at the moment, ignoring Li Tianyu's words. He continued to fly to the last large giant, avoided the giant's hand, and cleanly cut off the flesh on the back of its neck. Then, Shen Yan fell on the ground, shaking her hair handsomely and smiling. Look at the panic looks of the two of you men. It's not that you can't beat them. Wouldn't it be better to leave the enemy easily after destroying the enemy? That's what I said, but... Li Tianyu frowned. Actually he had a bad feeling. Because what can be confirmed for now is that this mission scenario encourages players to get rewards by fleeing, rather than killing them all. In this case, deliberately disobeying the system is definitely not a good thing. I am afraid that the system will have a mechanism to deal with it. Before Li Tianyu's words were finished, the ground shook quickly. The next moment a medium-sized giant with an extraordinarily enchanting running action rushed out of the corner of the street not far away, and then took advantage of this sprint speed to make a high jump, in mid-air. Zhong flipped his body gracefully like a gymnast, and instantly came to the top of Shen Yan, and took a bite. And even if it was Shen Yan, she couldn't help being stunned right now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com looked at her to be swallowed by that mouth. At this time, Li Tianyu yelled shave, and his figure slammed into Shen Yan, knocking Shen Yan away, but his left half was bit off by the giant. However, no blood spattered away, his body just turned into thunder and lightning, and then gathered again. After reunited and formed, Li Tianyu used shave again and came to Shen Yan's side. It's a strange species. Lu Zihao said in surprise, and hurriedly flew behind the strange species. The movement of the strange species is actually very irregular. It is difficult to hit the strange species with long-range attacks, but Lu Zihao's suit has an auxiliary aiming system, which can be predicted by calculation, and the weapon has a certain traceability, so he successively a dozen mini-missiles were launched, and they accurately hit the back of the neck of the strange species, killing it. The strange species was hit while running in an enchanting posture, and suddenly fell to the ground and crashed a large area of streets and buildings all the way. Thank you, thank you. Shen Yan said in a bit of a shock, it's really fortunate that you can react to it. Actually, Li Tianyu didn't rely on reaction, but he was thinking about system punishment, so he could react in time. It seems that there are some mechanisms in some games. If it detects that the player kills too many monsters, it will assume that the difficulty of the game is too low for the player, and then further increase the monster's attributes until the frequency of the player's monster spawning is reduced. This strange species should be this kind of systematic punishment. If they continue to kill, I am afraid that these strange species and large giants will become more and more, until they have to give up fighting and choose to escape. Anyway, retreat first, tell you on the road. Li Tianyu said, waved his hand to withdraw to the wall of roses. Chapter 22, Surprising but not dangerous. Is the system punishing? It is true that there are similar settings in those Dark Soul games. After the player's attribute is improved, the monster's attribute will also be improved to prevent the player from playing those difficult games into grass-cutting games. Lu Zihao listened after Li Tianyu's explanation. He muttered to himself, that's right, I think this setting makes sense when you think about it. Well, I was addicted to mowing for a while. Shen Yan said, covering her forehead. Indeed, playing this kind of escape game as a lawn mowing game will definitely not be allowed by the system. Forget it, it's nothing anyway, I'm passive. Li Tianyu sighed. Although it was indeed very hanging just now, his shield value can only take one blow. If there happened to be a small giant on the side to grab him and take another bite, he would be dead. But when I thought about it, even if that was the case, he still had a stand-in jade that could prevent himself from death once, and he felt relieved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help being curious, did you not buy a substitute jade? I bought it, and my battle suit is inlaid with a double jade. Lu Zihao replied, if I hang up before I get out of the suit, the double jade will save me from death once. In addition, there are sea towers in my suit. Stone and kryptonite. I don't have money to buy those things. Shen Yan sighed and said, I don't have the passivity of his 10 times GP. GP bought armor and weapons. The mantra lasso is the first item I bought, and this is afterwards. Armor. When she said that, Li Tianyu remembered that she did not use armor in the first mission, and now it seems that she has no money to buy other items. Her ability does have such a shortcoming, it costs too much money, but there are too few means to get the money, unlike Lu Zihao that can double the GP by 10 times. Although Shen Yan's ability combination is very strong, it is also difficult to form. Not only a lot of SP, but also a lot of GP. However, the square where they fought before is the biggest obstacle they have encountered so far. After crossing that obstacle, it is much easier now. There are only a few small giants in the way. Moreover, now there are dense buildings as petals, allowing them to avoid the small giant, and only need to deal with a large giant occasionally, so the speed of advance is very fast, and the wall of roses is close in front of them in the blink of an eye. Look, it's the gate of the rose wall, right in front of you. Li Tianyu pointed to the front and said. At this moment, there are not many refugees at the gate. Seeing this situation, the final evacuation preparations should have been made. Speed up the time. Judging from the current progress, I feel that Giant Kai will appear soon. Li Tianyu replied, and then ran forward at a faster speed. Shen Yan and Lu Zihao also followed behind him and moved forward at the fastest speed. But after running for a while, Shen Yan seemed to notice something suddenly, and then abruptly picked up a steel fork for weeding from the side and threw it out. A scream sounded from not far away, and Li Tianyu followed the sound and found a chubby man lying in a pool of blood, and several people like guards surrounded him. And this chubby man was pulling several carriages behind him, loaded with goods, like a caravan. Besides, this chubby man looked familiar, but Li Tianyu couldn't remember who he was. Remember that after the wall of roses was also broken, the door was blocked by a caravan when the giant broke into the wall. Shen Yan smiled proudly, holding his arms, it's this fat man, I remember it clearly. Although it's useless to kill him here, at least I'm in a much better mood, am I? Women are sometimes terrible. Li Tianyu couldn't help thinking to himself. But after this incident, nothing else happened. After they finally entered the gate of the Rose Wall, the last refuge ship was already anchored by the river and was ready to set off. However, there are too many people waiting to board the boat. Judging from their queue, it is not easy to get on the boat. Why don't you get on the boat forcibly? Li Tianyu suggested, as long as you get on the boat, the task should be considered complete. From the current situation, the boat can't hold so many people. It is impossible for us to queue up normally. No, let me deal with it. Lu Zihao raised his hand and said, then cleared his throat, opened the mask part of the battle suit, came to the front and whispered to the soldiers of the stationed garrison. Sentence. Li Tianyu clearly saw that he stuffed a few gold coins into the hands of the soldiers, and then the soldiers waved to them, letting the 3 of them board the boat first. Although this method of treatment made Li Tianyu a little speechless, he had to say it worked well. If you have money, you can do things by ghosts. Lu Zihao raised his brows and smiled, then pulled the mask off. The 3 of them set off not long after they got on the boat, and shortly after their boat left the shore, there was a commotion in the city. With a roar, Giant Kai smashed through the door of the Wall of Roses, and completely announced the fall of the area from the Wall of Roses to the Wall of Mary, and opened the curtain of the work attack on Titan. Fuck me, it's almost. Li Tianyu looked at the refugees on the shore who had not had time to board the ship, and he was secretly relieved. Just as he expected, although successfully evacuated to this side of the door, not everyone had time to board the ship. After the Giant Kai smashed through the door, those giants also poured into this side of the Rose Wall, leaving the refugees who had not boarded the ship. The ending can be imagined. If it weren't for Lu Zihou's money to let them board the ship in advance, I'm afraid this evacuation mission would have failed. And as the ship moved away, the giant gradually disappeared from their field of vision, and the pixel square was condensed in front of him into a line of subtitles: successfully evacuated, the mission is over, the next stage is about to enter the scoring stage, countdown 10, 9, 8. It seems to be a success. www.readaloud.com. Although it took a bit of effort, it is not dangerous, Shen Yan said with a sigh of relief, then turned to Li Tianyu and smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I owe you once, and I invite you to dinner tonight and see you outside. Before Li Tianyu could answer, the countdown ended. They returned to the dark preparation room and started scoring the task. Congratulations on winning, the basic reward for this round of the game, GP 200 points. This round of game score, Battle Score S, Scene Comprehensive Score SSS, Team Cooperation Score A, Final Score, SS. Additional bonus for score, GP 100 points. Score SS. This is really good. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then smiled dryly. What's the use of giving me so many GPS, I'm not the type of props, oh. After speaking, Li Tianyu began to wait for the end of the game. When the surrounding scene brightened again, they had returned to the Dongzhou city where they had been before. However, it was already night by now. Although they only stayed in the game for about an hour, in reality it took 10 hours. Sure enough, the time in the two worlds is different. They entered in the morning, but they came out at night after the mission. Fortunately, they expected this before, so they deliberately found a secluded alley to start the game. No one felt strange when he suddenly came out of the game world at this moment. Moreover, it is already 11 o'clock in the evening. It's actually so late. Li Tianyu frowned and said. Shen Yan sighed with arms akimbo, yes, it looks like I'm here today. Let's go back and rest for a while, what can I say tomorrow? My roommate will be suspicious too late. Chapter 23, Special Date. After returning home using the teleportation bone fragments, Li Tianyu grabbed the phone and looked at it while sorting out his thoughts. After the second mission, he learned two things. The first thing is that although the mission has a high degree of freedom, players can use any style to perform the mission, but it is obviously easier to complete the mission in the way required by the system. Of course, if the player is strong enough, he can also mess around, but then he will encounter this system penalty. And the second thing is game time. Li Tianyu calculated it carefully. The time to go in this time and the time to go in the last time should be 10 hours, but the time consumed by the two missions is different. The last time he spent more than 50 minutes and close to an hour. And this time only more than 40 minutes. In other words, a mission should be the default to spend 10 hours in reality, no matter how long it takes in the mission scene, even if it takes a week inside, 10 hours in the outside world have passed. Are any players dead? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, checking the current total number of players. The PvE mission they participated in this time was an 8-person mission, but when the final mission was completed, it displayed 5/8. In other words, only 5 players escaped smoothly, but it is still unclear whether the remaining 3 players died or did not escape smoothly. The total number of players remaining is 60/64, which is 1 less than last time. Sure enough, I have experience, and the death rate of players has been reduced a lot. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, after all, after the first round of the game, players will at least prepare a substitute jade just in case. But, I'm afraid that the more the game reaches the end, the player's death is more unavoidable. Because the later tasks are naturally more difficult, the player's abilities are gradually formed, and the collisions between players will become more and more intense. Looking at the more than 300 GPS displayed in the game store, Li Tianyu suddenly sighed, how to spend it. In the first mission, the score also gave him an extra 100 GP. In addition, this time, the total is 500 GP. I bought a reusable potion for 100 GP, and then bought a kryptonite ring for 50 GP. Now there is still left 350 GP, but he couldn't think of how to use it. The other props were useless for him now, and the double jade he bought for the first time was useless. Save it, and buy some expensive items directly in the future. Li Tianyu turned off the app and muttered to himself. Because it was late, Li Tianyu went to wash up, and then went to rest early. Tomorrow, he is also going to continue to ask for leave to do the task in the bonus skill column. He was prepared to do this task first. This reward is very important to him. After opening the skill bar, he can delete the previously useless skills and change them to skills that are more suitable for his own style. Although most of the skills of God Anilu are remote, some skills Li Tianyu found to be particularly redundant, such as the final big move 200 million volts. Thor. He didn't know what this skill was for. Increasing one's body shape undoubtedly increases the chance of being hit, and the bluffing is still close combat. Obviously there is such a strong current that gathers on oneself instead of launching it. Isn't it a waste? At present, he does not have the ability to modify his skills. It should be possible to open it after obtaining the skill bar. After a day's rest, Li Tianyu prepared to get up early the next day to complete the task in the skill bar. But it was the vibration of the phone that woke him up. He opened one eye and grabbed the phone and looked at it. He found a friend application on WeChat, and the following note was, "I'm Shen Yan." Li Tianyu was a little surprised at the time, but he still passed Shen Yan's friend request. "Wake up!" Shen Yan asked in WeChat, "Come out for a meal at noon," I ask, "just as thank you." "No, it's not a big deal, I am already passive." Li Tianyu replied disapprovingly. "At this time, you should answer, how can you let a girl treat me, please? You want to be single for a lifetime like this?" Shen Yan said a little bit irritably, and then involuntarily said back, "Noon, 11:30, meet in Bahai City, I'll send you the coordinates later, you can find the location in the games app and send it." Li Tianyu was a little reluctant, but after thinking about it, in fact, his time flies too fast these few days. He always only spent 10 minutes in the game plane, but 10 hours in reality. The day passed in the blink of an eye. He felt that this seemed to shorten his life. It would be better to enjoy it properly, otherwise he would enter the game world this morning and come out at night again. It is more appropriate to wait until the evening to enter the game world. Therefore, Li Tianyu arrived at the designated location at 11:30 to meet Shen Yan, but he felt that Shen Yan did not really ask him out to thank him, but wanted to find someone to accompany her to those cities that she had never been to. Play. Well, I've long wanted to come here to try it. I heard that it is their local specialties. Shen Yan happily ate the various dishes in front of him and smiled, then looked at Li Tianyu and asked, "Why don't you eat it? Don't you like it? You just want to come out and play, why don't you call your girlfriend?" Li Tianyu asked lightly after taking a sip of his drink. "Because I don't know how to explain it, it's really hard to tell about the things in these games." Shen Yan stirred the dishes in front of him and said. Li Tianyu sighed, holding his chin in reply, "So you asked me out? Why not find Lu Zihao? Didn't you save me yesterday? Thank you for your meal by the way. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Thank you for saving my life yesterday," Shen Yan said with a smile. And Li Tianyu stared at her feet and answered absently, but what he was thinking was, this woman, her toenails were painted blue yesterday, but they were painted yellow today, women. Why? Is this color ugly? Shen Yan asked, twisting her ankle. No, it's okay. Li Tianyu yawned lazily, and Shen Yan asked with a smile, why? I haven't communicated with people for too long, don't you know how to talk? Almost, I haven't come out with the girl for a long time. I am usually too house. Li Tianyu sighed. Then talk about the game, what are you going to do next? Shen Yan asked as he ate, and Li Tianyu shrugged, I'm going to complete the task in the skill bar. The few skills now don't suit my appetite. After obtaining the skill column, I plan to delete the previous skills and rewrite them to be more suitable for me, including the next few skills. Shen Yan grabbed the chopsticks and pressed the meat, and asked, how do you think the current task is difficult? It's not particularly difficult, it's easier to figure out the trick, but it's definitely not without danger. Li Tianyu replied, after all, it is the early stage of the game. If it is too difficult, the players will die. For example, Li Tianyu himself, if it were not for the passive nature of the fruit, he might have died several times now. Now he is particularly fortunate that he chose this set of strong survivability capabilities at the beginning. It's a strange dating topic. Shen Yan smiled and said, or, let's talk about horror movies. Said, she took out her mobile phone, what do you think, let's go and do the I-30 mission. Chapter 24, Weakened in Disguise. Li Tianyu frowned suddenly. In fact, he wanted to finish the task in the skill bar immediately before proceeding to the task in the scene of I-30. But in terms of time, it should not be too late, because now there are still more than 20 hours before the first main task for all players to participate. Therefore, Li Tianyu persuaded, I am going to do the task in the skill bar now, and then it should be night when I come back, because if I guess right, a task should be fixed for 10 hours. When I come back, it's almost time to start the main quest. When the main quest is finished, let's go and do the branch of I-30, right? Well, what if that task has already been done by then? Shen Yan asked a little dissatisfied. That scene is very unpopular, I don't think it should be. Li Tianyu scratched his head and said, however, I estimate that after the first round of the main task, there should be a batch of scene tasks that reward SP. Maybe we will give priority to it. Grab a suitable SP task. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to have a little less skill than others in the second round of the main task. It means that the side quest of I-30 has to wait until the second round of SP quest is finished. Shen Yan lowered her eyelids slightly, her expression looking cold. Women are so troublesome, why should I coax her? Li Tianyu complained from the bottom of his heart, but still persuaded him, it's not necessarily a bad thing, maybe there will be other more interesting scenes afterwards. For example, The Shining, and I think Silent Hill is actually good, not just the scenes. Bloody, and the atmosphere. Yes, Silent Hill is really great. Shen Yan immediately shifted his attention and said happily, the depressive atmosphere and the music is really great. Unfortunately, the movie is still better than not on the game scene. The game of Silent Hill is truly a classic, with the kind of psychological hints and depression. Then, Shen Yan asked, have you ever played a game of Silent Hill? I don't dare to play, but I have watched those commentaries and played with the anchor. Li Tianyu shook his head. Shen Yan glanced at him and smiled, what? It's really useless. See what other people have fun to play. You have to experience it yourself. Next time we play together, there is nothing terrifying. I have it in my computer. I have time later. Li Tianyu said perfunctorily, speeding up the meal, and then glanced at the time. The main mission is 28 hours away from now, and it will probably start at noon tomorrow. If 2 tasks are completed, it will take 20 hours, and there are 8 hours to adjust the rest, so it should be too late to do the 2 tasks. But I don't know if the rest time is enough. Let's do it. Li Tianyu sighed, let's go and finish the task of I-30 first, and then after I go back, I will do the task of the skill bar by myself. Hey? Is it okay? Then there is not much time to rest, right? Shen Yan asked curiously. It's barely enough, not to mention that time flies too fast, and I will find it very boring in this world. Li Tianyu sighed and said, every time I spend an hour in the mission scene, it will pass outside. 10 hours. If you count it like this, don't I only have more than 10 hours a day? It's better to sleep less. It makes sense, then let's take a break after eating. Shen Yan nodded with a smile, looking in a good mood. However, to be honest, Li Tianyu is not all to please Shen Yan. Although GP is of no use to him, it is only temporary. The game props are definitely useful in the later stage. If nothing else, the effect of the artifact should not be underestimated. So, although GP is useless to him now, it will be different after accumulating bit by bit like this. What's more, the main task is the participation of all more than 60 players. It is necessary to be more thoughtful, and various props must be properly prepared to deal with possible situations, such as kryptonite, double jade, and various consumables. When the time comes, before the main mission begins, he must be fully prepared, and it would be best if he can have a response plan when facing various abilities. With his current GP, he may be a little short of preparation. Another point is that the task of the skill bar is a single-player challenge, which is for the individual player, and it should not disappear even if you don't do it. The side quest of I-30 is shared by all players. If you don't do it now, you may be robbed by other players, so he decided to go with Shen Yan to complete this side quest first, and then do his own skill bar quest. After all, robbing this quest can at least prevent these GPS from falling into the hands of other players. Even if he uses them for nothing, it can be regarded as a disguised weakening of those players who rely on GPS like Shen Yan, and enhancing his teammates' skills. Strength. Then let's open a room. Shen Yan said nonchalantly at this time. Why? Li Tianyu asked with some horror, and Shen Yan frowned. Of course it is for the convenience of the game. Have you forgotten the embarrassment caused by our sudden appearance in the park after the last mission? Fortunately, it was not seen by passers-by at the time. Otherwise, it may be troublesome. This time, just in case, it is better to go to the hotel to open a room. You will not be seen after completing the task. The first time I went outside to open a room with a girl, was it actually for this kind of thing? Li Tianyu murmured helplessly. Shen Yan covered her mouth and looked at him curiously and smiled. Aren't you still a virgin? You need to take care of it. Li Tianyu rolled his eyes and was too lazy to take care of her. Hurry up if you have to do the task. After the two paid the bill, they found a hotel and opened a room. Instead of choosing an hourly room, they opened it for a day. The checkout will be automatically calculated at noon tomorrow, and they can complete the task before then. Immediately, they came to the room, and they sat down. Then pick it up. Shen Yan grabbed the phone and asked Li Tianyu tentatively. The starting time limit for this quest has already passed, but this quest is still there, indicating that either no one participated in the last quest, or the player's quest that participated in the last failed. Either way is not a good phenomenon. Moreover, the number of participants in this task is still 1/4, which means it is very likely that it will not be full when the game starts. This is not a good phenomenon. After all, it is a PvE mission, and of course the number of players is greater. So Li Tianyu wanted to call Lu Zihao up, so that he could just make up 4 people. Hurry up, it will start in 20 minutes. Shen Yan urged. Li Tianyu looked around and found that it was indeed only 21 minutes. At this time, there was no time to explain too much to Lu Zihao, and it was really irrational to enter this scene without knowing anything, so he could only give up. Oh, that's it. Li Tianyu frowned and sighed, then pressed join task. Chapter 25, I-30. When they came to the familiar preparation room, the mission requirements also appeared in front of them: support until the end of the polar night, and save as many survivors as possible. The game is about to start. 10, 9, 8. After a while, the game officially started, and the scene also came to the movie scene of I-30. At that time, Li Tianyu felt a chill. ER-30 Night tells a story that happened in a small town in Alaska. This small town is located in the fringe area of Alaska. Because of its proximity to the polar regions, there are 30 days without daylight every year, which is a night that lasts 30 days. And it was on such a 30-day night that a group of ancient vampires attacked the town. During the time when vampires ravaged the town, the hero and heroine desperately tried to survive, while the vampire wanted to slaughter the entire town before the end of this 30-day night. Li Tianyu checked his condition, and he was wearing clothes that he wore in the outside world. In such a polar environment, this kind of clothes might have been frozen to death a long time ago, but in fact he did not feel very cold. This should also be the role of the game. The current state of the player can adapt to any mission scenario. However, now he is in a dark hut, and he is the only person in the whole house. As usual, Li Tianyu was prepared to figure out the situation outside first, so he quietly came to the window and took a look at the situation outside. The town is still very peaceful now. It seems that it has not been attacked by a vampire. Anyway, let's meet Shen Yan first. It would be better if you can find another player. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then took out his mobile phone, but there were only 3 players participating in the game this time, which is actually somewhat unfavorable. Like this scenario, the task is already very difficult. Players need to cooperate to win, but only 3 players have joined. Knowing that there are only 4 people in total, 1 less than 4 players and 1 less than 16 players, the difference is obvious. Before the vampires attack, they must prepare in advance. I'm outside, come out and find me soon. At this time, Shen Yan sent him a message. Li Tianyu replied, and then walked downstairs from his cabin. He is currently located in the attic of this log cabin, and only after he came downstairs did he realize that the log cabin he was in was a hunting shop. Hey! Li Tianyu looked at the hunting supplies curiously, and suddenly thought. There is no one else in this shop. Judging from his birth in this place, this shop should belong to him. The shop sells all kinds of hunting supplies, including shotguns, bullets, and traps, but the quantity is not large. After all, this is only a small town, and there are only 100 people in the whole town. Li Tianyu roughly counted. There were about 7 or 8 rifles and 10 pistols, as well as some hunting knives and traps. Thinking back to the purpose of this mission, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he came outside to meet Shen Yan, but when he passed by, another girl was already there. Judging from her cool summer dress, it is obvious that she is also a player. The girl is thin and small, about just 1 meter, 5, 3, and 5, but because she has a very slender figure, she looks tall and tall despite her short stature. It looks like a junior high school student from the body, but from the looks of it, he should be an adult, maybe a college student. This girl is not only petite, but also has a delicate appearance. She has a bob head, a small nose and a small mouth, but only big eyes. She is the kind of little bird that easily arouses people's desire for protection, and her expression is also very naive. Brilliant! It's a pity that Li Tianyu never liked this type of girl, because it feels so fake. That kind of cuteness and sweetness are all pretended to be. Who is this? Li Tianyu asked with a frown. The girl stretched out her hand to him with a smile and said, Hello, my name is Zheng Nangxing, and I am also a horror movie and game lover. I wanted to participate last time. But Li Tianyu did not give her a chance to continue, turned to Shen Yan and asked, What is your birthplace? It's a small supermarket over there. Shen Yan pointed behind her and asked curiously, What's the matter? What about you? Li Tianyu turned to Zheng Nangxing again, and Zheng Nangxing replied, I'm in a small bar over there. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Sure enough, Li Tianyu murmured to himself, each of us has a place of birth that is useful. My place of birth is a hunting shop with weapons. I think these should be for us to distribute. For those survivors. How do you say? Shen Yan asked, and Li Tianyu explained, Do you remember the mission requirements? The mission requirement is to save as many survivors as possible, which means that the reward for this mission may be related to the number of survivors. www.readaloud.com. If we do nothing, the mission fails when all the survivors die. Oh, I get it. Zheng Nangxing nodded suddenly. Does this task allow us to gather the supplies in our shop, and then help the citizens here avoid the vampires and survive? Yes, I think there is another player. His birth point should also be very important. Let's find it. Li Tianyu said, speeding up to the town. There are still many people in this small town. Yes, so Li Tianyu grabbed the shoulder of a passing buddy abruptly, and said with a look of horror, vampires are coming to attack us, this town is going to be finished. The foreign buddy just gave Li Tianyu a disgusting look, then left a word of freak and left. The ancients, press, it is impossible to remind these people of the arrival of vampires in advance. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. Little brother, you are so amazing, your thinking is so clear. Zheng Nangxing sighed with admiration. Let's pull it down, don't think that I will let you hide behind and do nothing and work for me. Li Tianyu said grumpily, and then noticed a beautiful 3-story building in front of him. One of the reasons why I noticed this building is because it is the most luxurious building in town, and the other is because it is also completely dark. From the point of his birth, only the building where the player was born is pitch black, and the other buildings in the town are all lit. So he thought for a while, and soon had a general idea of the game in his mind. Let's go, let's take a look at the luxurious villa. I bet there must be an underground air raid shelter or basement in that place. Li Tianyu pointed to the villa and said. Chapter 26, Layout. As expected, after Li Tianyu entered the house, he soon found an underground air raid shelter in the house. The air raid shelter is very wide, with 4 or 5 rooms, toilets, and generators, and some cans in it. Squeeze a little bit, there should be room for 20 people to take refuge here. I think this task should require several of our players to allocate resources to the residents of the town to help them survive here. Li Tianyu explained, in this way, the GP rewarded by this task is only the basic reward. The final reward should be calculated based on the number of survivors. And said, Li Tianyu looked back and looked outside, I think those vampires should be hard to beat. Should you be infected after being bitten? Zheng Nangxing asked immediately, and Li Tianyu nodded, exactly, so this is a bit more troublesome. Even players like us should be infected after being bitten. From this, according to the setting, it should be for us to avoid fighting. However, those vampires are not impossible to defeat. Well, just cut off the head, right? Shen Yan asked, but, is this the rhythm for us to stay here for a month? In the real world, I don't know how long it will be. It should be 10 hours too, but I don't think we will stay for a month. The attack should start midway. Li Tianyu replied, this town is different from the town in the movie. I guess it should be another town in the same world background. In short, as long as the game is over, it doesn't matter how long the game takes. As he said, Li Tianyu sat aside and muttered, once a vampire strikes, the situation will be completely overturned, so we have to arrange the game in advance. Let's get all the props for our birth point here. Shen Yan nodded, and the two were about to move separately. At this time, Zheng Nangxing grabbed his sleeve and said dissatisfied, you haven't told me your name yet. I don't know how to call you or how to act together. My name is Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu frowned, Zheng Nangxing smiled and nodded, well, my little brother, I'll follow you, I feel like you are a very good-minded player. Didn't I tell you that the name is still the little brother? Li Tianyu murmured secretly, pointed at the outside blankly and said, work. What? I really won't please girls. Zheng Nangxing muttered with his cheeks puffed up. Looking at Zheng Nangxing's back, Shen Yan teased, I thought you men all like that type. I may be an exception. I always feel that this type of woman is pretending. Li Tianyu frowned, moreover, I am not sure if she is telling the truth, let alone her ability. Although for the time being it's a companion, but it may become an enemy in the future. It's better to be careful. Straight man of steel. Shen Yan couldn't help but smiled secretly, and then went out to move things. Roughly moved everything that could be used to the air raid shelter here, and Li Tianyu checked the supplies in front of him. To be honest, I can't talk about being rich. Let's talk about weapons first. The total number of guns is 10, and there are only 100 bullets. The bodies of those vampires are strong and fast, making it difficult to hit them. Therefore, with the weapons here, it is impossible to eliminate the vampires that attack. Those vampires usually act together with about 20 people, but the ammunition support here can also eliminate 4 or 5 vampires. And the food is actually not very sufficient. If you count canned food and various bagged foods, if you count 20 people, I am afraid it can only support less than a week, and it is still the lowest ration. I think we should bring 10 people here. Li Tianyu thought for a while and replied, 10 people here should be able to support about half a month. From the time the vampire attack started, it should be half a month. It's almost there. Hey? It's so annoying. Am I going to live in this environment for half a month? Zheng Nangxing said reluctantly, then what should I do if I take a bath? I can't sleep without a bath. Also, just eat these. Things will be malnourished, right? There are so many farts. If you can't play any longer, just abstain. Li Tianyu frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Let's take a look at the situation first, maybe we can kill all the vampires before the end of the mission time. Shen Yan persuaded at this time, it's always good to go and prepare now. Li Tianyu nodded, and then thought about it, how can we ensure that more residents survive without fighting those vampires? The most reasonable method is obviously to sacrifice a small number of people to save most of them. In the original work, these vampires will first send a human to inquire about the situation. After finding out the situation in the town, they will isolate the people in the town from their escape methods and help-seeking methods, such as cutting off the town's electricity supply, and then control the police station in the town. Because this is just a small town, the only help in the whole town is the telegraph of the police station. Hey, if you say that. Li Tianyu suddenly had an idea and got an idea. Come. Li Tianyu waved to Shen Yan and Zheng Nangxing, and then walked to the town police station. Judging from the current situation, the character currently played by their players in the town should be a character with the highest authority, because they appear anywhere, the NPC in the town will not be surprised, even the police station can be unblocked. Unobstructed. I roughly know our role in this game. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and Zheng Nangxing immediately asked, what role are we? It's just a guess, there is no way to confirm it for now. Li Tianyu replied. Wandering around the police station, carefully observing the structure of the police station and the location of the radio. He knew that the first few hours must have been the preparation time given to them by the system, and that when the next incident began, he would immediately start the action. Li Tianyu turned around in the police station and rushed out of the town. There was a blizzard outside, but the three of them didn't feel cold at all in summer clothes. This made Li Tianyu's mind more determined. He thought he had figured out what kind of routine the task of this scene was, and it would depend on whether he guessed it right next. Hey, Li Tianyu, where are you going? Shen Yan shouted behind him, it's dangerous to go outside the town, right? Don't worry, it's still time for preparation. Li Tianyu said disapprovingly, you will know when the game officially starts. Taking advantage of this final preparation time, I still have something to try. Said, he speeded up and hurried out of town. But not all roads outside the town can be taken, but it seems to be restricted to a fixed direction for him to go. There is a faintly visible path in this direction. If you follow this road, he can go forward. But if you deviate from this path, you will be pushed back by a strong snowstorm. Walking along this road, When he reached the end, he saw a small building, surrounded by barbed wire. On it was marked with a warning map of electricity hazard. Sure enough, I understand roughly. Li Tianyu smiled confidently. Let's go back to the layout. Chapter 27, Strategy Game. After returning, Li Tianyu began to get busy in the small town. Of course, in fact, it is mainly to explore the terrain, but also collect some props to deal with vampires by the way. Is this lamp ultraviolet? Li Tianyu asked the owner of the grocery store. That's right. The boss said, touching his beard. I want them all. Li Tianyu put all the flashlights in his arms on the counter. 20 GP. The boss smiled with a profiteer expression. It's actually calculated by GP. It's really shameless, although it's not expensive. Li Tianyu couldn't help but muttered to himself, but still raised the phone to pay for the fee, then picked up the ultraviolet flashlight and walked out. Go with. Then, Li Tianyu did a series of tasks, such as asking the residents of the town about their jobs, who were electricians and who were the drivers of the snow shovel. After getting a general idea, he returned to the villa. Okay, wait for the event to officially begin. Li Tianyu said lazily, holding his chin. What is the purpose of the series of actions just now? Shen Yan frowned and asked dissatisfiedly. It's still not certain, it's just a guess, but it hasn't been confirmed. I won't know until the game officially starts. Li Tianyu shrugged and said, however, I don't think you have any clues, so I just made my own claim. When will the incident begin? Zheng Nangxing asked. Li Tianyu opened a pack of snacks and replied, I don't know, but I must have known it at the beginning. And that moment soon came, when everyone in the town was sitting at home to spend time. Suddenly the whole town fell into darkness, the power went out. Here. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, and immediately went to the window to check the situation outside. This is a small town, and there is only one power station in the town, which is the place they have explored before. Before the vampire came to attack, he had destroyed the power station in the town, causing the whole town to fall into darkness. At this moment, the residents of the town kept fleeing because of the power outage. In fact, although this scene is the scene of the work I-30, but basically only the background is the same, but it is not the town in the movie, because the hero and heroine are not in this town, so the follow-up development is uncertain of. However, this small town in Alaska is now at a low temperature of more than 30 degrees below zero. It is difficult to survive in this ice and snow without heating. Therefore, the residents of the town quickly recovered from the power outage. Come out to confirm the situation. When will we start to act? Shen Yan asked. After the attack begins. Li Tianyu said, I have something to confirm first. The residents of the town came outside to confirm the situation, but the situation outside soon became chaotic. People's screams and chaotic fighting sounds came, and Li Tianyu immediately nodded to Shen Yan and Zheng Nangxing. The three people came to the street outside and immediately saw a horrible scene. Some humans with pale skin, like beasts, pounced on some residents of the town, biting them like zombies. It is very simple to distinguish those vampires. First of all, the clothes are obviously different. Vampires don't wear much, and the difference between them and the residents of the town is obvious. Secondly, their eyes are all pure black with no white eyes. These vampires are extremely fast and extremely hungry. At the moment they invaded the town, their brains were filled with bloodthirsty impulses. They didn't care about anything else. They rushed to bite and blood when they saw a living person. You are waiting here. Li Tianyu urged, and then ran to the front to retreat with the residents of the town. But the strange thing is that those vampires don't attack him. Even though he is within the attack range, the vampires will always attack the people next to Li Tianyu first, even if Li Tianyu is closer to those vampires, as if those vampires know that he is harder to catch than ordinary people. Sure enough, Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then simply stopped, raised the ultraviolet light in his hand and pointed it at the vampires behind him. The vampires snarled in pain immediately after being illuminated, but they were not affected. Obviously hurt. At this time, a vampire finally launched an attack on Li Tianyu. But their speed is not very fast for Li Tianyu. He can react in advance by relying on the domineering look and hearing, and then easily avoid it. But the purpose of the vampires is not to kill him, but to interrupt his obstruction, and then continue to chase ordinary people in the town. After Li Tianyu put down the ultraviolet light in his hand, the nearest vampires rushed towards the ordinary people behind him. But Li Tianyu noticed that there was a large group of vampires behind him, looking like a dozen people, approaching. Even if he is a player, it is not good to be surrounded by so many vampires. Now he has obtained the information he wants, so it doesn't matter if he retreats temporarily, leaving the residents here for these vampires to enjoy. Don't you save them? Zheng Nangxing looked at the townspeople behind them who had been thrown by vampires and asked, "The mission is to save as many residents as possible? There are many people there." "Those people are too late." www.readaloud.com Li Tianyu said with a sigh of relief, "Those residents are used to slow the progress of vampires. While those vampires are attacking other townspeople, we hurriedly arrange for other residents to take refuge." "Right. So did you find anything?" Shen Yan asked, and Li Tianyu nodded. "Have you played tower defense games?" "Tower defense game?" Zheng Nangxing asked curiously, while Shen Yan nodded. "Is it like the orcs must die?" "Almost, this game mode is roughly that kind of feeling." Li Tianyu explained. "Have you seen those vampires? Their attack priority is always ordinary people, not players." Indeed." Shen Yan nodded, and Li Tianyu continued, "Vampires attack me only when they are blocked by me, and even so I am not their main target. The priority of ordinary people is it's much higher. So, what our players are playing is actually the god who is used to give orders in the tower defense game. It means that we are only responsible for tactics to help the townspeople survive, right?" Shen Yan asked. "Yes, it's almost like that." Li Tianyu nodded. "All we have to do is to prepare the residents with the survival items they need, such as weapons, ultraviolet lights, and shelters, and then help them survive." "I get it." Zheng Nangxing said suddenly. "So, we are now going to take the residents to the shelter we prepared earlier, right?" "Basically." Li Tianyu nodded. "As for the future, I have prepared all kinds of props to help the residents hide and survive as much as possible, and then find a way to ask for help." Chapter 28, Clear Thinking. Seek help? Don't it last until 30 days have passed? Zheng Nangxing asked in surprise. How is it possible? The more the delay, the more residents will die. Think about it. Li Tianyu pointed up his index finger and explained, in the original work, it was because of the delay for too long. In the end, only a few people survived. Is it? If you think of a way to ask for help earlier, those vampires should also choose to retreat because of the exposure of their identity? Wouldn't they survive a few more people? That's because the protagonist is just ordinary people, there is no way to fight against vampires. Shen Yan frowned. We have been weakened here. Basically, we are ordinary people. If we are besieged by too many vampires, we will definitely be killed. Li Tianyu replied, the key is to make good use of the surviving residents here. They are also one of the game props. Zheng Nangxing asked with an unbearable bitter face, you mean, we will use the residents here as bait to attract the attention of vampires, and then repair the generators here? It's cruel. This game works like this. Li Tianyu shrugged, you can tell from just now? Those ordinary people are actually used to delay the speed of those vampires. If you hesitate, you can even save it. The residents of will also die? So, act quickly and quickly arrange for other residents in the town to evacuate. The three of them acted separately, taking advantage of the opportunity of the vampire slaughter in the other half of the town, distributing a limited number of ultraviolet lamps to the residents, and then informing them that they had been hiding in the relatively hidden places such as the basement in their attic. After the residents hide, set some traps such as hunting traps outside. Of course, these traps cannot eliminate vampires. Their function is only to alert the civilians hiding in the attic and basement. After reminding the residents of the other half of the town to take refuge, Li Tianyu, Zheng Nangxing, and Shen Yan also found a loft and hid them together, observing the situation outside through the window. "What are these vampires doing?" Zheng Nangxing asked while looking at the vampires wandering outside. "First sweep it roughly, catch all the prey that is easier to find, and then slowly search for the prey that hides." Li Tianyu explained, "The snowstorm is so big and it is in this state of polar night. The residents have no way to escape, so they are not in a hurry at all." Shen Yan sighed, "Oh, anyway, there is already a guarantee. It's really a shame that you guessed the game mechanism." "That's right, now they can see a status bar about the game at the top of their screen. One of them is 20/120/47, where 20 is green, 120 is yellow, and 47 is red. And this 47 is still increasing." Li Tianyu estimated that 120 is the number of residents in the town, the number in red is the number of residents who died, and the number in green is the number of residents who are safe. In other words, the refugees they rescued already had 20 people by default. This is because they had prepared the safe house in that villa before. The air raid shelter below the villa had enough supplies and defensive supplies, enough for the 20 people to stay down until the end of the polar night, so these 20 the individual has survived since entering the safe house. At this time, if you want to get the reward as soon as possible, let the vampire kill all the other residents. But Li Tianyu felt that the current speed of these vampires searching for survivors was slower, and he had a faster way to end this mission. In fact, as long as external rescues are requested, this mission should be over. There are roughly 3 steps required for external rescue. The first is to go to the power plant outside the town to repair the generator, the second is to return to the police station to repair the radio, and the third is to use the radio to rescue externally. However, to accomplish these, only Li Tianyu and the 3 of them can't do it, because these tasks must be completed by the residents of the town, and their roles are more like players operating a group of game soldiers. Li Tianyu speculated that the 3 of them should be able to protect the residents of these towns to a certain extent, but that is to give them a delay. The main thing players can do is to command. Even if they delay time, the most useful way is not to rely on the player. Stay by yourself, but use ordinary people as bait. "But, how do we contact other people?" Zheng Nangxing asked puzzledly. "Those vampires are outside." "Of course our players contacted." Li Tianyu replied, "We are obviously faster, and vampires are less interested in us. Vampires are constantly patrolling the town, and we can find their patrolling gaps." Shen Yan looked at her status bar worriedly. However, with their constant patrols, the number of residents in the town is also declining. Basically, it decreases by 1 every 10 minutes. It's not good to go on like this. It should be divided into several stages. After all, there are still more people at the beginning, and the number of reductions is relatively fast, but after that, it will slow down. Li Tianyu replied, "Don't worry, after their patrol is over, we will notify others." Talking, Li Tianyu came to the window and said, "Do you still remember where the residents of the town are mostly hiding?" Zheng Nangxing and Shen Yan shook their heads together, and Li Tianyu's foreheads bounced with blue veins. "You 2 bastards." Then he sighed, "Then we can only act together later. I originally wanted to act separately, so I told you all at once. In place. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, I can't remember Zheng Nangxing and Shen Yan. After all, they didn't know his plan." Li Tianyu himself remembered the positions of several key people in the town in advance, namely the town's electrician, the town's sheriff, and the driver of the snow shovel. These 3 people are very important in this mission. Everyone else can die but the 3 of them can't. Okay, almost ready to move. Li Tianyu said with a sigh of relief after seeing the group of vampires walking away. Brother, I'll follow you. Zhang Nangxing immediately got up and said. Li Tianyu gave a dry smile, anyway, you don't know what to do, right? Then follow me, just follow my instructions. After finishing speaking, Li Tianyu took the lead and opened the door of the attic, then followed the stairs to the bottom. After carefully concealing the door of the attic, Li Tianyu led Shen Yan and Zhang Nangxing to the street. At this moment, the heavy snow continued outside, but Li Tianyu remembered where the 3 people were hiding. Listen well, the plan is like this. Let's go to the electrician's hiding place first. Li Tianyu pointed to a grocery store not far away from them and said, then pointed to 2 other buildings. Then the sheriff and the shovel for the driver of the snowmobile. The priority of these 3 people is that the electrician is greater than the sergeant and the driver. The driver can abandon it. The electrician can also abandon the generator after repairing the generator. The sergeant has to wait until the police station sends out a distress signal. I will find additional people to accompany, and those people are used as bait. Although it's a bit cruel, but, understand. Shen Yan nodded and said. Zhang Nangxing exclaimed with admiration, little brother's thinking is so clear, so amazing. Let's go. Li Tianyu didn't bother to pay attention to her, and took the lead and rushed into the dark outside. Chapter 29, Cruel. Li Tianyu and the 3 were carefully advancing in the dark. In fact, he was not particularly nervous, because now he has understood the mechanism of this mission, it should not be difficult to avoid vampires. Of course, he has not directly fought vampires so far, so he doesn't know the danger of fighting. Quietly touched the electrician's hiding place. The house was in chaos. It looked like it had been visited by a vampire, but there was no corpse. Obviously, the vampire did not find the hiding place of their family. Li Tianyu came to the utility room of this building, opened the door and lifted the carpet on the floor. There was a sliding door under the carpet. Li Tianyu knocked on the door and the sliding door was opened. Let's go, Lao Tai, let's repair the generator. Li Tianyu pointed out with a plain expression. But the thin electrician immediately panicked and shook his head, no. That is too risky, I will not go. I will hide here with my family and wait for the vampires to leave. If you want to come, I welcome you, but I will not leave here. This development actually surprised Li Tianyu. He was stunned for a while before turning to Shen Yan and said in disbelief, will they still refuse? I thought these AIs have fixed programs like the AI in the game. It should belong to artificial intelligence, with the ability to think on its own. Shen Yan replied. Zhang Nangxing immediately stepped forward and persuaded sincerely, please. We can only ask for help after the generator is repaired, so that your family can really be rescued. Otherwise, how long will you hide here, how long will the supplies be enough? What if those vampires leave this town on fire before they leave? The only way out is to ask for help. The electrician looked at Zhang Nangxing, then looked back at his family, and hesitated even more. Please, no one else in this town can repair the generator there except you. You are very important to us. We will protect you even if we save our lives. Zhang Nangxing said sincerely. These words finally made the electrician determined. He nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you. But only such a small amount of manpower is not enough. We need more talents. I will go too. At this time, the old electrician's son immediately volunteered. No. You have to stay here to protect your grandparents and your sister. The old electrician firmly opposed. But at this time, the spirited old man came out of the basement with firm eyes, let me go as an old man. There is nothing more suitable for this kind of task than a dying person like me. Young people should live. In fact, leaving aside personal feelings, Only intellectually, Li Tianyu thinks what the old man said is reasonable, but it is precisely because the old man said so that he can't bear it, because this conversation made him feel deeply. The people in front of them are not simple NPCs, but more like flesh and blood people. Although this guilt is only fleeting. When it was time to act, Li Tianyu would sacrifice the old man as bait without hesitation. However, from the way this action is going, they may need more bait to complete the task. Don't worry, come with me, I will call more people. Li Tianyu waved his hand and said, leading everyone outside. At this moment, the group of vampires just went to another area of the town. Now the town. There are still a lot of living people on the board, they should spend a while there, this can be known from the screams that come from time to time. Although Li Tianyu felt more at ease after learning about the game mechanics, he became nervous again due to the atmosphere. The screams from time to time in the ears, the roar of the blizzard, the ice ball on the face, and the tense breathing of the people behind them are all rendered by the atmosphere of the scene. Li Tianyu thinks this should be regarded as the NPC's credit. Even if the players are not enough to participate in the play, these NPCs are still very engaged, and the players will naturally have a sense of substitution. For example, the father and son behind Li Tianyu can tell from their nervous breathing how scared they are. The most annoying thing is that they keep looking at the corpses on the side of the road and mumbling about whose house it is. Who? Suddenly, Li Tianyu felt that someone had grabbed his hand, and the cold touch made his heart beat suddenly. What are you doing? Frighten me. Li Tianyu turned his head and gave Zhang Nangxing a blank look. Is they scared? This place is so dark, and there are screams everywhere, and there are so many dead bodies. Zhang Nangxing said aggrievedly, holding on to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu threw her to Shen Yan upset, look at her. I still have business affairs. Straight man of steel. Shen Yan said while squinting at Li Tianyu, but there was more ridicule in her tone. Soon, Li Tianyu came to where the sheriff was hiding. The sheriff hid in the city hall. On the 4th floor of the city hall, there was an inconspicuous attic, which was not discovered by the vampire. There were about a dozen people hidden in the attic. And this group of people is easy to persuade. After hearing his proposal, they immediately agreed to join them. On the one hand, there are few supplies in the city hall, which are not long enough for them to support them, and on the other hand, because most of the people here are police officers from the police station. This time recruiting manpower is still very important, because in this way they have a large number of personnel that can be sacrificed to delay time so that others have the opportunity to escape or complete their own tasks. After this, Li Tianyu went to the hideout of the snowplow driver to complete the recruitment. Okay, this is all of them. Li Tianyu looked at the group of people in front of him, lowered his voice, and said with satisfaction, let's avoid here now. I guess those patrolling vampires should almost come back now. Wait for those vampires to patrol to the other side before starting to act. Now, apart from the 3 players Li Tianyu, they now have 12 people. Except 3 of them are the key to the mission, the other 9 people can be sacrificed, and the sheriff, electrician, and driver can also be sacrificed after completing the mission. As bait to create opportunities for others to escape. The most important thing is that everyone on the scene has a certain ability to resist. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Does everyone have a gun? Although there are not many bullets, they can at least hinder their progress. Li Tianyu asked, remember your ultraviolet flashlights. Those vampires are afraid of ultraviolet rays. After everyone on the scene responded, Li Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, when the vampire goes away, we will start to act. But, at this time, a cry for help suddenly sounded outside. Is there anyone? Who will help me? Everyone was immediately attracted. They came to the window and looked out. A little girl covered in blood was staggering along the street. She looked 16 years old at most. She was sobbing in fear at the moment, slowly walking on the dark street. Go forward slowly. Except for this girl, the whole street is silent, there is no one else and no vampire. At that time, the sheriff grabbed the gun and wanted to rush out, but Li Tianyu stopped him. Don't go. That's a vampire trap. They must be waiting in the dark. If you go out, we will be exposed. You have to do it for this girl alone, give up everyone in the town who is still alive. The sheriff looked very contradictory. He pointed at the girl, covered his mouth and sobbed, "That's Rossi, the daughter of my neighbor next door. I can't. I can't. Oh, no, no. I can't watch this scene occur. Then turn your head and don't look at it. If you don't calm down at this time, then everyone will die together." Li Tianyu frowned. He didn't think it was anything but the sheriff's improvisation made him feel a little bit in his heart. It's uncomfortable, but fortunately, it doesn't matter to him, he doesn't know anyone here, so he can make a calm decision. Not only is the thinking clear, but also cruel. "Little brother, I will follow you in the future." Zhang Nangxing muttered softly. Chapter 30, The Reason for Being a Bastard. Li Tianyu felt that the term cruel heart was used to describe him too much. After all, they were just a group of NPCs. Even if they acted more realistically, at best they just made people feel more immersive. Therefore, Li Tianyu would rather sacrifice these NPCs than his own life. But if it were a real person, he might be cruel. At this time, the girl outside was still crying for help, and even Li Tianyu couldn't bear the tragic voice, let alone those NPCs. They could no longer watch, and they covered their ears in pain. The atmosphere on the scene is getting more and more uneasy, and Li Tianyu is also a little nervous. He always feels that he can't control these people. "No, I'm going to save her." At this time, a policeman took out a gun and ultraviolet rays and was about to rush out. Li Tianyu immediately put his hand on his shoulder and released the electric shock. The policeman snorted and fell to the ground and convulsed. "What are you doing?" Several police officers from the group of people who came to help immediately pointed their guns at Li Tianyu. "What am I doing? He will expose us all when he goes out. Do you want to die? Then go and die, but what about your family? Hey? Who will save them? Is he going to die as stupid as he is now? Under my command, die worthy, you want to understand." Li Tianyu scolded in an angry manner, but can he convince them that he is not in his heart? However, Li Tianyu decided that if these people didn't listen to him, he would kill everyone except the sheriff, electrician, and driver, and then force these three people to help her. After listening to his words, the policeman fell into deep thought. At this critical juncture, the street suddenly turned around and begged some people in the darkness, "Please, I have tried, no one has come out. Let me go, please." Following the girl's pleading, a dozen slender shadows slowly walked out of the shadows, grinning grinningly at the girl. At that time, the group of townspeople around Li Tianyu took a deep breath. "I told you, it's a trap," Li Tianyu said angrily. He knew because this segment appeared in the movie, but he couldn't directly say to these NPCs in front of him, because that's how it is in the movie. Acted. Fortunately, the appearance of those vampires promptly dispelled the impulsive thoughts of these policemen, and they all calmed down. Even though the girl was surrounded by the group of vampires, the vampires began to play with the desperate prey. They scratched the girl's face with their claws, kicked her to the ground, and then rushed on like a wild beast to bite her wildly. "Don't look, let's go, the sooner you act, the more people will be saved," Li Tianyu persuaded. "Now this girl has bought time for us with her life. These vampires should have determined that there are no survivors in our area. Now, we can take this opportunity to act quickly." Li Tianyu estimated that this should also be a test of the game. If it passes successfully, the reward for the game is that this area will be temporarily safe, and vampires will not patrol this place. But if it is exposed, the game punishment is probably to let him be chased for a few hours. After this incident, the people at the scene had no objections, and obediently followed Li Tianyu and left the place. Because the vampires have already left this area, they don't need to be so careful now. Li Tianyu, have you done all this? Shen Yan asked curiously. I don't know what you are referring to, but I planned the route in advance. Li Tianyu curled his lips and said a little uncomfortable. The other party's tone made him seem to be very good at calculations, but he is not actually a city. Very deep person, I let the key figures hide in the middle of the town, and wait for the vampires to go to the left half of the town before calling them together. At this time, the vampires should be patrolled back. If all goes well, they will go to the small town. The right half of the town continued to search for prey, and we went to the power station from the small road on the left half of the town. In fact, it's not difficult, just plan ahead. From the beginning, Li Tianyu planned the entire mission. This way, he avoided going wrong or wasting time in unnecessary evacuation. After he started acting, he was done in one go. For anyone, if you know the plan in advance, it is not difficult to do this. The difficult thing is to clear your mind at the beginning and understand the role played by the player in this task and the game that the system requires them to follow. The way. Otherwise, the process of this task will be very lengthy. Not only to fight vampires, but also to wait here for 30 days with the survivors. And the longer the time the vampire finds the survivor, the more likely it is that the vampire will burn the town on fire before finally leaving. The vampires went to the other half of the town, and they were a little safer here, but Li Tianyu still walked slowly in the dark, carefully using his sight and domineering to ensure that there were no enemies around. Because these monsters are vampires after all, those humans who have been bitten but not killed will also become vampires. Therefore, a vampire infected with a mutation may appear at any time in the dark to pounce on them. Li Tianyu is very cautious. After all, everyone has to use it as bait at critical moments, and to avoid attrition in such emergencies. And Li Tianyu's caution was rewarded. When they were approaching the edge of the town, a dark shadow suddenly threw out under a wooden house. Li Tianyu had already discovered his position in advance by using the domineering look and experience, and raised his hand and shouted, "Thunderbird!" The thunder and lightning gathered into the shape of a phoenix and hit the vampire, but it was similar to the situation in the Attack on Titan scene before. Their abilities were forced to balance in the scene. Thunderbirds did not have that strong power. The vampire hit by him fell to the ground, trembling violently, and did not suffer any harm, but was slightly hindered. However, after Li Tianyu knocked down the vampire, the policemen immediately raised their guns and prepared to shoot. At that time, Li Tianyu took a deep breath. If these fools shoot www.readaloud.com, the gunshots will draw those vampires over. At that time, Li Tianyu cried out in the bottom of his heart, but Zheng Nangxing raised his hand abruptly. The guns in the police's hands instantly froze, and the few shots were not shot. Using a UV lamp. Or just use an axe to chop off its head. Zheng Nangxing reprimanded, "If your gunfire attracts other vampires, we will be done. I don't understand this, it's stupid." The NPCs came back to their senses one after another, stepped forward and held down the vampire, and then decapitated the vampire with an axe. The vampire stopped struggling, and at least it did not attract the attention of other vampires. "This is your ability ice?" Li Tianyu looked at Zheng Nangxing and asked, but he also secretly relieved, "Fortunately, you react fast enough. Otherwise these guys will be finished if they shoot." "That's right, these NPCs are so stupid." Zheng Nangxing muttered dissatisfied. "By the way, your ability is almost useless in this scene, right?" Shen Yan frowned suspiciously. "Well, you can say that. The original power has been weakened by the balance system, and in such a cold environment, everyone wears a lot, and the threat that can be caused is very limited." Zheng Nangxing widened. He closed his eyes and made a mistake on his face. "No wonder you are going to be with us. Li Tianyu replied straightforwardly without covering up. Zhang Nangxing said unwillingly, well, didn't that person also played a role just now? How can you be considered a bastard? Oh, I can't refute your sentence. Li Tianyu sighed and said, okay, hurry up. Chapter 31, Ability Suitability. Under the leadership of Li Tianyu, they came to the edge of the town without incident. Of course, even though Zhang Nangxing showed his hand just now, everyone tacitly didn't ask about the opponent's abilities, nor did they tell others about their plans. They were just temporary teammates after all. At present, because of the snowstorm and the vampire attack, no one has cleared the area outside the town. It has accumulated more than 1 meter of snow. It is very difficult to move forward, so the driver of the snow shovel is needed. After shoveling a road by car, they can go to the power station. You guys are here for a while, I'll try it. Li Tianyu motioned to Shen Yan and Zhang Nangxing to stop where they were, and then walked out of the town alone. He stepped into the snow with difficulty and braved the blizzard to move forward. But this was more difficult than he thought. Although he didn't feel cold at all, as he progressed, the resistance of the blizzard became stronger and stronger. The sky was originally very dark, coupled with the blizzard, the visible range of the field of vision was less than 1 meter, coupled with the increasing resistance of the blizzard, in this case it can be said to be difficult to move. Li Tianyu can only turn around and go back. When he returned to the crowd and turned his head, he found that he had just walked out not 10 meters. It looks like you need a snow shovel to move forward. Li Tianyu frowned and said. Now he is somewhat thankful that he saved the driver's life ahead of time, otherwise, in the current situation, I am afraid that he will not want to GG in advance. After all, the first step of the task is stuck. How will the subsequent plan be executed? However, there is more than one driver in the town. Even if this one is dead, he can still look for it elsewhere, and maybe he can find another driver who can drive this snowplow. It is as if the police are more than a sheriff in this small town, and there are others who can use radio to call for help. It's just that it would waste time that way, and the number of survivors continued to decrease over time. Next, Li Tianyu asked the driver to drive the snow shovel parked outside the town to drive in front, while they followed behind. The situation is completely different from Li Tianyu's previous experiments. There is a snow shovel driving the road in front, and it becomes especially easy for them to advance behind. Although the vision is still not very good, at least it will not be blocked by snow and blizzards. Just leave the snow shovel. Following the previous route, they came to the power station, preparing to restore the power supply here. At this moment, the barbed wire fence around the small power plant has been completely destroyed. I don't know what is going on inside the power plant, but there is calm around the power plant, and it seems that nothing has happened. Because it is only a small town, the power station here is actually about the size of a public toilet. After Li Tianyu went in, he saw various cases and various lines. One of the generators was lying on top of several scorched corpses. Judging from the posture of the corpse, it should be an ordinary person who was thrown onto the generator by a vampire. How is it? Can it be repaired? Li Tianyu turned to the electrician and asked. The electrician nodded, grabbed the toolbox and explained, this half of the generator is no longer working, but the generator here is still okay. It should be the strong current that caused the two men to hit the generator. The fuse is burned out. It should be fine to replace the component. It only takes 20 minutes, no, just give me 10 minutes. You go out and watch. Li Tianyu pointed to other people and ordered, and then he stood beside the electrician watching him repair the motor. Of course, he didn't understand it. He stayed here just to protect the electrician. For now, this electrician is the most critical point in the current link, and he should not be injured in any way because of an accident. The electrician held the tools for a long time, and after changing a few parts, the electrician finally straightened his waist. That should be fine. The electrician said, came to the side and pulled down the knife switch on the side. However, there was silence and nothing happened at the scene. Li Tianyu asked curiously, "Is that all right?" "No, something went wrong." The electrician shook his head and said, then pulled the knife again, but there was no response. He then replied, "I guess the voltage of a generator is not strong enough to start the device. We need to find some more materials and find a way to repair this generator. To help me, move the two bodies away." As he said, the electrician labored to remove the corpse, while Li Tianyu was meditating for a while, then came to the side of the generator that was already in operation, and reached out to touch the generator. Upon seeing this, the electrician hurriedly scolded, "No! You will be electrocuted." Although the electric current did climb into Li Tianyu's body, he actually didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he felt that he was more energetic. This should be because of his devil fruit. Even if the ability is weakened, the setting of attributes mutual generation and mutual restraint is still there. "I think about it," Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then tentatively shouted, "Discharge, 20 million volts." The strong electric current flew around, sputtering in this small space, and there was a crackling noise, scared the electrician holding his head and shrank in the corner. But after the current passed, the room relit. It actually started. The electrician said in surprise. Li Tianyu was a little surprised, and secretly rejoiced, "Oh, I didn't expect this ability to be used at this time. It's a lot of saving." The reason why he has this guess is because Zhang Nangxing said that her ability is limited here. Since the scene will limit the effect of some abilities, it means that the ability has corresponding applicability in the scene. So Li Tianyu tried it for the first time. But he didn't expect it to be the same as he guessed. In short, in this way they should be able to save a task process and save a lot of time. And from now on, this electrician has become a scrap. In the next task, it doesn't matter if the electrician and the driver of the snow shovel hang up. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, but just in case the electrician will be used in the following tasks, Li Tianyu is still going to save him until the final call for help is successful. After the electricity was restored, Li Tianyu took the electrician to the outside. At this moment, they could see a string of lights extending along the path they came from towards the town, but the town was still dark and could be seen vaguely. Star Point Light. Be careful, from now on, the task may be a lot more troublesome. Li Tianyu frowned and reminded, the power response will definitely attract the attention of vampires. They might come here to find us. We can't let them destroy this again. The power station is up, so the next task flow must be spent in dealing with vampires. You have to cheer up, and you can't be as slack as before. Hate, you made me nervous when you said that. Zhang Nangxing bit his index finger and said uneasily. Listen well. Li Tianyu turned to the group of NPCs behind him. Now our task is to return to town and go to the police station to call for help by radio. In order to complete this task, we must ensure that the sheriff can return to the police station. Others can be sacrificed. And if someone sacrifices, I hope others can be more sensible and decisively abandon them. Because don't forget, our purpose is for the other people in the town who are still alive, that is, yours. The family can be saved. That's good. Shen Yan joked, covering her mouth behind him. Li Tianyu was a little embarrassed and said in a bad mood, shut up. However, Li Tianyu's remarks really made these NPCs courageous. They grabbed the weapons and ultraviolet lamps in their hands one after another, then let those come. Even if they die, I will take them with me. Hell! Chapter 32, Waste Recycling. Now the time has become urgent. The power supply in the town is restored. The vampires are not fools. They naturally know that there is a problem with the power station and they will definitely stop it. In order to prevent the vampires from destroying the power station again, their group must drag the vampires to the police station. Vampires will think that their group of people is the last group of people alive, so as long as they see them gathered together, they will be dealt with first, and then go to destroy the power station. And now is the last step of this distress mission. In theory, except for the sheriff, everyone else here can be sacrificed, especially the driver of the snow shovel and the electrician. The road has been opened and the power station has been opened. Also repaired, these two people are no longer useful. The combat effectiveness of these two people is not very good, and they have already completed their mission. Now it can be said that they are two wastes. In that case, it is better to recycle the wastes and use them as bait to delay time. However, although it is to make the best use of everything, this behavior still makes Li Tianyu a little guilty, especially after the electrician has just worked with him to repair the power station. There seems to be some kind of bond between the two people. Although only NPC, Li Tianyu led everyone to the town. Sure enough, when they were almost outside the town, the four vampires ran into them head-on. The pure black pupils of the four vampires were in sharp contrast with their pale skin. The grinning looked at the extraordinarily seeping people in the dark. The four vampires said cuckoo, quack, words that Li Tianyu could not understand, and then the four vampires suddenly dispersed and surrounded them. Two vampires from both sides, two vampires attacked them from the front. Come! They use ultraviolet light when they get closer. Li Tianyu exclaimed, then raised his hands and released two Thunderbirds. Thunderbird pounced on the vampires on both sides, but these two vampires were different from the abnormal one they encountered before. The abnormal vampire was not used to the identity of a vampire, so it was very heavy, and these two the vampire was obviously much more flexible than the previous one killed by them, just like a beast running in the snow. A Thunderbird of Li Tianyu hit the vampire on the left, but the vampire on the right swiftly avoided, and then jumped up to the driver of the snow shovel on the outermost side. In fact, Li Tianyu wanted to let the driver stay here as a bait at this time, to delay the vampires so that they could speed up and leave, but he felt that it was too early to sacrifice him now. After all, there were only 4 vampires at the scene, and maybe they could be killed by joint efforts. Speaking of clear thinking, this is actually his shortcoming, that is, he thinks too much when fighting. Although he is a brain-type player, sometimes he doesn't have so much time to think. After all, the situation is changing rapidly. Therefore, just after he hesitated for a while, the vampire had already pounced in front of them, and the other vampire that was hit by Li Tianyu also rolled on the ground a few times, and pounced on them again. However, neither of them aimed at Li Tianyu, but at the ordinary people behind him. Hey! The corner of Shen Yan's mouth rose slightly, her expression very much like the Wonder Woman in the movie. The next moment she flashed her figure, raised her hand and grabbed the vampire's neck that was leaping back. Momentum turned around, slowed the impact by the way, and then threw the vampire to the vampire on the other side, extremely handsome. 2 vampires collided together, rolled in the snow, and disappeared into the distance. Well done! Li Tianyu sighed in relief. Although he sometimes thinks too much in battle and misses the best time to make a decision, Shen Yan made up for it at this time. Shen Yan's mind is very calm, and can rely on intuition to react at critical moments. Li Tianyu guessed that this should not only be the effect of her ability, but also her own personality. Hey! Zhang Nangxing also raised his hand and yelled. An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of the 2 vampires rushing up from the front. They had no time to break and ran into it. And these survivors took the opportunity to bypass the vampire and rushed to the town. Shook off the vampires temporarily, and they returned to town, but it didn't take long for the 4 vampires to reappear behind them, chasing after them, and it seemed that they were not affected by their attacks. Li Tianyu frowned slightly, knowing that it was time to release the bait. After all, the mode of this mission was not for them to defeat the vampire with their ability and then forcefully leave. You go first, let 2 people stay with me to stop them. Li Tianyu ordered. 2 police officers volunteered to stay with him. Shen Yan looked at Li Tianyu with some puzzledness. You stay too. What if you get bitten? If you get infected, it's terrible. Don't worry, I will catch up with you in a while. Li Tianyu winked at her. Shen Yan glanced at him sideways, and then ran to the police station in the town with the others. Dian Guang! Li Tianyu shouted. A circle of thunder and lightning emerged from him, forming a barrier to prevent the two vampires from approaching, but through the trial at the beginning of the game, he knew that the vampire's priority attack was definitely not the player. www.readaloud.com. As expected, when the two vampires approached, they suddenly braked, then bypassed Li Tianyu, threw down the two policemen beside him who had stayed to help from behind, and pounced on them. The body bite, and the two policemen screamed on the ground. Seeing this, Li Tianyu didn't stop. His original purpose was to let these two people delay, so he released two thunderbirds again, shot down the other two vampires who had jumped in mid-air, and then used the shave to shake it. Drive those vampires, and keep up with Shen Yan and others in front. The vampire in the rear did not catch up for a while, and his plan worked. Should I say that you are really decisive at this time? Shen Yan muttered, squinting at him. This is called waste utilization. It is the correct way to play this game. Li Tianyu replied, this is the easiest way to clear the game. This kind of game with high degree of freedom may be able to win through battle, but it is definitely better than it is now. The method is much harder. Do you want to choose that method? Of course, that's what I said. The screams of the two policemen behind him, the panic and the call to companions of the other fellows still made his conscience a little uneasy. Forget it, this kind of scene mission does have such an atmosphere. Shen Yan sighed, and then laughed. It would be too uninteresting to ruin this atmosphere at this time. Didn't you think so when you threw those two vampires out like trash? Li Tianyu murmured secretly, but he didn't dare to say this. After all, Shen Yan's physical ability was much stronger than him. Let's go, don't waste their sacrifice. Li Tianyu urged, dodge those vampires first, and then go to the police station. Chapter 33, Boss Battle. The book review area on the mobile phone has been restored, and it is estimated that the PC end is almost the same, and everyone is welcome to come to the book review area to communicate. After they left the guard range of the four vampires, the situation temporarily stabilized. Bob, Bill. The sheriff fell to the ground regretfully at this time, chanting the names of the two dead companions. Li Tianyu frowned at the time and thought to himself, what's the matter with this game? Do you want me to feel guilty? It's really nasty. There is no time to be sad, now there is only the last step left. Li Tianyu said righteously at this time, looked at the police station, and continued, now as long as we go to the police station and use the radio to call for help, let the government send reinforcements to help, and everyone will be saved. I will not lie to you. In the next mission, everyone may die. Is it because the family can be rescued to die? Or go back and hide and wait for death with your family? Choose for yourself. Little brother is good at fooling. Zhang Nangxing snickered from behind, and Shen Yan also gave him a thumbs up. Li Tianyu gave them both angrily, what a jerk, these two people. From the beginning to the end. Don't worry if you don't do anything at the end, and still say some cool things here. However, his words did wake up the policemen, reorganized their morale and prepared to go on the road. Li Tianyu checked the status bar at the top of his field of vision, and now there are only more than 50 residents still alive in the town, and they will continue to decrease every once in a while. After deducting the people who are about to die at the scene, only 40 people in the town can survive. Damn it, hurry up! Li Tianyu scolded to himself. They rescued 20 people from the safe house prepared in advance at the beginning, but if only these 20 people survived at the end of the game, then everything is meaningless. It is better to let the vampire take the safe house at the beginning. Kill all the other townspeople, at least the game can end faster and save time. Therefore, Li Tianyu immediately took the lead and rushed to the police station, and the others behind him followed suit. Hey, why didn't you encounter a vampire? Li Tianyu muttered to himself curiously, and then turned on his own domineering experience, spreading the domineering experience, and detecting if there are any enemies in the range. But, indeed, no vampire was found along the way, which made him feel a little uneasy. He always felt that this seemed to be the tranquility before the storm. It wasn't until he approached the police station that he understood the reason. About a dozen vampires gathered at the door of the police station, and a fire was lit near the police station. Those vampires formed a circle around the flames like an ancient tribe, as if waiting for their arrival. At the first sight of this scene, Li Tianyu understood that this is the place of the final battle. In the movie I-30, the protagonist finally injects the blood of a vampire into his body, actively becoming a vampire, using the last short period of time before the transformation when his brain is awake but has the power of a vampire, and the vampire the leader was killed. It is precisely because of this that at the end of the movie, the heroine and the last few talents in town survived. Li Tianyu estimated that the existence of this scene should be for him to kill the boss of the vampire, and then directly end the game. Do you want to fight this guy or ask for help? Li Tianyu seemed a little hesitant. It looks like it should be time for me to play here, Shen Yan said with a smile, with a belligerent expression on her face. Hey, don't be careless, if you get bitten, you will die. Li Tianyu said angrily, do you have a substitute jade? No, but can these vampires defeat me? I'm a demigod. Shen Yan frowned and said displeased. Under the limitations of this game system, it's hard to say. That's the final boss in this scene. Li Tianyu reminded, since it is the final boss fight, no matter how easy it is better to be careful. As he said, Li Tianyu looked at Zheng Nangxing, but he thought about it, it was his best choice to stay here to fight. Regardless of whether Zheng Nangxing has a substitute jade, her freezing ability is weakened in this scene, and the possibility of defeating that boss is unlikely. Although Shen Yan is very strong but does not have a substitute jade, there is a case in which she will lose a powerful ally. So, now it seems that only he is the most suitable to stay here and fight the final boss. And this seems to be a half-forced battle. If he doesn't stay here, all the vampires will chase people who go to the police station for help. Rather than saying that he stayed and killed the final boss, it would be better to say that he stayed here to delay time. At this time, Li Tianyu suddenly had a thought, and he had an idea, or a feeling. Whether watching the plot or the scene, this is undoubtedly the final battlefield. In terms of plot, the person entering the police station completed the rescue. And Li Tianyu defeated the final boss of the vampire here and pushed the plot of this scene to a climax. This ending is perfect. Although not very sure, Li Tianyu has a feeling, if this mission ends here, this scene will definitely make a perfect curtain call. Let me stay, you lead these in and ask for help. Li Tianyu exclaimed to Shen Yan, remember, don't fight blindly. If necessary, sacrifice the police officers and wait for a successful call for help before coming out to help. Does it matter? You stay alone. Shen Yan frowned and asked with some worry, or, I will be with you. Compared to you, my ability is more suitable for this kind of hand-to-hand combat. No, we can't trust that little girl right now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Li Tianyu glanced at Zheng Nangxing and said, don't worry, I have a substitute jade that can die once for me. If it really can't beat me, I will run away. You must complete the call for help before then. I see. After thinking about it, Shen Yan nodded and said, this is indeed the best way at the moment. Of course, in fact, there are other reasons besides that. Li Tianyu thinks that this scene may need to be challenged alone. Because in the movie, the protagonist is alone to challenge the boss of the vampire. If it is a multiplayer challenge, I am afraid it will not become a one-on-one situation with the boss, but will become a fight with a group of vampires. In other words, this task must be done by someone alone. Then, Li Tianyu took a deep breath, walked out alone, and came to the group of vampires. Although the scene was very tragic and exciting, he was still an ordinary person a few days ago, and he couldn't help but get nervous. The vampires looked at him grimly, as if they would pounce on him at any time. When he came to the attack range of the vampires, all the vampires were eagerly surrounded, and Li Tianyu subconsciously stepped back because of fear. But at this moment, the leader of the vampire raised his hand, and the vampires immediately retreated. A true warrior, the vampire leader looked at him with interest. I have come to challenge. At this time, Li Tianyu saw Shen Yan and the others entering the police station with the police. He was relieved immediately, and his mood became a little calmer. He looked at the boss of the vampire, tried to calm his heartbeat, and persuaded himself, isn't it just a boss fight? It's normal to have a boss fight in a game. Win the boss fight and let this scene be a perfect curtain call. Chapter 34, The Trick. Li Tianyu stepped forward and came to the center of the encirclement of vampires. But the surrounding vampires didn't come forward to attack him, and only the vampire who was wearing a black trench coat and keeping an inch was standing up to attack him. His pure black pupils stared at Li Tianyu tightly, the blood on the corners of his mouth was already dry and black, and his canine teeth glowed with silver under the dim light. Do you want to challenge me? The vampire boss tilted his head and looked at him, then waved his hand to provoke him and motioned him to just let it go. Then I'm not welcome. Lanjiao. Li Tianyu said, lifting his foot is a blow. Of course, this blow was just a test. He had already learned from previous battles that his electric shocks had limited damage to vampires, so he had to try the damage caused by physical attacks to vampires. The slash formed by the foot flew towards the vampire, but the vampire flashed, and instantly jumped to Li Tianyu's side, crawling on the roof of a car like a spider, and then pounced on him up here. This product is so fast. Li Tianyu couldn't help but thought to himself, and immediately used shave to open the distance. The sharp claws of the vampire leader pierced into the snowy ground. Just after landing, he got up again and pounced on Li Tianyu. Pointing a gun. Li Tianyu shouted, and pointed his right hand index to the forehead of the vampire leader. The vampire leader swiftly lowered his head and avoided, swiping his right hand along the way. Seeing and hearing the domineering color made Li Tianyu foresee the opponent's attack in advance, but his reaction was still not fast enough. After all, the distance between the two sides was too close. He made an evasive action, but did not completely avoid the opponent's attack. The claws of the vampire leader swept across his chest, leaving a few traces of blood. His body was not elementalized to avoid the blow. Seeing this, Li Tianyu immediately used shave to move the distance again. He needs time to think and plan. Sure enough, elementalization is useless. No, should it be judged as a magic attack? Li Tianyu thought secretly. But he didn't have enough time to think, and soon the vampire leader pulled closer again, and his claws kept hitting him. Paper painting. Li Tianyu relaxed his body, letting himself avoid the attack of the vampire leader like a piece of paper. The role of the paper painting is to dodge all over the next 3 seconds. It is very effective to avoid this rapid and continuous attack, but it is not suitable for dealing with those charged heavy blows. Such blind avoidance did not buy him time, and there was a hot tingling pain in his chest at this moment, which made him wake up. He is really not suitable for close-range hand-to-hand combat, and he has to find a way. However, in this scene now, surrounded by other vampires, the battle can only be carried out in this small circle, which is really not suitable for long-range attacks. With his current style of play, he may only rely on domineering. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to wrap the armed domineering on his right arm, blocking the claws from the vampire leader. It's so heavy. After all, the boss power is so high. After Li Tianyu blocked the blow with one hand, he frowned and muttered to himself. But for the time being, he blocked the opponent's attack, and his arm was not pierced by the claws of the vampire leader. The effect of armed color domineering can increase defense power, so it can prevent the opponent's attack after being strengthened by armed color domineering. But you need to cooperate with the domineering experience and color to effectively prevent the enemy's attack. The vampire leader did not give him a chance to breathe, and continued to attack, and Li Tianyu also began to understand why this battle was so difficult. This vampire was really good at close combat. Although Li Tianyu has learned a variety of skills as a player, he is still an ordinary person after all and has a lot of extra moves when fighting, but this vampire is different. He is very professional, just like those martial arts stars on TV. In the process of avoiding and attacking, there are few extra moves, which leads to his fast pace in attack and defense. And for players like Li Tianyu, the so-called dodge is actually to extend the distance through moving skills, and they can't make any beautiful moves. It feels like a layman's King 8 punch. This is also the case. This battle is so difficult to fight, it is like a layman fighting an insider. The physiques of the two sides are actually similar, but the other is a master of fighting, and he is a rookie. How to fight? Damn it, I knew that the woman Shen Yan should be left behind. Isn't her abilities suitable for this kind of hand-to-hand combat? Li Tianyu couldn't help complaining secretly, but that fool doesn't have a substitute, it's troublesome. In short, the current situation has become an established fact. He has left to fight, so he can only find a way to win. It's not easy to fight with the vampire leader while thinking. He can only rely on armed and domineering to take the opponent's attack, but his attack basically can't hit the vampire. It's slippery and completely beaten like a loach. No. Domineering is constantly being consumed, he needs to find a way to reply. Therefore, after Li Tianyu used the domineering side and domineering to foresee and avoid the opponent's blow and sweep, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com stretched out his hand to press on the face of the vampire leader, lightning strike, 60 million volts. This is the most powerful lightning strike he can currently use. I can only pray that the attack will work. The dazzling thunder light flashed, engulfing both of them, but after the thunder light dissipated, the vampire leader was almost intact. Li Tianyu was crying out secretly. The vampire leader suddenly staggered and fell to his knees on one knee. It seemed that the electric shock made him unable to move temporarily. Opportunity! Li Tianyu secretly applauded, and was about to step back and take the distance, but then he cursed himself. You are stupid, what are you doing to take the distance? They all hit hard, continue to attack. Games are games. For many fighting games like King of Fighters and Street Fighter, isn't the way to attack the enemy is to break the defense or hit a straight line, and then start the combo? There is no requirement to use long-range attacks. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu covered his arm and domineering on his right fist, and hit the vampire leader's face with enough strength to suckle. The real feeling of beating others made him feel a little panic for the first time. After all, it was the first time in his life that he used all his strength and no worries to hit another person with his fist. This feeling was really unfamiliar, but he quickly got used to the feeling of close combat with the enemy. Because of the strengthening and correction of the armed color domineering, the vampire boss flew out 3 or 4 meters before stopping after being hit by him. It seems that I have mastered some fighting skills. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, and set his posture. In short, just use a light attack to strike a straight, and then use a heavy attack. Right? It's similar to fighting games, isn't it? Chapter 35, Perfect Interpretation. Li Tianyu carefully dealt with the vampire leader, and gradually calmed down. Although he is a fighting layman, he suddenly discovered that there is no difference between real fighting and fighting games. It is nothing more than using a light attack to hit the enemy's stiffness first, and then using the opportunity of stiffening to use a heavy attack to hit the enemy hard and hurt. And his ability, whether it is domineering or the ability of Thunder Fruit, is actually very suitable for melee attacks. After the vampire boss eats his domineering punch, his expression is obviously not as calm as before, but a little bit irritated, and also speeds up the frequency of attacks. But now that Li Tianyu has grasped the trick, it is naturally not so easy to be suppressed by him. He used his knowledge and domineering to predict the attack route of the vampire in advance. Of course, his reaction could not keep up with the attack speed of the vampire. When he saw the first attack of the vampire had already made the second attack. However, this system also has a combat mechanism called bullet time. This mechanism also exists in many games. When the player concentrates, the flow of time around it will slow down, but the speed of its own movement will not change. Therefore, Li Tianyu used the effect of seeing and hearing domineering and bullet time to avoid the claws of the vampire leader with the smallest movement, and then pierced the vampire's forehead with a finger gun. But the opponent is a vampire after all, and his reaction and action are too quick. After seeing Li Tianyu's attack, he changed his subsequent attack in time, raised his hand and grabbed Li Tianyu's index finger, and he could break his finger with a single move. At that time, Li Tianyu felt a sense of crisis, and quickly released the maximum amount of electricity, lightning, 60 million volts. But at this moment, the vampire suddenly released his fingers and lifted his feet on his chest. This kick was not for attack, but to distance himself from Li Tianyu. The light of thunder spread from Li Tianyu, but the vampire avoided the range of thunder and lightning, and then landed on the ground, making a forward leap motion. Not good. Li Tianyu suddenly cried out. Even if he didn't need to see the domineering, he could see that the vampire was about to pounce next, so he quickly crossed his arms and covered the armed domineering on his arms and chest. But, the next moment this vampire turned into a black shadow. Li Tianyu suddenly felt a burning sensation from his left waist, and it started to become more and more intense. He looked down and saw that blood was constantly overflowing from his left waist, which happened to be the least covered area of his armed color domineering, and that part of the vampire boss was aimed at. Li Tianyu was a little dizzy for the first time. He had never really suffered such a serious injury before, and his breathing became disordered for a while, and his brain went blank. But the vampire leader didn't give him time to think, so he attacked him again without saying a word. Li Tianyu didn't have time to deal with his wounds, turned to face the vampire leader, and used shave sideways. While continuing to deal with the vampire, Li Tianyu tried to calm himself down, thinking about countermeasures, how to defeat the vampire leader. As far as the current attack is concerned, the effect seems to be not very good. How did the protagonist in the original work do it? Something is similar to targeting zombies, cutting off the head of a vampire or destroying the spinal cord. However, he does not have this kind of attack ability similar to slashing. The only ones that can effectively destroy the body are the finger gun and the squat. The squat is a long-range attack. Under normal circumstances, it is not so easy to hit without hitting the enemy. The destructive power is too small, unless it can just pierce the cervical spine of the vampire head, it is afraid that it will not have a significant effect. Just as Li Tianyu was thinking, the vampire suddenly kicked on the wall and leaped at him at an alarming speed, with sharp claws pointed directly at his face. But this scene was foreseen by Li Tianyu in advance with the domineering look and feel. For a moment, his mind suddenly turned very fast, and his thoughts were particularly clear. When playing games, he occasionally had this situation. Therefore, when the vampire rushed in front of him, he covered his armed domineering on his left arm, and then knocked away the vampire's claws that stabbed him in the face, and the opponent's claws almost brushed his cheeks. Immediately afterwards, Li Tianyu's right index finger pierced the vampire's neck with a finger spear and sank into its body. Black blood overflowed from the vampire's neck. The vampire leader clutched his neck and coughed dryly. He staggered for 2 steps, and Li Tianyu walked around behind the vampire with a shave, lifting his feet and sweeping his feet against the enemy. On the back of the neck. This series of actions were completed in one go, exactly as Li Tianyu had thought of. At that time, the vampire leader was on the spot, clutching his neck and staggering out for 2 steps, its head fell to the ground and gruntly rolled in front of the vampires. At that moment, the vampires stepped forward one after another as if they were about to pounce. However, in the next moment, they seemed to realize some crisis, and they backed away, disappearing into the night. Li Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the direction of the police station, but at this time, the pain from the wound became more and more intense. It seemed that someone was applying a hot red soldering iron to his waist, and there was a burst of cheek on his cheek. Burning pain. Li Tianyu. At this time, Shen Yan also brought other people out of the police station. Li Tianyu glanced at her behind www.readaloud.com. There were a few fewer policemen who followed, but besides Shen Yan and Zheng Nangxing, 3 people were still alive. He then looked up at his status bar again. There were about 40 people still alive in the whole town. Hey! Li Tianyu sighed for a long time, and sat down on the ground, only to find that his hands and feet were trembling, and then the tremor slowly spread to his whole body. He couldn't believe that he was with someone else just now. To be precise, it was a vampire fighting, and he also beheaded the opponent. You must know that he hadn't fought with anyone in more than 10 years before that. He is usually not a very radical type of person. In reality, he has a good relationship with his classmates. There are few conflicts, let alone fights. Today he actually beheaded a humanoid. Thinking of this, the picture flashed past his eyes, and Li Tianyu suddenly covered his mouth, feeling a little vomiting. Okay, it's okay. Shen Yan patted his back and sighed, you did a good job. We have successfully rescued. The government will send troops to help soon. This task should be is it done. Li Tianyu covered his mouth and couldn't speak at this time, but a line of letters appeared in front of him. Congratulations on the scene task clearance, the basic game rewards GP 200 points. This game score, battle score SSS, plot interpretation completeness 97%, SSS, team cooperation score S, number of survivors SSS, overall score, SSS, perfect interpretation. Congratulations! You get the perfect interpretation score for this scene mission. This mission will reward GP 500 extra points. The store will unlock the special item Vampire Blood. You can check the detailed attributes of the item in the store. It will return after the countdown, 10, 9, 8. Chapter 36, Vampire Blood. Mrs. Ma, amazing! It was a perfect performance. SSS score. I saw it for the first time. Looking at the countdown to the game in front of him, Zheng Nangxing grabbed Li Tianyu's arm with admiration and said, "Brother, give me one. Contact information. I will follow you in the future. Can you take me with you?" "I'll think about it," Li Tianyu said blankly. Of course, he was just perfunctory. As long as he dragged it to the end of the countdown, he would return to the real world, and there was no need to answer the other party. As for whether to bring, Li Tianyu is of course reluctant. It is good to play games with a girl, but this game is not another game. This game is terrible to play badly. Bringing a is undoubtedly a drag. Although Shen Yan is basically a in this scene task, she can help on some occasions, and Shen Yan's abilities are indeed very good. She might be able to carry her in the early stage and help him through the heavy period. The ability to take shape in the later stage. This time she even took 700 GP in one go, which is sure to be a big improvement. And Zheng Nangxing, he really doesn't understand each other, after all, she is too confused in this task. Hey! Zheng Nangxing seemed to be aware of his purpose. He puffed up his cheeks and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Then when the game was about to end, he slammed his hand into his arms and took his mobile phone out of his pocket. "Come out!" "Hey!" Li Tianyu was a little surprised and hurried to grab it, but at this time the countdown just ended and he returned to the preparation scene. After returning from the game scene, Li Tianyu and Shen Yan returned to the hotel room where they were before. As expected, each task took 10 hours. But in fact, they didn't spend too much time in this scene this time, probably 5 or 6 hours, instead of staying for 30 days as previously expected. Ah! That stinky girl! Li Tianyu roared angrily, what can I do about it? It's okay. Only you can use your account. Shen Yan reminded on the side, didn't you have to scan your fingerprints to start the game at the beginning? Only you can log into the game account, and other people can't open it. Have you tried? Li Tianyu asked curiously, and Shen Yan nodded, yes, my girlfriend once wanted to see what game I was playing, but she couldn't log into her account, and she couldn't even enter the game page. I guess this is considered a confidentiality measure. But the phone is gone, what about the game? Li Tianyu asked again. Shen Yan sat down on the bed, raised her slender legs, and squinted at him and said, stupid, just buy another mobile phone. Alright? Download a game again. Anyway, scan your fingerprint and you can log in again, right? That's right. Li Tianyu calmed down again when he heard the words, but, I didn't bring the cash to go out, so I just... Shen Yan was stunned when he heard the words, and then he covered his mouth and squinted at him, jokingly, oh? Take the other girl out to open the house. After the job is over, the girl will have to pay for the house. It's a scumbag. Don't say it is so easy to make people misunderstand, okay? Li Tianyu said angrily, I just came out to complete the game mission, and did nothing to open the room. The big deal is that you can pad it first, and I will pay you next time. I'll pay it, just as thank you for taking me to lie down and win. Shen Yan said with a smile, you are actually more man than expected. I didn't expect that the boss would be solved in such an occasion. Very handsome. Better than you think. What kind of person do you think I am? Li Tianyu asked with a dry smile. Shen Yan looked at him and blinked and said, a little introverted and shy, not good at dealing with girls. And some inferiority complex. Although she wanted to refute, Li Tianyu had nothing to say, because basically what she said was correct. Be confident. Shen Yan slapped him on the back without angrily, isn't this very handsome? Carrie was alone in the audience, and the two of us were rewarded for perfect interpretation. 700 GP, Lu Zihao will definitely regret his death. It's better not to tell him. Li Tianyu sighed and said, what is vampire blood? I don't know, I'll take a look. Shen Yan replied, and then turned on the phone. Li Tianyu leaned over to take a look. Shen Yan glanced at him, but did not resist. Instead, she moved to him so that he could see clearly. Li Tianyu noticed that there was a faint scent on her body. It was the sweet and sour taste of strawberry mixed with the refreshing taste of cucumber. It was very special and smelled very good. Li Tianyu shook his head quickly to wake herself up, and checked the content on her mobile phone screen. At this moment, there is an additional item in the game store app, Vampire Blood. One-time consumables, the price is 200 GP, after use, the attribute value can be increased by 100% in the next 10 minutes, but after use, it will definitely die. Li Tianyu muttered to himself as he looked at the description of the item, and then fell into thought. It will definitely die after use, what kind of prop is this? Shen Yan curled her lips and muttered. Strategic props. Li Tianyu replied, for example, you can use this prop for a final fight in a deadly game. Anyway, there is a substitute jade in the game. Maybe you can use this prop to turn defeat into victory? It can be used by the enemy. Although it can increase the enemy's attribute value, it will definitely die after use, which means ignoring all defense and resistance effects, right? That's the case. Shen Yan nodded suddenly, in that case. Buy a substitute jade first, just in case. After finishing speaking, Shen Yan stretched out her slender index finger across the screen and bought a double jade. Immediately afterwards, her mobile phone vibrated, and someone was looking for her on WeChat. Li Tianyu originally guessed that it was her boyfriend or suitor, so he avoided the line of sight and didn't want to see it, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but my heart is still a bit sour. However, then Shen Yan pursed her mouth and muttered, "It's your WeChat ID." What? Impossible, how can she unlock the phone without my password? Li Tianyu asked in disbelief with a frown. Flash the phone or crack it. Shen Yan replied, there is always a way. Anyway, let's see what she said. Then, Li Tianyu moved his head again and checked Shen Yan's screen. It turns out that brother, you have a 3-person alliance. Let me count as one. My ability will definitely work. You tell me your address, and I will use the return bone slice to return the phone to you. By the way, make an alliance, okay? Zheng Nangxing used Li Tianyu's account to send such a message to the WeChat group on his mobile phone. At that time, Li Tianyu wanted to swear. What? Are you carrying me to complete the task? Lu Zihao immediately questioned in the group. Oh, this stinky girl is so annoying. Li Tianyu punched on the bed angrily and couldn't help cursing. Shen Yan also sighed, looked at Li Tianyu and asked, what are you going to do? Oh. Li Tianyu sighed annoyed. Now it's not his mobile phone issue that is difficult to solve. Instead, how should I explain to Lu Zihao that the two of them have completed the task behind him this time? He can't imagine that Lu Zihao knows. What will they look like after taking 700 GP in this game? After all, Lu Zihao's abilities are also super dependent on GP. Temporarily, call her over and let her explain to Lu Zihao, lest he suspect that we two are behind his back for a small plan, causing this alliance to break up. Li Tianyu said with a sigh. Chapter 37, The Power of Mantra Lasso. The matter is over, Li Tianyu can only tell Shen Yan to explain the matter to Lu Zihao. However, this matter had to be said in person, so they made an appointment and called Zheng Nangxing to it. Don't worry, isn't this my mantra lasso? Shen Yan and him went up the elevator together, comfortingly said, you took me to lie down this time and won 700 GP. I will remember this. Next time I will take you paddling. Don't say next time, let's get things done this time first. Li Tianyu said angrily. Now, they are going to find a coffee shop to explain the matter to Lu Zihao. Soon, they arrived at the destination and sent the location to the group. After a while, Lu Zihao and Zheng Nangxing arrived together. If it weren't for the hard work in the real world, and the other party was a little girl, Li Tianyu would definitely want Zheng Nangxing to look good, but he still stared at her fiercely. Don't stare at people like that, I really want to follow the big guys. Zheng Nangxing grumbled aggrievedly, and handed him the phone. Li Tianyu took the phone and said viciously, did you hack my phone? Zheng Nangxing pursed his lips and smiled, using my abilities, it's very simple. Isn't your ability frozen? Li Tianyu frowned and asked inexplicably. Zheng Nangxing shook his head, no, my ability is vector control. Li Tianyu was stunned, and then asked in surprise, you mean the ability to pass by one side? Yet. Zheng Nangxing smiled happily, completely unaware that Shen Yan had quietly wrapped the mantra lasso around her ankle. Although he is a villain, he has a lot of personality, isn't he? I like people like him very much. This ability is very strong. Lu Zihao immediately intervened and asked with interest, aren't you invincible? I can't talk about it. Zheng Nangxing frowned and looked at Lu Zihao, and then moved away with a little fear. This ability is actually a kind of calculation ability. I can't describe it. You can imagine that there is a calculation. The flow of the mini-game, probably the QTE and puzzle-solving mechanisms in those games. After completing the mechanism, can you reflect any physical attacks? Li Tianyu asked. That's right. Zheng Nangxing turned to Li Tianyu and smiled happily, however, according to different types of attacks, the QTE that needs to be made is also more complicated, and direct contact will be easier. It is like turning water in the air into ice. It's simple. Then, what if I launch a lightning strike at you? Can you rebound? Li Tianyu asked again, and Zheng Nangxing replied, it can be possible, but it also needs to pass this mechanism. Facing the same attack, the mechanism is the same. Then what if I change the voltage and shape of the lightning strike? Li Tianyu continued to ask. Zheng Nangxing looked at him and said, that is to make the mechanism a little more complicated, just like the common factorization. It just adds 1 or 2 layers to the original basis, but after the new layers are decomposed, the next step will be it's still the same. Li Tianyu looked at Zheng Nangxing in front of him, and suddenly fell into thought. In fact, he has a strong sense of crisis at the moment. Actually, Li Tianyu knew that one party's ability to pass was abnormal, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, the ability was balanced by the system. It's like Superman's ability, although very abnormal, after being balanced by the system, it is not as irresistible as the original. Even without kryptonite, it can be opposed to Superman. However, now that he has figured out the operation of the vector control ability, he realized that this ability is really terrifying. If this ability is used proficiently, the number of players will decrease after all in the later stage. Maybe the players who participate in the task every time. There are only a few players, and the ability of vector control is set to be more powerful when facing more familiar players. In other words, the best way to deal with this ability is probably to solve Zheng Nangxing before he is familiar with the mechanism against him, or avoid fighting her. From this point of view, forming an alliance with her is the best choice. Because the alliance with her can avoid fighting with her, she is naturally not familiar with the mechanism of reflecting her ability, so that even if one day she will become an enemy, she will not be eaten to death by her. However, this ability is still. Is there no upper limit? Lu Zihao asked incredulously, is it possible to reflect without limit? No, the attack power that can be reflected is related to his own attribute value. Zheng Nangxing explained, the ability of vector control has prerequisites, and the bloodline can only choose the bloodline of School City, and this bloodline has a weak passive. Physical ability can only be at the same level as ordinary people, but computing power will be greatly improved. In this case, that's okay. Li Tianyu groaned, and secretly relieved. It seems that the balance of the system is still very good, and every ability must have its shortcomings. Then why do you want to form an alliance with us? Shen Yan asked at this time. Because the little brother is very good, I want to lie down with him to win. Zheng Nangxing said cheerfully, without hesitation. Hunzi. Li Tianyu looked at Zheng Nangxing and thought to himself, after learning such a perverted ability, he actually became a jerk. Of course, although this ability is very strong, it must be able to survive to the later stage. Thinking about this, Li Tianyu pondered that the ability of Shen Yan in his team belongs to the mid to late stage carry type, while Zheng Nangxing belongs to the late stage carry type. Lu Zihao, who happens to be able to carry in the early stage, can make up for this. If he appropriately adjusts his ability to become the early ability, he may be able to cover the two of them to the late stage, but isn't this a fool? Sacrifice yourself to achieve others? Rewards can't lead the team. Li Tianyu thought secretly. Okay, let's not ask about her ability and purpose now. Shen Yan changed the subject www.readaloud.com and looked at Lu Zihao. Anyway, let me explain to you why we left you in that scene mission. Immediately, Shen Yan paused and said calmly, simply put, I asked for it. After all, I like that scene very much. I didn't go for rewards. I just wanted to go in and enjoy the atmosphere of the scene, but Li Tianyu was unexpectedly surprised. The carry took us to get a perfect interpretation of the evaluation, and gave 700 GP rewards. You know I can't lie. That's 700 GP. Lu Zihao said distressedly, this is 7000 GP under my passive bonus. I can assemble a magic suit. Jump directly to the nano suit Mark 50. I can bring it in the early stage. You lie down and won. Next time, there is a chance. Shen Yan comforted, anyway, Li Tianyu is so good at playing this game. Lu Zihao said angrily, the main quest will begin soon. The first main quest all players have to participate in. Don't you think that my preliminary ability is the most important thing to cultivate? I am disappointed. Don't worry, I think my little brother can take us to win the first prize in the main mission. At this time, Zhang Nangxing also interjected, don't underestimate the scene mission of I-30, it is actually very difficult. Yes. I also participated for the first time. That time 4 people stayed in it for 7 days. In the end, the mission to kill all the townspeople failed. Did you participate for the first time? Shen Yan and Li Tianyu turned to Zhang Nangxing in surprise for the first time. Hey! Zhang Nangxing immediately covered her mouth. She didn't seem to realize that she had missed her mouth, so she lowered her head and found the mantra lasso wrapped around her ankle. It's Wonder Woman's ability. Chapter 38, Team of 4. Zhang Nangxing finally discovered the existence of the mantra lasso, but at this time they already knew what they should know, so Shen Yan smirked at Li Tianyu and put away the mantra lasso. Zhang Nangxing looked aggrieved and stared at Shen Yan in anger. Upon seeing this, Li Tianyu cleared his throat and changed the subject, so, your last mission failed. That's right. Zhang Nangxing turned to Li Tianyu, the last time we were 4 of us, we couldn't fight those vampires. We didn't know what to do. Everyone was like a headless flies. That's why the little brother who was special was highlighted. Great, why is the thinking so clear and knows what to do? Follow the requirements of the system and think about it. Li Tianyu said absently, resting his chin. In fact, Li Tianyu has always felt that he has no talent in playing games. He has neither particularly quick reactions nor particularly good operations, even his consciousness is just average. Occasionally, there may be a bit of magic, but most of the time he is just an ordinary player, and he has not been among the top group of people in any game. However, Li Tianyu also has his own good point, that is, speculating on the ideas of game designers. Every scene, design, and model of every game has its purpose, whether it is a stand-alone game or an online game, and each game has its own unique mechanism and system. Li Tianyu is not good at playing games, but to explore the ideas of game designers, how the game designers want them to play this game. Of course, this kind of talent was useless in the past, after all, the freedom of those games in reality is not so high, but now this chaos is different. The degree of freedom in this chaos is too high. There are many ways to complete the task, but there is only one way that is the easiest and the most rewarding, and that is the method required by the system. Of course, players do not need to follow the systematic method to forcefully win with brute force, but the difficulty will be much higher, suitable for those players whose strength is higher than the task level. However, for the moment, if the task level is equal to the player's ability level, it is still completed according to the system requirements. The difficulty will be much lower, and the score will be higher. The reward is naturally better. I didn't expect to find the treasure, hug the big man's thigh. Shen Yan put his arm on Li Tianyu's shoulder and joked. You. Be sure to take me with me next time, I hear you. Lu Zihao pointed to Li Tianyu and said angrily, otherwise, I won't make you a suit for you. If you want a suit, you can get it with me. Change your GP. You people, what do you do with the idea of a jerk? Li Tianyu muttered to himself a little distressedly, holding his chin on. Of course, even though their ideas are all ideas, in fact, when it comes to the game, no one can do nothing. For example, in the 30th Hell Night scene before, although Shen Yan and Zhang Nangxing did very little, they really couldn't do without them. When they finally went to the police station for help, the 2 of them led the remaining survivors to ask for help. Without them, the vampire would kill all the survivors, and the call for help would fail. So it turns out that this game is difficult to complete by one person. It requires 1 or 2 teammates to follow the command. And these 3 people seem to be obedient now, and they do have some brains. There is always no harm in forming an alliance. Then 4 people team up. Li Tianyu thought for a while and replied, most of the scene tasks are also 4 people together. 4 people are just right. But I can say in advance, now 4 people are enough. For the time being, there is no need for more people to join. I think you should all agree with this point. After all, the 5 more people may not have a place in the scene mission. Shen Yan and the others nodded one after another. Li Tianyu sighed and said, that's it, join the group first, and then go back to rest and prepare. The next main task is only a dozen hours away. This mission also took 7 or 8 hours in it, and Li Tianyu is a bit tired now. After all, he completed the last boss battle alone. At this moment, his mind is still a little confused, as if he had a dream. In the end, the scene of cutting off the boss head with his foot is still faintly emerging from his mind. He needs to give himself a break. Okay, then everyone take a good rest and get ready for the first main mission. Zhang Nangxing said cheerfully, everyone will be teammates in the future, please take care of them. Together hug the boss's thighs, hee. What, this kid is very cute. Lu Zihao looked at Zhang Nangxing with interest and said. Go away, I'm not interested in muscular men. Zhang Nangxing snorted and turned his face away. Li Tianyu didn't want to talk to them either. Now he was very tired, so they went back to their homes with bone fragments. Li Tianyu wondered, I'm afraid I can't take care of this job, so I just asked for leave this week. After returning home, Li Tianyu quickly took a bath, then lay on the bed, ready to sleep. He opened the game app and looked at it. At present, there are still more than 10 hours before the main task of the first round. It will probably start at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, which should be enough for him to get a good rest. Li Tianyu was not in a hurry to sleep. He first opened the game app and purchased a vampire blood in the store system. Yu read www.yuganju. Although Com doesn't know when it will be used, it is always prepared. The strategic use of this item is still very strong. It can not only be used for the final battle of the trapped beasts, but also used as a poison to assassinate the enemy. After doing this, Li Tianyu browsed other props, and felt that there was nothing useful, so he planned to save the GP and wait until later. There are already 1050 GPS, and you can buy artifacts by saving more than 3000. Rest. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, but at this time he saw the skill in the bonus skill bar in his task bar again, and he was suddenly entangled. He actually wanted to use it before the first main mission started. The skill bar is unlocked. After all, this thing is really improved, especially when playing against players. If he directly yelled 20 million volts? Thunderbird when he was fighting with the player, the opponent must immediately understand that he is a devil fruit capable person, and then use Halostone to deal with him. However, if his custom skills are modified to other forms, the enemy will not be sure of the source of his ability, and it is not easy to restrain him based on his ability, but now, Li Tianyu is really tired and needs some time to rest. After this mission enters, and no matter how long it takes inside, the outside world will definitely be 10 hours later, and the main mission will begin immediately after he comes out. However, at this time, Li Tianyu had an idea. No matter how long he was in the mission scene, the outside world only counted 10 hours. What if he sleeps for 10 hours in the mission scene before completing the mission? It's worth a try. Li Tianyu murmured, it's a big deal if you fail and wait until the next mission is refreshed, but if it succeeds, the first main mission will have a big advantage. This risk is worth taking. Chapter 39, Simple and Rude. After trying to understand this, Li Tianyu decisively opened his game app, and then received the challenge mission. The challenge task is different from the normal task in that it is a single-player task, so it does not start at a fixed time, but starts immediately after the player participates. Therefore, After Li Tianyu accepted the task, he immediately prompted him whether to start the task. Start? Li Tianyu flicked his finger on the phone and clicked to confirm. So, the next moment he came to the preparation time again, and the request of the task appeared immediately. Quest scene Resident Evil, quest type PvE, quest requirements only use special abilities to defeat the enemy and get enough EP, quest rewards skill bar X1, unlock custom skills. What does it mean to only use special abilities? Li Tianyu muttered to himself, but at this time the scene brightened again and he also came into the world of Resident Evil. Li Tianyu recovered and found himself on the top of a skyscraper. The same as the previous mission, except that the world background is similar to that of Resident Evil, but it does not participate in the main storyline. The mission scene in this game is like this: sometimes it is involved in the main line with the protagonist, and sometimes it is just in the same background and has nothing to do with the plot of the original. The current time in this world is also at night, and it is dim, but this darkness is not only because of the sky, but also because the city seems to have fallen. You can see the blue smoke and black lights everywhere. How many Resident Evil is this? Li Tianyu frowned and muttered to himself. He came to the side of the building and took a look at his head. There are wandering zombies everywhere. From this situation, at least it is not the first one. It should be the second part or later. At this time, the pixel cubes continue to condense and turn into a line of subtitles in front of him: kill zombies to get EP, kill special types of zombies to get higher EP, the player will die if the game fails, and if the player reaches 3000 EP, the mission will be successful. This task. Li Tianyu couldn't help muttering to himself. Compared with the previous scene tasks, this task was simple and rude. It was just a matter of hitting zombies. There was no skill, and there was no need to consider the purpose of the system. However, it feels like it should be set by the system in order to familiarize players with their special abilities, so it limits the players to only use special abilities. At present, his domineering value is empty, and the 6 powers of the bloodline cannot be used. However, he is really tired now, and it may not be easy to deal with this task. Just when Li Tianyu was wondering whether he could find a place to hide and take a break, the system suddenly began to count down. After the countdown, the rooftop door behind him suddenly slammed with a boom, bang, bang. Before he recovered, the door was knocked open, and a large number of zombies swarmed up. 20 million volts, Thunderbird. Li Tianyu immediately waved and shouted. Thunder and lightning condensed into thunderbirds and rushed towards the group of zombies. At that time, the electric light spread, illuminating the entire rooftop like daytime, and after the electric light dissipated, the scene became zombie. Made a scorched corpse all over the floor. The ability is not forced to balance by the system. This is a good thing. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. If this is the case, killing zombies will become very easy. After all, the Thunder Fruit is still a very powerful ability, and there are many range attacks. The most important thing is that this ability is inherently unlimited. However, Li Tianyu immediately looked at the EP on his status bar, and it only rose by 13 points, which seemed to be 1 point for each zombie. Wow! Isn't that going to kill 3000 zombies? This is going to be the year of the monkey. Li Tianyu's heart sank and couldn't help but think to himself. Of course, there are more than 3000 zombies on the street, it's just his energy problem. He was busy for 6 or 7 hours without a break in the previous scene mission, and now he is here to start this kind of mowing mode mission, not to mention that after this mission, it will be the upcoming main mission. This is not good news. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, looking around, guessing that the only route is to go down the door of the rooftop. After all, he is on the top of the building, and now he can't use the 6 powers and so on. Ability, so I can't jump straight down. Is it possible to attack here? Li Tianyu stood on the edge of the roof, and then used Thunderbird at the zombies below. He wanted to try to see if he could drill a small loophole in the system, but it turns out that the system is still very perfect. Thunderbird, it can't fly that far, and it dissipates in the air after about 20 meters. Therefore, Li Tianyu could only go downstairs honestly. After going down from the rooftop, the zombies immediately refreshed, and there was a sound of knocking and banging from the door below, and various zombies broke into the door in the next moment. Li Tianyu raised his hand and shouted, 40 million volts, Thunder Beast! Thunder and lightning turned into giant wolves, rushing and biting all the way, electric scorching the zombies swept along the way. When the ability is not balanced by the system, in fact, killing these zombies is really hard to talk about. It is almost the same as the ordinary difficulty of mowing in the Three Kingdoms Warriors. It has a refreshing feeling of mowing, and it is not very energy intensive. But the number of zombies is really large. After one skill, subsequent zombies immediately followed. Thunder Light. Li Tianyu immediately formed a barrier around Thunder Light, using the heat generated by thunder and lightning to block the zombies. After the zombies hit, their bodies were immediately turned into ashes by the lightning, and Li Tianyu discovered that it is actually much faster to use this method to destroy the zombies than with his own skills. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. When he used to play WoW, he had a behavior called drive a train. This behavior was simply that the player started to attract strangers, and then let a lot of monsters chase his the year after, forming a phenomenon of trains. So called a train. At this moment, Li Tianyu also wants to try, after all, to kill 3,000 zombies, then speed is very important. Okay. Li Tianyu nodded secretly, cleaned up the batch of zombies in front of him, took a deep breath, and ran towards the bottom of the safe passage at full speed. And as long as he goes down one floor, the zombies on this floor will be activated and start to refresh, and break the door to chase him. Li Tianyu only went down 3 floors, followed by dense zombies behind him, and the sound of footsteps from above his head. It is inferred that there are hundreds of zombies following. Although the plan worked, Li Tianyu was still frightened by the situation. Fuck, so panic. Li Tianyu couldn't help muttering to himself, never daring to look back. Although the bloodline ability is not allowed to be used, the added attributes of the bloodline are still there, so he is not tired at all to go down a dozen floors in one breath. Going down the stairs at full speed like this, Li Tianyu finally saw the gate of the first floor, but what was waiting for him outside was a denser wave of zombies. After seeing Li Tianyu, these zombies rushed up frantically. In a moment, Li Tianyu was completely surrounded by a wave of zombies. But this was actually his purpose. He immediately opened the lightning barrier, and the zombies that rushed up were burned to ashes by the lightning, and the EP value of Li Tianyu's status bar also rose rapidly at an astonishing speed. This method of killing zombies is really simple and rude. If the surrounding scenes weren't too terrifying, maybe Li Tianyu would still feel quite happy. Chapter 40, Brush Proficiency. This wave of zombies still committed suicide after hitting Li Tianyu's Liguang barrier, and the Liguang barrier Li Tianyu could continue to open until he took the initiative to lift it. So, theoretically speaking, he only needs to keep the lightning barrier open and then wander around, and the tide of corpses will rush to kill himself. But he knew that this system would not allow him to win so easily. As the number of zombies killed increases and the kill speed is too fast, more advanced zombies will definitely be refreshed. Although the lightning barrier is good, Li Tianyu's inability to release other skills during the maintenance process is the only drawback. And the scope of this city is very large. Li Tianyu intends to wander around the city. Maybe there will be a safe house set up by the system to take a break, similar to the Way to Survive. Road to Survival is a zombie game. Players play the role of a survivor and slaughter zombies all the way to the safe house. This safe house is actually the archive point between levels. At present, judging from this scene, there should also be such an archive point. And, because this is a single-player mission, he doesn't need to worry about meeting other players here. Drink. Li Tianyu spread the lightning barrier, cleared away the zombies in the area, then raised his hand to the front and shouted, 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon! The thunder and lightning formed a crazy dragon and threw out in front of him. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon was still quite powerful, and it cleaned the street directly. Li Tianyu took advantage of the opportunity of the zombies to surround him, and ran forward along the street, but he didn't run a few steps, and felt that this might not be a particularly good idea. Because whenever he passed a building, the zombies inside would burst out. Is the setting for the player to clean up the zombies at the scene to move on? Li Tianyu frowned and muttered to himself, if this is the case, then the previous train ride was really a cocoon. As he said, Li Tianyu couldn't help but sighed secretly, what am I talking to myself by myself? Don't talk about the players, there is not even an NPC here. Li Tianyu concentrated, stopped moving on, avoiding drawing more zombies, and then turned to the zombies swarming behind him. In fact, it is terrible to look back like this. The densely packed zombies have terrifying expressions and broken bodies, but they are still rushing towards him frantically, trying to swallow him. Li Tianyu raised his hand and released Thunderbird, but at this time he realized that he hadn't actually shouted the words 20 million volts. Thunderbird and successfully released the skill, so an idea suddenly emerged. He set up the lightning barrier again, burned the zombies that rushed up directly to ashes, and then began to think about it. Actually, at the beginning, the system teaching asked him to call out the name of the skill. This release of the skill once made him suspicious, and he felt that there were a lot of such actions. Isn't this exposing his ability to the enemy? It wasn't until later, when the custom skill bar appeared, that he was relieved. He felt that this setting was not surprising, after all, it was the same as some mages must chant spells when casting spells. And now, Li Tianyu is more determined. In fact, the reason why the system allowed the player to call out skills in this way at the beginning may be to help the player remember. After all, when calling out this skill, the form of that skill will most directly appear in my mind. If his inference is not wrong, then he may be able to master the technique of silent spell casting. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu plans to give it a try. Therefore, he did not speak, but directly muttered 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon, in the bottom of his heart, and then waved his right arm. However, after thunder and lightning were condensed, they did not condense into a complete Thunder Dragon. Thunder and lightning gathered to form a snake-like creature, but it dissipated without turning into a completely identical Thunder Dragon. It seems that this skill is not proficient enough. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, indeed, this skill should be used less often, not as much as Thunderbird. After all, Thunder Dragon takes longer to prepare and learn its later. Therefore, Li Tianyu prepared to wait for the number of zombies to decrease later before using Thunder Dragon, so he continued to use lightning barriers to brainlessly slaughter the zombies that came up. But at this moment, a gust of wind came from behind. The next moment Li Tianyu's shoulders were gone, but instead of being chewed off, the elementalization dissipated. Li Tianyu turned his head to look, and a liquor was lying on the wall of an office building, now retracting his tongue. Although it successfully hit Li Tianyu, its tongue was scorched because of Li Tianyu's electric light. Scare me! Li Tianyu murmured to himself, but this also confirmed one of his thoughts, that is, this mission is really just to help players familiarize themselves with skills. After all, the player's ability has not been weakened at all, and Li Tianyu's elemental passiveness is still there, so he is almost invincible in this world. After all, there is no enemy in the scene of Resident Evil that can use magic attacks, so as long as he is not thrown down by the zombies and then madly bites until his shield value is exhausted, there will be no danger. And he can relax. This is good news for him, because he has just experienced a task before, and now he has not rested. It is difficult to concentrate very much. www.readaloud.com always involuntarily distracted. The liquor didn't hurt Li Tianyu with a single blow. At this moment, he crawled and jumped quickly on the wall. But now that he understands the purpose of the system, Li Tianyu knows what he should do now. During the previous mission, he had been facing a high-speed moving enemy many times and had difficulty hitting the opponent. He did not have the auxiliary aiming system of Lu Zihao's suit, so this time is the best opportunity to practice shooting moving targets. 40 million volts? Thunder Beast. Li Tianyu tried the silent cast of the Thunder Beast this time, and this time it succeeded. The thunder and lightning condensed into a giant wolf and rushed to the liquor. Only then did Li Tianyu realize that the Thunder Beast could still be controlled after it was released. Therefore, Li Tianyu raised his hand and continued to operate the Thunder Beast. Under his guidance, the Thunder Beast adjusted its forward arc in mid-air, and then bit on the liquor's neck with one bite. Lightning splashed out, and this one licked the food. The person also fell from the wall. That's it, I understand. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, the shape of the beast turned out to be for this. This setting feels somewhat similar to the ice modeling magic in fairy tale. There are two ice sculptors, one is good at making creatures and the other is good at making objects. The advantage of the ice modeling magic of creatures is that they can look like life. That way, if you continue to control after you let go, this setting is actually good, but Li Tianyu doesn't plan to keep this setting. Since it is a thunder, it must have the advantage of thunder, that is, the advantage in speed. There is no need to continue to control after release, as long as the speed is so fast that the enemy can't avoid it, just like a bullet. Therefore, the skill bar of this task reward is still very important to him and he has to take it. Chapter 41, Rest. Emma, this is really terrible. After finally cleaning up the zombies at the scene, Li Tianyu was also busy for 2 hours. Counting from the last task, he has not rested for 8 consecutive hours. Even if the physique has been strengthened by the bloodline, the human spirit will still feel tired. However, all the zombies in this small scene have been cleaned up. Li Tianyu's EP has risen to more than 1,400 points, which is close to half of the mission goal. At this time, his mental state is also at the limit. Li Tianyu knew that he had to find a place to rest now. After this mission is over, the first main mission will start soon after going out. If you execute the main mission in this state, it is no different from suicide. Therefore, before the end of this task, he must find a place to rest, eat something and then take a good night's sleep, and then fill up the remaining EP to meet the requirements of the task. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu began to explore in the area he had cleaned up. Although it killed more than 1,000 zombies and dozens of lickers, the cleaned area was only half a street, like 4 buildings. At this moment, the zombies far away from him are slowly gathering here. However, judging from the fact that the buildings he has explored have not spawned more zombies, the zombies at each spawn point are fixed, so he should be able to find a place to rest in the area he has cleaned up a bit. So he went to the hotel on the left, ready to get himself a safe house. This is not an easy task. After all, not everyone has become a zombie. Some people are eaten directly by the zombies without being transformed. Therefore, you can see the broken remains everywhere in the hotel. It was the strong smell of blood and the smell of rotting corpses that made him feel nauseous, but at this time his stomach was really hungry. There should be something to eat in the hotel. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then found the vending machine on the first floor. As he imagined, there are enough supplies in the mission scene to allow the player to survive. Before this point, he had heard Zheng Nangxing say that she had spent many days in the mission last time and guessed it. Since the system does not force the player to complete the task within a certain period of time, there must be materials that can keep the player alive in the scene. Li Tianyu smashed open the vending machine with a punch, then took some chocolate beans, potato chips, biscuits and mineral water to look upstairs. He picked a relatively clean room with no corpses inside and closed the door. He put the snacks and water on the bed, then locked the door, and easily dragged the closet and sofa to block the door. Finally, after closing the curtains and blocking the window with the closet, Li Tianyu confirmed that no enemy could enter without him knowing it. Then he felt a sense of security. Sitting on the bed, he tore open the chocolate beans and potato chips. Eat it up. Occasionally, snacking like this is not bad. Li Tianyu said with a self-deprecating smile, then grabbed a sip of the carbonated drink and looked at the phone. It's just that although the mobile phone has a signal, it can't send any messages. At least there is no way to send it to outsiders. It should be that only players in the same scene can use their mobile phones to communicate with each other. I hope they don't send me messages. Li Tianyu murmured to himself. He had a terrible headache right now. This feeling kind of reminded him of the first time he went out all night with his roommate in college. He finally washed his face, and then lay down on the bed. The strange ceiling and the strange bed, coupled with the unconcealable smell permeating the room, made him very unaccustomed. But he was still too tired after all. After lying down and closing his eyes for a while, he fell asleep. But this sleep was really restless. He had been half asleep and half awake. The previous scenes of the decapitation of the vampire and the scenes of the zombies leaping on him are vividly vivid, constantly flashing in the nightmare. What finally woke him up was a loud noise like shelling. What the hell? You scared me to death. Li Tianyu suddenly woke up from his sleep, clutching his chest in shock. Although he didn't sleep well, he had a good rest unexpectedly. At this moment, he was refreshed a lot. Just then, there was another loud noise coming from outside, this time it sounded a lot closer to him. So Li Tianyu got up from the bed, grabbed the mineral water and took a sip, then pushed open the closet blocking the window, and glanced out. 2 zombies carrying giant axes were slowly advancing on the street, sometimes blocking the way. The car splits. What? Isn't it just a few high-level zombies? It's earth-shattering. Li Tianyu said disapprovingly. Because of the elemental passivity, he has almost no natural enemies in this world, which is also the advantage of this ability. But if you change to other abilities, you may not be as comfortable as him. For example, the ability of Captain America of the 555 bloodline, I am afraid that I will suffer a bit when I encounter so many zombies. At this time, Li Tianyu noticed that there were more zombies outside, as if he had been attracted by 2 axemen. And you can see lickers crawling on the wall everywhere, a scene of purgatory on Earth. Looking at this situation, I am afraid that there will be no other survivors in this city. Originally, Li Tianyu was also looking forward to whether there would be any hidden plots in this place, but now it seems that this is entirely for their players to mow the grass to practice their proficiency. In that case, Li Tianyu is not going to waste time anymore. Now he is fully rested and energetic. www.readaloud.com is ready to start the next round of battle. So he kicked the door without hesitation and walked outside, and slowed downstairs. There is no skill in the whole task process, just boring mowing monsters, and practicing skills. And the axeman looks terrifying, but it is impossible to hurt Li Tianyu without being able to balance the system, but he is more resistant to hitting than ordinary zombies. So after more than an hour of spawning monsters, his EP was finally full. Actually, this mission should be better in the later stage, right? Li Tianyu couldn't help but think to himself as he looked at the zombies all over the city. In the later stages, when players have stronger abilities and a wider range of skills, spawning monsters is much easier than it is now. However, Li Tianyu urgently needs the skill bar to redefine some of his skills, so he can only do this task in the early stage. Fortunately, his combination of abilities is really suitable for this kind of large-scale monster spawning. Devil Fruit not only has elemental passiveness, is safe when spawning monsters, but also has no usage restrictions. Thunder and Lightning also have large-scale splash damage, so this mission is not difficult for him, but it is really boring. But the advantage is that now Li Tianyu has mastered all his skills proficiently, and can achieve silent spell casting of all skills. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You will return to the real world after the countdown. A line of subtitles appeared in front of him. So, there are no scores and extra rewards for the challenge task. Li Tianyu raised his brows and muttered to himself, although there is really no skill at all. But although the task content is boring, the task rewards are of great significance. When returning to the preparation room, Li Tianyu's heartbeat has already accelerated. Immediately, he can redefine his skills. Chapter 42, Custom Skills. Although the custom skills were unlocked, Li Tianyu did not intend to delete all the previous skills. Skills like Thunder Beast are also good, they can continue to be controlled after they are let go, and the effect is good in some cases. What's more, he has finally become proficient in silent spell casting. Wouldn't it be in vain to delete it now? After returning to the real world, as before, 10 hours have passed in the real world after the mission. He immediately opened the game app and looked at it. There was only 1 hour and 42 minutes left before the first main mission. Well, no problem. Li Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this hour, he can completely reset his skills, and then become familiar with it by the way. However, at this time he found that there were some unread messages on his phone, opened it and looked at it. Lu Zihao and the others in the group reminded that the main task is about to start, don't pick up other tasks at this time, and adjust the status in advance. Li Tianyu also casually replied in the group, I know, you have to be prepared too. After a while, Shen Yan sent him a separate message in private. Did you complete the task in the skill bar? Shen Yan asked on WeChat. Why do you ask like that? Li Tianyu said vacantly. You haven't responded halfway, and now you are speaking in the group. I counted it. It seems that exactly 10 hours have passed. You were very eager when you mentioned the task in the skill bar before. Obviously you need that reward. It's quite big. Shen Yan replied, and then added, don't lie to me, or if you enter the game, I will use the mantra to lasso. How can there be such annoying props as mantra lasso? Li Tianyu thought angrily, then replied on WeChat, yes, I am going to complete the task. This reward is very important to me, after all, my ability has obvious weaknesses. Well, too. Shen Yan replied, but, how are you now? I have been busy without rest during the I-30 scene mission before, and I will start the next mission immediately after coming back. Now the main line the mission is about to begin. Is your mental state okay? If it doesn't work, the three of us can buy you some time to rest. Oh, don't worry about me. I slept for 7 or 8 hours in the mission scene, and then got up to complete the mission, so I am in good spirits now. Li Tianyu explained, it won't affect the main mission, don't worry. It turns out that the mission time takes 10 hours and this kind of reverse usage, I haven't thought about it. Shen Yan boasted, how about your skill bar rewards? I haven't tried it yet, but I plan to set it up before the main mission starts. Li Tianyu pressed on the phone, and Shen Yan suddenly initiated a video request after the group was silent for a while. Li Tianyu was a little confused for a while, but it was still connected. On the other end of the video, Shen Yan would wear a loose cream green t-shirt and a pair of yellow shorts with a mask on her face. I always think that you are a bit too hard like this. Shen Yan said lightly, because there should be no expression on the face when applying the mask. Don't I also want to be able to prepare before the main mission? Li Tianyu sighed, although the devil fruit has strong abilities, its weaknesses are also obvious. It is better to cover it up a little. But this is the main mission. Everyone will definitely prepare the sea-floor stone. Didn't you prepare? Shen Yan asked in a puzzled manner, and Li Tianyu shrugged, of course not. I have domineering. Besides, I carry the sea-floor stone. Isn't it weakening me? Although everyone may be prepared, it is good to let the enemy relax for a moment, and maybe we can fight back. Shen Yan lowered her eyelids and groaned, you are the type with a serious attitude towards playing games. This game can't be done if you don't want to be serious, right? It's about life. Li Tianyu shifted his eyes and sighed. Why look away? Shen Yan asked, narrowing her eyes, is the way I put on the mask scary? No, I just feel a little unaccustomed to chatting with a girl like this. Li Tianyu muttered, where's your roommate? Doesn't she think it's weird if you video with me like this? I'm in my own room. Shen Yan replied, players are actually divided into two categories. Some people think that the game has to pursue some goals, so the attitude is serious, and some people think that the game is entertaining and just a little more casual. So is it the former? Yes, and I don't like the latter. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, I don't object to him entertaining, but if he comes to cheat me while entertaining, then I can't bear it. After a pause, he again asked, which are you? I am between the two. Shen Yan smiled, I will take the game seriously, but I will also enjoy the game. Said, her expression returned to plain, and she waved her hand, then you go to set the skills, I won't disturb you. After the video was cut, Li Tianyu fell into deep thought. In fact, a girl like Shen Yan is really his ideal type. She likes games, anime, and superheroes, and she looks pretty. Although the chest is a bit small in figure, the legs are nice. Li Tianyu is the leg control, he doesn't really care if it's the airport. As for the appearance of plain makeup, it can also be seen from applying the mask just now that Shen Yan's appearance may be a little bit different from her usual, but Li Tianyu doesn't matter. For girls, good-looking makeup is also a skill. However, although he is very fond of Shen Yan, the other party may already have a boyfriend. Yuyuganshu.com. What's more, even if he is single, he might not be worthy of such a good girl. So Li Tianyu shook his head to wake himself up, and then opened the game app. At this time, there was an option to customize skills on the page. He checked it and found that several of the existing skills are in it, but only the skills in the special abilities can be customized, while the 6 types of pedigree bonus cannot be modified or deleted. The 6 types cannot be modified, and it did not surprise Li Tianyu. After all, the current 6 types are basic skills. Then customize and modify it. Li Tianyu murmured to himself, and then deleted the Thunder Beast skill. The skill of Thunder Beast is a bit redundant. In terms of flying speed, it is not as fast as Thunderbird, and in terms of power, it is not as good as Thunder Dragon, so it is better to give it up and replace it with your favorite custom skill. As for the defensive skill of the Thunder Light Barrier, it is still very useful and must be kept. Now he also has a skill called Rice Wife, which is rarely used at ordinary times. This skill is just to emit thunder light with his wrist. This skill is too tasteless, the power is too low, the flying speed is not fast, and the attack range is very small. It can only be used for a single point. In short, just delete it without hesitation. Now that there are 2 skill columns vacated, Li Tianyu clicked on the option of Reset Skills. The next moment, the light of the pixels spread out from him, just like the first novice teaching level. He came to a world that was exactly the same as the world, but he was alone. There was a noise outside the window, and the rock puppet appeared again in the backyard of their community. The cavities left by the newbie last time have also puzzled the community property for a long time. Please set up new skills according to your own preferences, the system will balance the power of skills. The subtitles changed. Chapter 43, New Skill Practice. Li Tianyu was in deep thought, and the custom skill should really be considered. Rather than having offensive means, it is more important to have the functionality of the skill itself. Just talking about offense, the early 2 skills of Thunderbird and Thunder Dragon are almost the same. Now what he needs is the skills to make up for his own weaknesses. So, Lightning Nova. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then painted the effect of Lightning Nova in his mind. But somehow, despite his vague thoughts, his skills were released smoothly. This surprised him a little bit, because in fact, the ability to release the skill depends on a level of proficiency, the imagination in the mind, so when the system novice teaches the level, the player will be asked to pronounce the name of the skill. In this way, when the name is called out, the screen of that skill will involuntarily appear in the mind to assist in the successful casting. But now there is no such specific picture in his mind, but he is still successfully released. Li Tianyu estimated that this should be a special effect of this custom skill scene. It will be easier to release the skill and make it easier for the player to customize the skill. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu once again released Lightning Nova, but this time the shape was different. What he needs now is a melee knockback skill. Although the 6-style ability gives players a good melee response method, the foot is actually a long-range attack. The melee power cannot be maximized, and the finger gun is in a single pair. The destructive power is not bad in single time, but it is difficult to cause fatal damage. Therefore, Li Tianyu needs a melee-ranged knockback skill, knocking back the enemy when it is approaching, and then chasing him at mid-range with lightning strikes or landslides. Li Tianyu once again imagined the release form of the skill, and then selected the Confirm Skill option in the skill bar. Soon a new skill icon was generated, with a description on it. Lightning Nova, optional voltage, 20 million volts current ability upper limit voltage, range, attack power and knockback ability increase with the increase in voltage, and the release speed slows down according to the increase in voltage. Li Tianyu checked the description of the skill and immediately selected. He raised his brows. This skill setting is very good, the system balance is done very well. This means that the higher the voltage, the higher the knockback ability, knockback range and attack power, but the slower the release speed. So if the enemy is too close, you can't blindly choose too high voltage, but use a low voltage. The voltage quickly forces it back. But when there is no danger for the time being, this skill can also be used as an AoE damage skill. The functionality of this skill makes Li Tianyu very satisfied, but now he still has an extra skill column. Now, he already has Thunderbird, a long-range attack that can be controlled and released faster after being released, and a wide-range long-range attack such as Thunder Dragon, but he still needs a skill that can fly faster and hit wherever he goes. Although accuracy needs to be grasped by yourself, you can't continue to track after getting rid of like Thunderbird, but fast speed can interrupt some of the enemy's skills. Thunder Spear. Li Tianyu said silently in his heart, stretched out his hand to squeeze, grabbed a handful of lightning, and threw it out like Zeus. The lightning flew out and hit the ground, crackling and splashing. Lightning Gun, optional voltage, 20 million volts current upper limit voltage of ability, attack power increases with the increase of voltage, flight speed decreases with the increase of voltage, and release speed decreases with the increase of voltage. Skill description writes like this. It also follows the released voltage. The higher the power, the slower the flight speed and the slower the release speed, so it must be decided according to the timing. Well, let's try with a target next. Li Tianyu said, turning to the stone puppet behind him. But somehow, Li Tianyu suddenly felt that this naive stone puppet was a bit innocent, even a little cute, so he couldn't bear to hurt it. Therefore, Li Tianyu came to the street outside the community. I took you. Li Tianyu muttered to himself as he looked at a row of illegally parked private cars on the side of the road, the right to avenge private revenge. These cars are illegally parked. In fact, parking is forbidden on the side of the community. This is the old town that was renovated and built. The road is not very wide. These people do not want to pay parking fees and do not want to buy high-priced parking in the community. So I just stopped here on the pedestrian passage without a camera. It was so crowded that there was no flow, and even the fire exit was blocked. 20 million volts? Lightning Star. Li Tianyu said silently in his heart, a circle of thunder light spread. Although it was only a 20 million volt lightning star, it also had a decent repelling effect. The cars parked on the side of him were suddenly lifted halfway, and the whole line of cars was not blown off. The alarms of a row of cars sounded together. Up. Then, 60 million volts? Lightning Star. Li Tianyu said, lightning flashed around him, and there was a charge time of about 1 second. As his hands pushed out to both sides, the lightning spread. But this time the knockback effect was even stronger. A car on the side of the road rolled and flew out for several laps, and finally stopped when it landed in the center of the street. This knockback effect is very good, and at the same time there are lightning burn effects and paralysis effects, as well as a certain physical impact, leaving a lot of scratches on the surface of the car. The power is not bad. Li Tianyu thought to himself with some surprise, and then he was about to try the thunder gun. 20 million volts? Thunder gun. Li Tianyu stretched out his hand, grabbed a handful of lightning and threw it out. www.readaloud.com. The lightning smashed into a car, and suddenly the thunder was splashing. The car was violent. After shaking for a while, it stopped. The 20 million volt thunder gun is not bad. The key is that the flight speed is very fast, and it is released almost instantaneously. Immediately, Li Tianyu tried another 60 million volt thunder gun. This time, his shaking hands obviously slowed down a lot, and the lightning charged for about 2 seconds. This charge has been too long. Li Tianyu couldn't help complaining, and then threw the thunder gun. However, although the charging time has become longer, the flying speed of the lightning gun has not slowed down too much. Anyway, it is almost invisible to the naked eye that the speed has slowed down. And the power has increased a lot. After the 60 million volt thunder gun flew out, it directly blasted the car and flew onto the road. Although he could only attack by himself, Li Tianyu was very satisfied with this power. Now Li Tianyu also lacks a long-distance movement skill, but he does not plan to customize one. There are 6 types of shave for short distances, while for long distances, in the original work, the thunder fruit has the ability to transform into lightning and move instantaneously, but now Li Tianyu hasn't learned it yet. He guessed it should be the need. It can only be used when the fruit reaches a higher level. So, Li Tianyu is very satisfied with his abilities so far. After all, the other players' ability levels are similar to him, and they can get a little SP at most before the main quest starts. I've done everything I can, and I've got enough energy to replenish the props. Let's wait for the main mission to start. Li Tianyu nodded contentedly, then returned to his room, dismissed the custom skill mode, and the car alarms outside. The instrument continued to ring. But the reason why these cars illegally stopped here is because there is no camera here, so no one knows what happened. Chapter 44, Main Mission. Before the mission started, Li Tianyu finally sorted out his props. Bing Liang pills are actually useless at all, because the power of the devil fruit is currently unrestricted, and the domineering is the type that consumes quickly and recovers quickly, so it is completely useless. See if it can be used in the future. Bring it to your teammates to eat. And now I can only carry 1 double jade. Kryptonite for dealing with Kryptonian blood is also ready. Vampire blood bought 1 just in case. At present, I have brought all the more valuable things in the store. Li Tianyu knows that all players are waiting for the main mission at this moment. Remember, I will inform you about the selection of the camp after you enter. Li Tianyu exhorted on WeChat. Necessary, follow the boss and hug the boss's thighs tightly. Zhang Nangxing said straightforwardly, and Lu Zihao added, you have all the props you should bring? The main mission is not fun, and all players will do it. Participate. Now there are still 60 players alive, right? I don't know what the task will be. Shen Yan replied in the group, if there were PvP elements, what would it be like for 60 players fighting each other? There was silence in the group, which really made people nervous. If it is a chaos of 60 people, it will be very fatal. The scene will inevitably be chaotic, and life-saving may be the most important thing. While thinking about it, time has come to the last few minutes of the main mission. Everyone was very nervous at this moment, and had nothing to say, silently waiting for the start of the main mission. Finally, when the countdown ended, part of the detailed content of the main mission was finally announced on the app. Mission Scenario, Lord of the Rings, Mission type PvE/PvP, mission requirements, basic mission reward 500 GP, 2 SP, additional rewards based on score, number of participants 60/60. I rely on Lord of the Rings. Lu Zihao said excitedly in the group at that time, epic masterpiece. Worthy of the main mission. Li Tianyu sighed in relief, but he was also a little nervous. The Lord of the Rings had not seen the original work, only watched the film and television works, so he didn't understand that in detail, and his memory was not particularly deep after the work was a long time ago. However, now the mission will begin immediately, and there is no time to make up for it temporarily. Fortunately, Lu Zihao seems to remember, so their mission should not be hindered in any way. As far as the scene is concerned, the Lord of the Rings is indeed very ambitious. It can accommodate the competition of more than 60 players. Li Tianyu especially loves the fantasy and adventure atmosphere of the Lord of the Rings. Oh, Lord of the Rings! I really like the music and the costume design inside, especially the fantasy adventure style. I must see Gandalf myself. Shen Yan immediately said excitedly in the group. Li Tianyu a little dumbfounded. Is it time for excitement? In case Sauron's lineup is selected later, you see Mrs. Gandalf's house and won't you be beaten? So everyone has seen this work? It's great, so that it won't be as embarrassing as last time. Zhang Nangxing laughed. Okay, the game has started to count down, we are ready to join. Boss, this I will try to carry you once. I'm satisfied without dragging my feet. Li Tianyu thought to himself, and then the light of the pixels spread out, and they also came to the preparation room. In a pitch-black space, dense figures could be seen, and Li Tianyu was not sure how many there were. Sure enough, after entering, they began to choose the camp. The camp's players can choose are the Magic Lord Sauron camp and the Guardian League camp. In fact, in terms of difficulty, Li Tianyu is also more inclined to choose the camp of Demon Lord Sauron. Just like the last time he received the reunion mission, it would be easier to choose the villain camp. It was just the first mission. Everyone is a novice and may make some novice mistakes. A large number of villains can make the players more fault-tolerant, so I chose the villain lineup. But now that the players already have a certain amount of experience, this principle does not apply. Since it is a combat task, the system will inevitably balance the difficulties of both sides, and the conditions on both sides are the same. Choose the Fellowship League. Li Tianyu sent a message to the other 4 people on his mobile phone. Since both sides have the same chance of victory, of course he has to enjoy the atmosphere of this work. He has always liked the Lord of the Rings. The feeling of embarking on an adventurous journey with your companions is great if you can experience it yourself, and this is also one of the important meanings of traveling to the two-dimensional works. But the strange thing is that there is no upper limit on the number of people who can choose a camp this time. There will be 0/8 of the number of people in the last selection, but this time the two forces only have the number of people to join. At present, 17 players have participated in the Fellowship League camp. Li Tianyu suddenly thought that since this task can become a pure PvE task, it means that there must be more troubles from the system besides the players in the task process, and the difficulty may not be low. Li Tianyu, which lineup to choose? Lu Zihao asked at this time. Choose the Fellowship League, I want to team up with Gandalf. Shen Yan said unwillingly at this time. Li Tianyu came back to his senses and pressed on the phone. Just choose the Fellowship League, since it is competitive. The task, the confrontation conditions between the two sides will definitely be balanced to 50-50. The system of this game has always been like this. Can you not consume dead anchors? Lu Zihao joked, then I will join. They chose the Fellowship League camp to join together. In the end, the number of players on their side was fixed at 37, which means that the number of players in the Sauron camp was 23, and a total of 60 players began to join the game. The darkness dissipated, and all players joined the scene mission. The good news is that the mission this time is different from when you entered the Avengers. Maybe because of the main mission, they joined from the very beginning of the plot. However, the player did not immediately join the scene mission. Act 1. The road away from home, players are not allowed to participate. This line of subtitles appeared, and then the plot began. Players float in the air in a semi-transparent ghost state, viewing the plot of this world. First is the introduction, introducing the world view and some history of the work of the Lord of the Rings, telling the story of the elves casting the Lord of the Rings. www.readaloud.com. 3 are given to the elves, 7 are given to the dwarves, 9 are given to humans, each one the ring has the power to rule every race. But there is another Lord of the Rings that was made by Lord Sauron in the depths of Mordor. Sauron filled it with his brutality, greed, and desire to dominate the world, and ruled the entire Middle-earth world with this ring. After that, the elves, humans and dwarves on the mainland gathered to fight against the demon Lord Sauron, and finally defeated him, liberating this enslaved world. However, the Lord of the Rings was not destroyed, but fell into this world, tossed in the hands of different people. The story is here, the scene suddenly brightens, and it comes to a green trail. The old mage wearing a shabby grey robe in a carriage, humming an unknown tune, slowly walked through the forest. "Oh, Gandalf!" Li Tianyu couldn't help groaning. This is the very popular protagonist Gandalf in the whole work. Whether it is the character creation or the actor's acting skills, it can be said to be vivid. Wisdom and elegance, coupled with a circumflexed tone, give people a feeling of the mage should be like this. This is the standard answer. Immediately, the content continued, introducing that Gandalf came to a place called Shire where the halfling hobbits lived, and he met Bilbo Perkins, the Lord of the Rings holder, and he entrusted the ring to him. To his nephew Frodo. After Frodo got the ring, he was confessed by Gandalf, and his servant Sam embarked on the road to destroy the ring. Generally speaking, the content of the entire series of Lord of the Rings actually revolves around destroying the Lord of the Rings. But when I got here, I suddenly entered the mission scene. Act Point 2, the tracking of the ring spirits. The Fellowship Alliance, the number of participants is 0/8. Chapter 45, Full Line Cooperation. It would be better to add another at night, update Chapter 3 before 12 o'clock, everyone recommends the ticket collection to take a walk. The tracing of the ring spirit. Li Tianyu recalled carefully. With the help of the system, he had roughly recalled the story of the Lord of the Rings, where the protagonist Frodo was preparing to leave the Shire with several halfling companions to the chase of the ring spirit. However, the current mission requirements have not yet shown what specific players need to do. "Do you want to participate?" Shen Yan urged on the phone. "Wait a minute." Li Tianyu simply replied. Although the previous tasks may be simpler in terms of plot, they may also cause the scoring system to be more demanding, and judging from the distribution of this task, it should be the division of the entire work. In order to allow players to participate in a few short segments, the actions of the players in the front may affect the plot in the back. However, at the moment he hesitated, the number of players has reached 6/8, and the countdown to the scene has already started. Obviously 6 players are enough to start this scene task. But Li Tianyu originally thought that they would watch this mission from a third-person perspective, but in fact they didn't. He immediately began to participate in the next scene mission. Act 3, Rivendell's Covenant. The Fellowship of the Ring, the number of participants is 0/16. Li Tianyu recalled that Act Point 3 has arrived at Rivendell, which means that the previous content should be up to the time Frodo was stabbed by the ring spirit, and then he was sent to Rivendell, the realm of the elves, for treatment, and officially ended. Became the Fellowship League. In other words, the content of Act Point 2 should be from the time the Hobbit left the Shire to the time when he left for Rivendell. The Hobbit has been chased by the ring spirits in this plot. Although the plot seems short-lived, it is only a fragment of the movie. In fact, it took a lot of time to escape halfway, which can be said to be quite dangerous. Let's join this. Shen Yan immediately urged, this part of the plot is the most exciting. Oh, you woman is really... Li Tianyu frowned. In fact, he still wanted to wait to see what the next scene was, but the number of participants came to 7/16. After thinking about it, Li Tianyu nodded and said, okay, let's participate in this scene, join in. Hurry up, join before it is full. 4 people together. After finishing speaking, Li Tianyu chose to participate in the scene mission, and before the end of the countdown to this participation scene mission, the number of participants reached 13/16. Then a line of subtitles appeared in front of them, the scene mission will start after the selection of the whole scene. So, in fact, we still have to wait until all the scene tasks are selected before we can start. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. In fact, Li Tianyu hesitated while participating in this mission, because from the plot point of view, this section is also very dangerous. It can even be said that it is the most dangerous section in the entire Lord of the Rings 1, which is to pass through the area called the mine. He couldn't remember the name. In that pit, they have to fight hundreds of orcs and face the Balrog. But, he thought about it carefully, in fact, the whole scene of the Lord of the Rings was quite dangerous. That being the case, it is better to add it to the most exciting story. The higher the difficulty of the game, the higher the score obtained. Immediately, the scene selection came to Act Point 4, welcomed by the Queen of the Forest, and the number of participants was 0/60. 60 players can participate. It seems that this is the final scene. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. He remembered that after arriving in the Elven Forest, it was the last episode, the Guardian League's pursuit of the strong orcs. The soldiers went to Mordor in 2 ways, which also closed the curtain on the first whole work. It's just that the 0/60 here is really puzzling. It is clear that the players in front have already participated. Why is it displayed as 0/60 in the end so that all players can participate? Could it be? Thinking of this, the number of players has quickly jumped from 0/60 to 18/60. Because there are only 37 players in their camp, the number of players participating in the first 2 scenes has reached 19, so now there are only 18 players left to participate. Because it is the last scene task, those players who did not participate in the task are naturally forced to participate in the scene task. At this point, all players have participated, and the game has entered the final countdown. The scene in front of them began to change and became blurred. When the scene gradually became clear again, Li Tianyu had already arrived in a forest. He looked around and found that he was standing in a courtyard. This place was like a fairyland on earth, a city built at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by green water and green mountains, and the sunlight embraced the city softly like golden silk. This is Rivendell. The scene immediately evoked the memory in Li Tianyu's mind. He also recalled this episode of the Lord of the Rings plot. There was also the BGM in the movie echoing in his ears, and the atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful. At that time, he had an uncontrollable touch, and that kind of surging emotion made him almost burst into tears. If you don't need to worry about life and death, just enjoy the game. How good this scene should be, that's a pleasant thing. Li Tianyu couldn't help sighing. But he quickly took a few deep breaths, calming his emotions. Let's go, the hobbit is awake. At this time, an elf guard next to him patted him on the shoulder and reminded him. Li Tianyu was stunned, only to find that he was wearing elves' costumes, blending with the scene. But he immediately followed, and other people were gathering towards the center of the city. In addition to the elves, there are dwarves and human soldiers. After all, the Fellowship of the Ring will be formed here. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Soon, they were gathered in a courtyard. Li Tianyu could see that many people wearing the costumes of this world were players. When they came to this courtyard, the protagonists in this work had already arrived. Li Tianyu, Shen Yan leaned over to Li Tianyu immediately. She didn't wear the costume of an elf guard, but a normal elf robes. She looked really good looking, not inferior to the female elf in this scene. Of course, aesthetics also accounts for a lot of factors. After all, Shen Yan is an oriental woman, which suits his appetite better. This body is appropriate. Li Tianyu originally wanted to praise her for her good looks, but when he reached his lips, he changed his words. Thank you. Shen Yan replied briefly, and then excitedly pointed to the group of people in front of him and said, "Look, it's Gandalf. And Aragorn. The fairy prince Legolas is so handsome." Li Tianyu understands her excitement very well, and smiles. Actually, I have always played Orlando as the fairy prince and he is one of the best roles in his showbiz, so much so that I don't like him at all in Pirates of the Caribbean. I can understand. Shen Yan smiled excitedly. You may enter the Pirates of the Caribbean scene in the future. You can educate him on that day when you meet him. I don't want it. I have a dry duck with the ability of devil fruit. Why should I enter the Pirates of the Caribbean scene? Li Tianyu asked in an annoyed manner. At this time, other players also entered the field one after another. It was the player who came out, such as a guy wearing an Iron Man suit, and fell directly beside them. The atmosphere here is amazing. Lu Zihao took off the mask of the battle suit and wiped away tears. Chapter 46, Timeline. This guy actually cried. Li Tianyu looked at Lu Zihao and couldn't help muttering to himself. But to be honest, he was a little envious of Lu Zihao's outspoken character, who didn't care about other people's eyes. When he first joined the scene, he almost burst into tears because of the atmosphere and BGM of the scene, but he still held back. Big guy. At this moment, Zhang Nangxing also emerged from the crowd. Although she was wearing fairy costumes, she was obviously not as good looking as Shen Yan. Maybe it was because her figure was too petite and she wore fairy costumes. She didn't have the tall and elegant feeling of Shen Yan, more like a child. Many players. Zhang Nangxing looked around and muttered to himself. Indeed, even in the costumes of this world, players can still easily distinguish it, mainly from the figure and appearance. After all, the current circle of players joining the game are all Chinese, and there are actually no Asians in this world. All the players on the scene gather, okay. At this time, a charismatic person started to summon players on the side again, just like Li Tianyu did when he first participated in the Avengers. Shut up. The atmosphere is just right now. Don't bother me from watching the main storyline. Shen Yan was out of air at this time. At this time, the NPCs in the courtyard are discussing how to deal with the Lord of the Rings. You are a player, come here. The mission is about to begin, we have to discuss the next countermeasures. The leader player said unconvinced, this is a team mission. If you play randomly, it will only hinder everyone. It may also affect the plot later. Quiet. At this time, the leader of the elf glanced at them sideways and shouted with majesty. Although the leader of the elf was only an NPC, when he spoke, the players on the scene suddenly became quiet. Their voices seemed to be forcibly muted, and even the yelling sound could only be maintained at a whispering level. This player is really annoying, why should he be the boss? By the way, is this person the idiot when we first participated in the reunion mission? Shen Yan whispered. Li Tianyu didn't say anything, just continued to watch the scene. The plot advances, because everyone has already started arguing about the ownership of the Lord of the Rings. Some people suggested that the Lord of the Rings should be destroyed, while others wanted to destroy it. The dwarves were unwilling to give the ring to the Lord of the Rings. Humans felt that the ring should be given to them who were fighting against Mordor's army. The scene was chaotic. However, at this time the protagonist Frodo stood up, I am willing to take the Lord of the Rings to Mordor. The BGM of the scene began to become gentle and solemn. Li Tianyu frowned slightly, feeling his face numb. I am willing to help you bear this burden, Frodo Baggins, as long as you persist." Gandalf solemnly patted the hobbit on the shoulder, and then Aragorn stood up. "I am willing to use mine. Life protects you." Talking, Aragorn came to Frodo and knelt down on one knee. Elf Prince Legolas also immediately added, "And my bow and arrows." Gimli the dwarf immediately agreed, saying word by word, "With my axe." Boromir, the eldest son of Regent Gundor, also stepped forward and said, "You are carrying everyone's fate, little one." "Oh, this work is great," Lu Zihao whispered beside Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu didn't say anything, but just nodded. He also felt that the series of The Lord of the Rings is impeccable and unsurpassed so far, no matter it is The Lord of the Rings. The series or the Hobbit series are too classic. From the script itself to the filming of the director to the acting skills of the characters, it is worthy of the classic name. When the hobbits joined the Lord of the Rings expedition one by one, the leader of the elves announced the establishment of the Lord of the Rings expedition, but immediately he added, "However, this is a dangerous move, and we may face more forces. Enemy, so it needs more guards." He raised his hand and turned to the players on the scene. "The warriors on the scene will you to Mordor. It's finally time for the players to play." Li Tianyu muttered to himself. At this time, the game has also entered the real preparation stage. At this time, everyone organizes their equipment and carries the dry food given to them by NPCs. They will soon be with the Lord of the Rings expedition team. Set off. Okay, now everyone can come over? Get together." At this time, the previous player raised his hand again and greeted him. Li Tianyu took a close look at him. He has short hair, glasses, and a height of 1.7 meters. He is not fat or thin. In fact, everyone is a similar ordinary person, with a public face and a public body, with handsome men and beauties like Lu Zihao and Shen Yan. Rather, it is a special case. Shen Yan looked at Li Tianyu, as if asking him if he wanted to go there. Li Tianyu nodded slightly to Shen Yan, so the four of them moved closer together and gathered with other players. There were a dozen people on the scene. 1, 2, 3. The player counted, and finally found that there were 15 players on the scene. What's going on? The leader player was stunned for a while. Isn't there only 13 people in this scene? Then, he turned to this group of players vigilantly. Shouldn't there be a Demon King? The spy of Sauron's lineup. At this time, a player raised his hand, and this player was indeed the player of Kryptonian blood that Li Tianyu had encountered in the Avengers scene mission before, and he was shocked. But he quickly recalled that the player didn't know his looks, because he was wearing alien armor and couldn't see his face during the last mission. Touching his conscience, said that there is a Kryptonian bloodline on the friendly side, which is actually quite reassuring. The player raised his hand, pointed to the person next to him, and said, "This player and I came from the last scene mission. It is Act 2, the chasing of the spirits." What? The players on the scene were shocked, and Li Tianyu asked in disbelief, "Is it so fast? Our mission has just begun, and yours is over? How long has it been for you?" The player said timidly, "We stayed there for about 7 days, and we have been chased by the ring spirit. The timeline is different. This world should be similar to the four-dimensional world www.readaloud.com. Its time can be folded." Li Tianyu muttered to himself, and then immediately grabbed the player's arm and asked, "Don't you have 7 players? How come there are only 2 left and the other 5 players are dead? Should not be dead?" Before starting the mission, I confirmed that they all have a substitute jade. The Superman explained. However, they did not resurrect after death, but simply retired from the mission. There is no way, ring spirit. Their attacks are terrible. Their weapons have cursed attributes, and they simply ignore physical resistance and cannot be cured. Once they are stabbed, they are dead. That's for sure. The setting of ring spirit is like this. The requirement of that mission is to let you escape instead of fighting them head-on. Li Tianyu frowned and said, but for the time being, the mission is successful, although I think the player is dead. The mission should be able to continue smoothly, and, the good news is that behind this scene, we will not encounter ring spirits again. However, as far as the current information is concerned, the situation is not too optimistic. Let alone whether or not they will die, the player has only one chance to score. Once he dies in the mission, even if he has a substitute, he cannot participate in the mission again. Scoring will only be based on previous performance. And if they can survive this scenario mission, they can continue to participate in the next mission. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Li Tianyu sighed, nervous and happy. What is nervous is that there is only one chance. I am happy that as long as he survives smoothly, he will be able to participate in the final scene mission to watch the entire plot. Big brother, give your orders, I'll listen to you. Zhang Nangxing turned to Li Tianyu and said solemnly. Chapter 47, officially begin. Thanks to the two old fans of Qi Yan Zibai and the Phantom of Pen and Pen for their rewards. Thanks to Book Friends 201905241457247771, The Wind Blows Like Tears, the Lowly Leaders rewards, and the mobile phone HHXHDH Aqua Hyacinth's rewards. Thanks for the support. Why listen to him? The leader was not happy at the time. Shen Yan was also very strong, and immediately asked, why should I listen to you? How are you better than him? Hey, don't make noise, don't make noise. Li Tianyu helplessly raised his hand and said, we are all players. Everyone must be wary of others. Maybe you have your own small group, so I won't tell each of you. For what to do, everyone should act in their own small group. Anyway, from the plot point of view, it must be followed by the Lord of the Rings expeditionary team. After speaking, Li Tianyu said in deep thought, the plot of this scene mission is very long, and there are many dangerous places. Everyone should have seen this work, usually follow the plot, and you will inevitably encounter the demon Sauron in the middle. The attack of one side only needs to work together to fight the enemy at that time. Li Tianyu's suggestion was approved by the people at the scene. After all, everyone is a player. When they first entered the game, they might panic and need a leader to guide them, but now most people are used to it and have their own ideas. And after going through several missions, it must have been more than the four of them teaming up in private. Sure enough, the scene was quickly divided into three small groups. The leader had the most people, with 6 people. And just when the Superman player was confused, Li Tianyu reached out and grabbed his arm and pulled him over. Come and act with us. Your abilities fit our abilities. Of course, these remarks are pure nonsense, and the abilities of the 4 of them are not compatible. He did this because he didn't want his team to be too weak. If the Superman player were also taken away by the leader, there would be 7 people in their small group, which is not very good for the other 2 4-person small groups. But now the 3 teams have 4, 5, and 6 players, and they are more balanced. And the most important thing is that this player has experienced the previous scenario mission, and Li Tianyu wants to ask for some information from him. What's your name? Li Tianyu asked. The Superman player had gone through life and death for 7 days in the previous scene. Now his mind is still confused, and he replied, my name is Wang Yang. Shen Yan quietly sat down beside Wang Yang, and then put the mantra lasso around his ankle. In order to prevent him from discovering, Li Tianyu immediately stopped him and continued to chat. Thanks, it must be difficult in Act Point 2. The setting of the ring spirits is not a living creature. They wander in the world of the living and the dead. It is possible that a pure physical attack is ineffective against them, and their weapons are cursed, and if they are stabbed, they will undoubtedly die. More than. Lu Zihao shook his head. There is a halo of fear in the ring spirit. Anyone who gets close will feel terrified. Only those creatures with strong mental resistance can resist. This is also them. The biggest weapon. Is that so? No wonder I have always felt terrified. Wang Yang muttered to himself, covering his head. Superman's psychic resistance is indeed a big weakness. Li Tianyu thought secretly, and the weakness of kryptonite will gradually decrease as the bloodline upgrades, but there is no way to alleviate the mental resistance. I am afraid that when dealing with Superman in the later stage, this kind of mind-controlled superpower, such as the ability of Professor X, will have more advantages. Then Li Tianyu asked some questions about the details of the mission, and Wang Yang answered them accordingly. It was no different from the previous answers. It seemed to be telling the truth. Okay, anyway, I won't encounter those creatures again. Li Tianyu comforted, but the ring spirits will appear in the subsequent works of the Lord of the Rings. At that time, they may encounter such terrible creatures. If you are mentally prepared, you can also avoid being caught off guard. 3 small groups have formed temporarily, and they have arranged their things and are ready to set off. The system gave them a luggage similar to a space package. Although it was about the same size as a waste bag, it could hold a lot of things. Of course, the players mainly brought supplies such as food and some medicines. These foods are enough for us to eat for a week. Li Tianyu muttered, looking at the supplies in his pockets. I guess, this task should also require us to end in a week or so. Soon, the Lord of the Rings expedition team officially set off. Everyone in the expedition team rode forward on horses, but the players were walking, obviously lowering these NPCs, as if they are the kind of chess pieces that can be discarded. The lowest infantry. But, in the final analysis, the fantasy atmosphere of this kind of adventure still makes Li Tianyu feel very energetic. As they embarked on the journey, their 3 small groups were divided into 3 teams to guard the vicinity of the NPC, basically acting separately. Not only does the player and the player act separately, but the NPC and the player are also separate and independent. The NPC's decision-making will not be affected by the player, they will always follow the plot, and the player is only responsible for acting as a bodyguard. After starting from Rivendell, they soon came to the mountains and followed these NPCs on foot, like a Boy Scout going out to a summer camp, while the NPCs were moving forward and discussing as in the plot. After about 4 or 5 hours, they stopped to light a fire to rest and ate lunch by the way. We have to walk west of the Misty Mountains for 40 days. If we are lucky, we will be able to rush to Rohan Pass, and then walk east to Mordor. While resting, Gandalf and his colleagues discussed the next route. At this moment, the hobbits cooked a delicate lunch: cheese, bacon, sausage, and bread. The other hobbits were practicing swords with the swordsmen in the team. The scene is quite harmonious. Li Tianyu and other players are also eating supplies from the elves, but to be honest, the taste of the dry food is not very good. It feels like steamed buns made of no fermented dough. It's so terrible. Zhang Nangxing complained, I should have bought some delicious food from the store if I knew it. I have some liang pills here, one can be eaten for 3 days without eating, and you can also add mana by the way. Li Tianyu said, taking the liang pills out of the bag, thinking that this stuff finally came in handy. No, thanks, I have food here. Lu Zihao smiled triumphantly www.readaloud.com and lined up some food in front of them. You know, although I buy equipment for battle clothes it spends a lot of GP, but my passive effect makes the GP tenfold, and the price of other items has not increased, so these foods are covered by me, and I will treat them in the future. Wow! Zhang Nangxing looked at a series of exquisite foods that only appeared in anime, his eyes lit up. Even Li Tianyu has to admit that these foods look delicious. After all, there are a lot of foods that can only be found in anime, such as the various exotic foods in the captives of gourmet food. In addition, the standard cylindrical pieces of meat worn on a bone that appear in major animations are also difficult to see in reality. Oh, you guy is a bit useful at last. Li Tianyu couldn't help sighing. He forked a crystal clear slice of meat and ate it. It was indeed delicious, full of meat, and tasted like ribs, but it tasted a bit like Lamb has a milky fragrance but no mutton smell. Lu Zihao said displeasedly after hearing the words, what you said seems to be useless before. There really isn't much highlight. Shen Yan whispered, eating something like jelly. Then you have so many GPS, can't you just buy artifacts like Thor's hammer? Zhang Nangxing curiously asked. You can buy it, but I can't use it. Lu Zihao muttered, my ability is limited only to use high-tech products. Li Tianyu was just about to speak, when the elf prince suddenly shouted, it's the demon crow of Dunland, hurry up and hide. He turned his head to look, and there were dense black spots in the sky behind him, flying towards them from mid-air, also announcing the official start of their mission. Chapter 48, Difficulties. Quick, hide! Li Tianyu immediately commanded, joining the ranks of the NPCs with Lu Zihao and ran under the rock to hide. But at this time, a few players didn't seem to have the intention of avoiding. Instead, they stood there and looked over. They were angry when they saw Li Tianyu, and roared at the players, what are you doing? Hurry up and hide! You are coming out! Are you on a spring trip? What to hide? These are just some crows. Just kill them! A player led by the leader said disapprovingly. Then he raised his hand to make a few seals, and then shouted, fire escape, the fireball surgery. At that time, Li Tianyu whispered something bad, and the big fireball flew towards the group of crows, turning the crows into ashes. But at this time Gandalf couldn't help but scolded, stupid. Dunland's crow is Saruman's eyeliner. Now we were discovered by him. Fuck you, are you stupid? Several other players were also angry, and roared at him. The player not only didn't feel that he was wrong, but rather confidently said, then how do I know what man's eyeliner those crows are? I don't know if you dare to attack blindly. Li Tianyu said angrily. But the player snorted and fragrant, oh, what about your mother? Isn't it just a few strangers? It's all about it. They are all superpowered players, afraid of being fucked? A group of gangsters still play. What game? Roll back to reality and stay. It's really hopeless. Li Tianyu sighed helplessly, it seems that the opponent player has no superpowers. A large number of people is not necessarily an advantage. There are more idiots, but they will only get in the way. From this point of view, we should actually choose a camp with fewer people. Lu Zihao whispered. Shen Yan was also unhappy and said, indeed, it stands to reason that I have played so many missions, why are you so stupid? It's not that everyone has completed multiple tasks. Someone may have completed it only once, or maybe not even once. Li Tianyu reminded, anyway, follow the NPC first. From here on, it seems to be different from the original. Up. The four of them nodded, and then followed Li Tianyu behind the fleeing NPC. At this time, the leader player was making a round and persuaded the players on the scene, oh, forget it. Isn't it all right if you clear the blame? Anyway, we have so many players, and it's not difficult to clear the blame. Besides, killing a few more monsters might end up with a higher score. Just treat it as a battle score. Li Tianyu was disdainful, regardless of whether the score of this extra battle will be included in the battle score, even if it can really improve the battle score, it will also increase the battle score at the cost of reducing other scores. Before S words fell, there was a sudden roar around him, and then a group of strong orcs appeared at the end of the field of vision behind him. When he saw these strong orcs, Li Tianyu was furious. He especially wanted to tear up the idiots who had attracted strangers just now by hand and feed them to those strong orcs, and then asked them if they could just let it go. However, those players obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and instead set up a posture to meet the enemy. However, Li Tianyu knew in his heart that things would not be good if this went on, not to mention this batch of enemies. With these players who are unfamiliar with the plot and not listening to those who are familiar with the plot, I am afraid that it will greatly increase the difficulty of the game. Judging from the mission of Act Point 2, the NPCs on the scene will not die. Their setting is that even if the players of the Fellowship are all dead, they can continue the plot of this work. This illustrates a problem, that is, the monsters spawned must be the first to attack the player rather than the NPC, and these strong orcs definitely have the ability to kill the player. This kind of person is the most hateful and Li Tianyu the most hated. He obviously doesn't, and he doesn't listen to the players who know how to do it. Even if he doesn't obey others, he still has the right to blow others up. This kind of pig teammate is more terrifying than the enemy. Even if others say that he is cruel, he must find a way to make those guys act separately from them. Since you are so confident, why not stay and clean up this batch of monsters? Li Tianyu turned to the leader player and said, the NPC has already started to run away. They can't have players around them. Let's go and them away. You clean up. These strong orcs will follow afterwards. The leader player was ready to agree immediately, but then he seemed to realize something, and turned to the small group of 4 and said, let them stay and help, anyway, we stay here to clean up the enemy. The NPC doesn't need so many people to protect it. Wouldn't it be better to be able to catch up quickly? Hey, did he find out? Li Tianyu couldn't help thinking to himself, but the small group of 4 people was unhappy. Why? Your own people lead the blame, solve it by yourself. Don't pull us back. That's right. Who has time to waste physical energy with you to clear the blame? I am a fool, and I told you to hide quickly, and I have to stand there and wander. At that time, Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. This leader player was on the cusp of riding a tiger for a while. He obviously realized that it was definitely not a good idea to stay, but he could not admit his mistakes to everyone on behalf of his team members. Otherwise he would be in this 6-person team. The prestige in the small group will disappear. Reading www.yuncha.com has to carry this pot back, so that his team's status will drop drastically in the future. Li Bowen, leave them alone. If they want to leave, they just leave. We just leave behind. It's not that we can't beat them, just a few strong orcs. This group of 5, if you don't want to beat them, let them go away. Anyway, the battle score must be high. The player who attracted the blame said angrily, adding fuel to this tense situation. Okay, we stay as long as we stay. The leader player saw that the situation was irreversible, and could only agree to it. Then you leave some marks along the way, and we will follow up later. No problem. Li Tianyu agreed, but he had already decided in his heart that he would never leave a mark. Not to mention whether this group of people can clean up these strong orcs. Even if they can clean up, Li Tianyu doesn't want to continue cooperating with this group of people. On the other hand, the small group of 4 people seems to be able to cooperate in concept. Let's go. Li Tianyu turned to the group of 4 and said, then speeded up his pace to catch up with the already mounted NPC. Zheng Nangxing, Lu Zihao, Shen Yan, and Wang Yang also immediately followed. These 2 small groups, a total of 9 players, followed behind the NPC. And behind them, the small group of 6 had already come into contact with the strong orcs. Seeing that the strong orcs did not chase them, but surrounded the small group of 6 people, it also verified Li Tianyu's idea. In this scenario task, the enemy attacking has the highest priority, and it is really these players. This task has just begun, really. Li Tianyu couldn't help but sighed worriedly. I'm afraid the following journey will be difficult. Chapter 49, Different Road Non-Phase Plan. Actually, after leaving those players, Li Tianyu knew in his heart that those players should be ill-fortuned. The number of strong orcs is refreshed according to the number of all their players, and there is a systematic balance. The strength of strong orcs should be at the level where they have a chance to kill players, and it will definitely not be the mowing game mode when practicing skills. Although it may be cruel to do so, Li Tianyu has no choice. He has encountered this situation many times in the past. He used to serve as the commander of the team in games like WoW and Jianzhan before, and had such conflicts with many team members? The cause is very simple. Someone in the regiment made a mistake and the regiment was destroyed. As a commander, Li Tianyu must be scolded, but the members of the team are also human. People think that we are all equal when playing games. Why can you scold me? After going back and forth like this, it naturally becomes scolding and quarreling, which creates contradictions. Of course, Li Tianyu feels that there is nothing wrong with the other party's idea. He can only say that people's ideas are different. Some people play games for fun. They don't care if their behavior drags down the other dozen people in the group. They just have to play. Just be happy. In fact, there is nothing wrong on both sides. As the conductor, Li Tianyu will naturally scold someone who makes a mistake, and it is normal for the players to play the game easily and happily. To put it bluntly, the concept is different. So when dealing with this kind of problem, the easiest way is to make two shots. Different ways of doing things don't seek each other, and those who have the same goals will naturally make the same efforts if they pursue the same goal. Therefore, Li Tianyu is here to shoot and disperse with them. However, he is not the only one who has this idea. The other small group of 4 couldn't help but scolded after walking away. Those people, are they really mentally ill? I don't know where the sense of superiority came from, and if I made a mistake, I dare to spray us in reverse. A player with small eyes and slightly fat said angrily. Really, I have made mistakes and are so arrogant. If we make mistakes, what's the matter? The other person agreed. Li Tianyu shook his head slightly to Shen Yan and the others, motioning them not to speak for now. Now, NPCs such as Gandalf and Frodo are advancing at full speed, and they must follow their footsteps for the time being. Gandalf and others are advancing on horseback, fast, and players can only advance by their own ability. For players like Li Tianyu and Shen Yan, they are currently just relying on running to keep up. Everyone is also very cautious and did not blindly expose their abilities. Only Zheng Nangxing. Because of her weak physique, Lu Zihao let Lu Zihao fly in the air with her on his back. At this time, I think that Lu Zihao's ability is really good. Li Tianyu sighed and said to himself, don't worry about the problem of ability exposure, because it can be seen at a glance, and there is no way to hide it. But the specific function of his suit is still unpredictable. Shen Yan smiled from the side and glanced forward. At this moment, the mountains in front of him had been faintly added with a touch of white. After they continued to run forward for about half an hour, they finally came to the depths of the mountains. There was already an ice and snow here, as if they had suddenly entered another scene. Li Tianyu estimated that this should be the misty mountains that Gandalf said before, but in terms of the plot, they could not go too far on this side. After walking for a while, they would be obstructed by the betrayed white-robed mage Saruman. The avalanche caused them to turn back and advance from the underground Moria pit. Those strong orcs did not catch up. Gandalf looked back and said, then he got off the horse and started to move forward with the horse, hold on. We must take advantage of the time that the 6 warriors bought for us to move forward as soon as possible. In this mission, they are only responsible for these NPC bodyguards, so they have no right to decide, they can follow whatever the NPC says. So everyone continued to follow behind in silence. However, although it is in the ice and snow, the player has the ability to adapt and does not feel cold. Are you okay? Obviously there is a weak negative effect, can you keep up with your physical strength? At this time, Li Tianyu turned to Zheng Nangxing and asked. Zheng Nangxing grinned and shook his head, I'm not tired, because my vector control can bounce back part of the reaction force I received, so you can understand that I can control gravity, that is, I can fly. You can fly on your own, why should I carry you on your back? Lu Zihao asked, frowning. Because it's easier for you to fly, I have to complete a series of QTEs to fly, and it can't be maintained for a long time. Zheng Nangxing mumbled. Li Tianyu actually dislikes this type of girl very much. From the time she grabbed his phone in the scene to now, her behavior did not leave him any good impression. If he didn't want to be an enemy of Zheng Nangxing's ability, Li Tianyu would never agree to team up with this girl. However, this girl's vector control ability is really an uncertain factor. If it is used well, it will be very strong. If it is not used well, it will be useless, so Li Tianyu intends to observe her for a while before making a decision. So he didn't say anything, and continued to follow behind the NPC. The snow is very small at present, but the snow under their feet still slows down their progress. Fortunately, the strong orcs at the rear did not continue to chase. Li Tianyu guessed that it was just a 110 mechanism, which is commonly known as a patrol monster, which is equivalent to an alarm. When triggered, a batch of monsters will be refreshed, but only the players who attract the monsters. Attacking for the target, other players will not be the target of these monsters as long as they do not interact to generate hatred. This kind of setting exists in many team copies in many MMORPGs led by World of Warcraft. And it is for this reason that Li Tianyu decided to immediately leave the small group of 6 people. In this way, the monster hatred was only on those 6 people, and even if the 6 people were all destroyed, they would not come to trouble them in the end. Coupled with the obvious changes in the scene now, they should be safe. The speed of advancing in the heavy snow was very slow, and as they progressed, the sky became darker and darker, and a strong blizzard began. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The vision is bad. Li Tianyu stepped on the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow foot. The strong wind blew the snowflakes and slapped him on his face. There were bursts of stinging pain. The dim sky and the strong snowstorm made it is almost impossible to see the player from a meter away. Don't worry, I can see clearly, let me go ahead. Lu Zihao replied, and then flew to the front. The eyes of the suit were shining with a strange light, which should be a combination of some special night vision and thermal imaging functions. At this moment, other players are moving very slowly, and the protagonist and other NPCs have to lead the horse with luggage, so the speed is even slower. Li Tianyu didn't know how long they had been going forward, basically there was no battle in the middle, just rushing. After about another half an hour, they marched on a small path on the mountainside. The road was just enough for them to advance one by one. The left side was the mountain wall, and the right side was the cliff of 10,000 meters. The snow did not reach their knees. The wind made them sway, and Li Tianyu was a little worried that he would accidentally be blown off the cliff. However, the player's abilities on the spot are not balanced, and even if he falls, he still has a way to get up. But at this moment, the elf prince Legolas suddenly shouted, "There is an evil voice echoing in the air." Li Tianyu was taken aback. Before he recovered, Gandalf roared, "It's Saruman." The next moment, a distant voice echoed in the air, and the snow above my head began to fall. "Be careful, it's the plot, it's about to be an avalanche." Lu Zihao reminded at this time. As soon as the voice fell, the heavy snow mixed with the boulder fell from the sky, and the vision was so poor that Li Tianyu was hit by a boulder before he could see clearly, and his body turned into thunder and dissipated. Chapter 50, The Protagonist Halo. "I'm going to your uncle." Li Tianyu's body was recondensed on the other side, and the shield value was smashed by more than half. Then he covered his armed color domineering on his fist, turning on the seeing and hearing color domineering and sensing the stone falling from the sky. Position, and then smashed those stones with a fist. But in spite of this, the snow that fell on him was no different from the rock, and it hurt him, as if he had received an old punch, and some of the snow directly smashed a part of him. Fuck! Why are those NPCs okay? This is unscientific. Lu Zihao looked at Gandalf and the others in an angry tone. Even though they were covered by an avalanche like their players, those rocks just couldn't hit those NPCs. This is called the protagonist halo, you know what a fart. They are the protagonists of this scene, we are the dragon set. Li Tianyu shouted at him, then turned to Shen Yan and Zheng Nangxing, "Be careful. Shen Yan frowned, her outfit suddenly changed into the diamond armor, which is the most defensive set of all Elisa's armor, and then she reached out and pulled Li Tianyu into her arms, and then folded her arms. The armor at the place made it a shield, blocking the top of his head. Li Tianyu couldn't see clearly, just felt that the surrounding area was getting darker and quieter. However, he was not hit by anything, it was obviously Shen Yan who protected him. After all this was over, Shen Yan groaned softly, pushed away the snow on top of his head, then removed the diamond armor from her body, and stretched out her hand to Li Tianyu. It doesn't matter, Li Tianyu? Is there any injury? I knew I had chosen a scion ancestry, and I was always protected by this woman. Li Tianyu muttered a little depressed, but still held her slender hand and stood up. Ah, it's okay. How about everyone? Are you all okay? Shen Yan looked around and asked, exuding a sense of leadership. Since you changed the diamond armor, protect me by the way. Lu Zihao crawled out of the snow on the side and said weakly. There was some slight abrasion on his suit, but it should only be the paint on the outside. Worn out, the function of the suit was not affected. Shen Yan raised her brows. Aren't your battle clothes the best protection? Then Li Tianyu also has elemental passiveness. Lu Zihao muttered a little unconvinced, but did not continue. And not far away from him, Zhang Nangxing also got out of the snow, looking uninjured. Everyone crawled out of the snow one after another. The NPCs with the protagonist's halo were fine anyway, but the players were more or less affected. Some players were not too strong, and they were smashed a few times. Hurt. However, in general, this is just an episode, and there is no attrition. They spent about half an hour crawling out from under the snow, rectified a bit, and healed their wounds, and Gandalf finally agreed to go forward through the Rohan Pass. So they started to return a long way back and came to a fork in the road before. From here, there are two roads, one leading to the mountain and the other leading to the bottom of the mountain. The road to the bottom of the mountain is to the mine of Moria. Remember, Saruman's purpose is to force us to the Moria mine. Those dwarves dug too deep in the Moria mine, and awakened the Balrog below, plus the half-orcs of Saruman, that the place has long been a dead city. Lu Zihao reviewed the plot to them while on the road. We may try to stop the hobbit later, and don't let him push that dry bone into the well. This might be okay. Avoid spawning monsters. Li Tianyu just listened silently, without adding anything, because he felt that Lu Zihao basically said what he had to say, and gave a very comprehensive explanation. What he is thinking about now is another thing, and that is the mechanics of the game scene this time. To put it simply, the scene task this time can be summarized as on the fate of a person who does not have the protagonist's aura following the protagonist. Li Tianyu, do you have any ideas? Shen Yan asked at this time. No, I think what Lu Zihao said is very comprehensive. Li Tianyu said absently, I'm just thinking about how the player is required to perform this scenario mission. Have an idea? Lu Zihao asked curiously, and Li Tianyu shrugged. Basically, we can guarantee that we can survive. Those protagonists have the protagonist's halo, and they will definitely not die. You can find that so far, no matter whether it is refreshed, the strong orcs in the world are still disasters like avalanche, and the priority of attacking players is higher than that of NPCs. It's much simpler in this way. Shen Yan smiled slightly, and Li Tianyu said dryly, on the contrary. If the player's priority is higher, it means that the monster is capable of killing the player. You didn't notice, this time. Has our ability been weakened? Everyone entered the game with the original value, which shows that the strength of the monster is much stronger than imagined. Oh, I get it. Zhang Nangxing nodded, because if those monsters have NPCs as the highest priority target, then their strength can be set to kill NPCs. Even if they can't kill us, just if the player neglects them, they still have a chance to kill the NPC and cause the mission to fail, just like the vampire in the 30th of I. That's about it. Li Tianyu nodded, he didn't think it was a clever thing to think of. Many players can think of it as long as they think about it, but usually the player's thinking does not go in this direction. Everyone who plays games thinks about monsters and how to improve their strength and equipment, and they rarely think about the mechanics of this game. I think it's better this way, so that I don't have to be distracted to protect those NPCs. Shen Yan said disapprovingly, and everyone had come to the foot of the mountain while chatting. The weather under the mountain is much better than on the mountain. www.readaloud.com. There is no blizzard, but it is still cold and humid, and the sky is getting darker. They walked along the river. At this time, Shen Yan looked at the water and said, there is a water monster in there, right? Yes, but even if it doesn't, I don't want to fall into the water. Li Tianyu said, moving away from the river. Speaking of which, will your devil fruit be weakened by fresh water? Shen Yan asked curiously. No, people with the devil fruit ability just can't swim. Although they will drown in fresh water, only seawater can prevent the ability from using their abilities. Li Tianyu shook his head and said. The players are chatting for themselves, and the NPCs are also chatting for themselves to advance in. When the dwarf Jin Li introduced Moria bit by bit, they also came to the outer wall of the Moria mine. Here is about to trigger the next event. Be careful, there is a battle here. Li Tianyu exhorted the other group of 4. The players nodded, maintaining a high degree of vigilance. At this moment, the sky was completely dark, and there was sparse haze floating at the foot of the mountain. The outer wall of Moria stood in front of them like a mountain and blocked their way. In this place, the horse couldn't move forward, so it was dismissed by the Lord of the Rings expedition, and several hobbits threw stones into the river like a vent. It's coming. Li Tianyu muttered to himself as he watched the restless river, his heartbeat speeded up. However, at this time Gandalf uttered the word friend, and the gate of the mine opened. At that moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the opening of the mine door, and at this moment, a large sound of water came from behind, and dozens of octopus tentacles stretched out from the water and swept toward them. Chapter 51, OB. These tentacles are different from those in the movie. Their target is not Frodo, but players like them. Naturally, the players would not shrink from this, each showing their magical powers to attack those tentacles. Wind escape, vacuum jade. A player spit out several waves of wind escape to the tentacles, but those tentacles were much tougher than imagined. Although they were blasted out of a few gaps after this blow, that the root tentacles did not break, and continued to wrap around the player, and other players also began to attack after seeing this. But at the moment, the NPC indicated that he wanted to go back to Rohan Pass because of the dwarf corpse in the mine of Moria. Save your stamina and don't attack. Li Tianyu reminded, in this scene, we only need to avoid being pulled into the water by these tentacles. This water monster is just to drive the plot and drive us into the Moria mine. The players were skeptical and didn't know what to do, but at this time more tentacles stretched out from the water and swept towards them. The number of tentacles far exceeded the number of players, and the players had to launch attacks when they saw it. However, the tentacles are extremely tough, and ordinary attacks can't directly cut them off. One of the tentacles was entangled with Wang Yang. He was in a trance along the way. He just followed them silently. He didn't speak much, and he was absent-minded when listening to them. It seemed that he hadn't been from the previous scene. It should be because the ring spirit has brought him too strong an impact. After being entangled for a while, Wang Yang seemed to finally come back to his senses, but he had completely lost his composure, tearing his tentacles in panic. However, even if he is of Kryptonian blood and has strong physical abilities, he cannot get rid of the entanglement of the tentacles at this moment. However, Wang Yang's strength was strong enough that he was not immediately dragged into the water. Help, help me! Wang Yang stretched out his hand to Li Tianyu in fear, and kept his feet on the ground to prevent being dragged down. The scene was in chaos right now. In addition to Wang Yang, several other players were also entangled. After all, there were too many tentacles. Li Tianyu's mind was also a little confused for a while, but he quickly calmed down and commanded, "Don't be messy. Everyone focus on attacking one tentacles, cut it off and then attack other tentacles, and save the player first." As he said, Li Tianyu lifted his foot and kicked it out. The slash swept across the tentacles, forming a gap but not cutting it off. It felt like an extremely tough rubber product. At this time, Shen Yan summoned a long sword with a change of outfit, and rushed to the tentacles, and Lu Zihao also shook his right hand. A folded blade stretched out from the arm of the battle suit, and the two of them attacked together. The tentacle slashed and cut it off. Zheng Nangxing stepped on the ground lightly when she saw it, but a puff of smoke spread from under her feet, and then came under Wang Yang. At that time, the stone under Wang Yang's feet suddenly bulged, pushed him into the air, and fell towards Zheng Nangxing. Zheng Nangxing gently stretched out a hand to catch him, as if he had caught a basketball, and placed it gently on the ground. The controllability of her ability is really strong. Li Tianyu muttered to himself. Zheng Nangxing's ability has almost no fixed moves. She can use it as she wants. It can produce various effects according to the different ways of using it. To put it bluntly, the lower limit is very low and the upper limit is very high. So far, Li Tianyu has not seen any bright spots. "Hey, man, give me a charge." At this time, Lu Zihao suddenly turned to Li Tianyu, raised his hands and made a "give me 5" gesture to him. Li Tianyu was stunned and realized Lu Zihao's battle. Ye should have added a charging module. Last time in the reunion scene, Lu Zihao's suit still couldn't convert lightning strikes into energy. "Oh, aren't you exposing my ability?" Li Tianyu thought to himself a little reluctantly. You must know that he fought with Wang Yang last time, and now his ability is exposed in case any unnecessary contradictions arise. But Lu Zihao's look of expectation makes him difficult to refuse. After thinking about it, Li Tianyu didn't use Thunderbird, but raised his hand and threw a 40 million volt thunder gun at Lu Zihao. At that time, Lu Zihao's body was shining brightly, and his armor became dazzling. Here comes electricity shock. Lu Zihao roared excitedly, flying into the air, raising his hand and firing a laser at the tentacles below. After getting the power of Raiden, the power and duration of his laser have been greatly strengthened. The laser swept off several tentacles and instantly cleared a clearing on their side. However, at the same time, a scream came. A player in the small group over there was dragged into the water by tentacles when they were not paying attention, and then disappeared under the water in a bubble, swallowed by the water monster. Although the player should not have died, his journey is over here. As for them, the situation has only improved temporarily, and soon more tentacles attacked them again. It is impossible for them to clean up all of this situation, and the casualties will only increase. But at this time, Li Tianyu suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and glanced at the NPCs behind him, and found that they were behind the player while OB, observation perspective, was discussing whether to leave here, as if the battle here had nothing to do with them. "You come here to help. I want to help those strong orcs against you." Li Tianyu couldn't help but breathe out fragrance, and Shen Yan on the side smiled bitterly. "Don't do this www.readaloud.com they. It's an NPC and won't care about you." "I know, I'm just not angry," Li Tianyu said irritably, but then a thought flashed through his mind, so he urged the players, "Retreat, bring those tentacles to these NPCs. After all, the houses here are all dead houses, and I roughly know what Li Tianyu means," so he began to retreat, and the tentacles followed them all the way to the NPCs. At this moment, the NPC gang of OBS finally couldn't sit still, joined them to fight with the water monster, and the plot began to advance. While fighting, Gandalf shouted, "We can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and hide in the Moria mine." When it was here, the plot finally advanced to the next stage. The water monster protruded its head from the water, and more tentacles protruded from the water, waving wildly, sending all players and NPCs to the mine of Moria. They rushed inside, they fled into the mine of Moria and closed the outer wall of Moria again. These shameless old b. Li Tianyu glared hatefully at these NPCs, and these NPCs are still like okay people, and they talked about these adventurous principles and led everyone from this mountain trail. Walking towards the depths of the Moria mine, Gandalf said to Frodo in a serious manner, "When your mind is hesitant, then follow your heart. Forget it, you compare with a group of NPCs." Shen Yan was amused by Li Tianyu, "You are really interesting. Forget it, let's go." Li Tianyu sighed and said, looking at the small group behind him, "Now they have only 3 people left, and one of them is the same as Wang Yang." From Scene 2 followed. Chapter 52, Arguing. There will be another update around 11 p.m. When the gate was closed, they were finally safe temporarily, but only temporarily. Because the mine of Moria had actually been destroyed by Saruman's orcs, all the dwarves were killed. They are going to fight hundreds or even more half-orcs here. Presumably from previous battles with water monsters, the difficulty is probably not low. Because of this, Li Tianyu doesn't want to worry about these NPCs in the OB before. And, the most important thing is, I think that the next battle unfolded here may involve players. Li Tianyu reminded in a low voice. Why? Zhang Nangxing's expression suddenly became nervous. I haven't played with the player yet. In the previous battle, the first strong orc triggered was a monster spawning similar to an alarm mechanism, and the second battle with the water monster was regarded as a scene monster, and the camp did not belong to Sauron's camp. Li Tianyu explained. Continue to follow behind Gandalf and other NPCs with everyone. At this moment, they have come to the hall below and saw the dwarven corpses all over the floor. Li Tianyu cautiously stepped over the corpses filled with arrows, and the rancid smell of the corpses made him frown, but the next battle is bound to happen, and the half-orc soldiers are also demon kings. Sauron's camp, I think it will be a tough battle. We not only have to face the strong orcs, but also have to fight those players. It sounds so difficult, the players alone are hard enough to deal with. Lu Zihao said with a helpless sigh, according to Jarvis's calculations, our current manpower can only deal with 500 half-orcs at most. Although I don't know how it's calculated, but Jarvis' calculations should be accurate. According to our current number of players, 1 player equals 70 orcs. Meaning, if the opponent's number of players and half-orcs exceed 500, we can't deal with it. Zhang Nangxing asked with some worry, and Shen Yan coldly snorted, I don't believe those. Fighting depends on ability. What does Jarvis know? Speaking of this, Li Tianyu squinted at the NPCs, don't worry too much, I guess those NPCs should help out this time. Their settings will not die, but the rival players' factions may not know this. So, we can use this method to get rid of one of their players first, so that we can have an advantage. So that's it, good idea. Lu Zihao said suddenly, then looked at the remaining 3 players, and asked a little hesitantly, do you want to tell them this information? Li Tianyu thought for a while and nodded, you go and inform them, although they may be opponents in the future, but now everyone has to work together to overcome the difficulties in front of them. In the last wave of tasks, manpower may be critical. So, Lu Zihao went to inform the other 3 players about their ideas for this mission and the things that need to be noted later, while Li Tianyu was observing the scene. This is the tomb of the King of Dwarves in Moria Mine, and the final burial place of these dwarves. In the end, they did not stop the attack of the orcs and were killed by the influx of orcs. And here is also the place where they are about to start this battle. It is actually very narrow, about 100 square meters. The 8 of their players and the NPCs on the scene are already crowded here, not to mention that there will be half-orcs, and for hostile players, the battle is bound to be very chaotic, but his lightning nova can also come in handy. At this time, Jin Li was sobbing on the grave of the dwarf king whose name Li Tianyu could not remember, while the NPCs were discussing what to do. When a noise rang from behind them, Li Tianyu was shocked and immediately became vigilant. Zheng Nangxing and Shen Yan also immediately became vigilant, but Li Tianyu felt that something was wrong. Why didn't the NPC respond? Until the three figures appeared in front of them, Li Tianyu didn't know the reason. These were 3 of the 6 players they had left behind, that is, the leader and the 2 players under his leadership. Wait for us. The 3 players rushed in anxiously, and then the leader player looked at them out of breath and angrily, and accused, You actually left us and escaped alone. The 3 players you killed it. Are you still human? Our queen blocked the orcs for you, but you didn't even leave us a mark. Said, the leader player sipped at them fiercely and cursed, You murderers. Many players on the scene were a little ashamed. Of course, some players were just as confident, You are the one who caused the blame. Shouldn't you be responsible for your mistakes? I like to attract strangers, but I can't beat them. What's up with us? That's right. The root cause is that you are so embarrassed to throw the pot. Shen Yan also retorted unconvinced. What about the mark? Say it is to leave us a mark. If you leave a mark, we might be able to survive more players. The leader player argued heartily, and there were constant quarrels at the scene. Li Tianyu has a headache. Stop arguing. Li Tianyu said impatiently, then turned to the leader player, looked at him deeply for a while, and then asked, What is your name? Li Bowen. The leader player frowned and said, They called me before, have you forgotten? Well, hello, Mr. Li Bowen. Li Tianyu smiled, and his expression suddenly became serious. Can you answer me a question? Why, from your perspective, you have gone through a battle. But I think the 3 of you, doesn't it seem like a battle? Your clothes are intact, uninjured, and you have plenty of physical strength. There is nothing unusual except for looking angry. Li Bowen's expression was natural and there was no flaw at all, but the 2 players behind him were different. Their eyes turned to Li Bowen for the first time, and instead of opening an answer, they waited for Li Bowen to speak. It's just that the wound has recovered. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Li Bowen said displeasedly, What do you mean by this? What I mean is, I suspect that the 3 of you will leave the other 3 players behind, let them use them as bait to escape safely, and then throw the pot to us. Of course I know you will definitely not admit it, but you may not know us. There is a goddess on the side, she just has something in her hand that allows you to tell the truth. Li Tianyu said, turning his head to look at Shen Yan. Shen Yan smiled proudly, raised her hand and held it imaginarily, and the mantra lasso appeared in her hand. At that time, Li Bowen took a step back subconsciously and muttered to himself, This is, the mantra lasso. Li Tianyu grinned at Shen Yan, but at this time he suddenly realized that the expression of the player behind Shen Yan seemed a bit unnatural, and he immediately remembered this. And Shen Yan asked aggressively, Come and try. I refuse. Li Bowen said angrily. It is an indisputable fact that you did not leave a mark. Why should we be interrogated? This is not a question of truth and lies. We are victims, but we are still being interrogated. So, then just take a step back. How about letting this matter go? Li Tianyu looked at the NPCs behind him and said, Judging from the dialogue between the NPCs, the plot of the battle is about to begin, and they can't continue in this kind of quarrel, a waste of time. The battle will begin immediately. Do you want to win too? Li Bowen thought. The 2 players with him looked at him, and then Li Bowen nodded, Okay. I'm glad to reach a consensus, come in quickly. Li Tianyu urged impatiently, the fight is about to start. Li Bowen and the 3 players also entered the hall immediately and began to wait for the plot to go on. Chapter 53, Great Melee. Everyone is showing face to Li Tianyu at the moment and didn't continue to investigate this matter. After all, both sides have bad points. Li Tianyu and the others really wanted to abandon Li Bowen and others regardless of their life and death, and Li Bowen himself also used some shameful means to get out of trouble. However, Li Tianyu is still thinking about another thing now. How did you get in? The outside door is closed. Li Tianyu turned to Li Bowen and asked. Li Bowen glanced at him inadvertently, and then explained without changing his face, didn't the door open when you say the elves of friend? This is in the original book. Have you never seen the movie? Li Tianyu squinted his eyes and stared at the other party, and didn't continue to ask, because he really didn't remember how to pronounce the word, and it was meaningless to ask him. He didn't know if the other party just said a word to fool him. But he was a little wary of Li Bowen in his heart. It is very likely that his ability can be teleported, or strong enough to destroy the outer wall of Moria. At this moment, the hobbit named Pippin backed away because of fear, and soon he would knock down the bones of the dwarf behind him, and cause a lot of noise, causing those to hide in the Moria mine. The half-orcs noticed them and attacked. But it seems that Lu Zihao wants to try to prevent this opportunity from happening. Pippin walked back nervously while listening to Gandalf's dwarf's last words. Seeing that he was about to hit the skeleton behind him, Lu Zihao suddenly raised his hand to aim at the skeleton, and a faint white light emerged from his hand. It should be his thought ability, lifting the skeleton into the air. Prevent being knocked down by Pippin. However, at the moment that the skeleton was lifted by Lu Zihao, Piping seemed to be frightened and turned around and slashed towards the skeleton. So, the head of the skeleton was chopped off, and the body part fell down the dry well. The metal armor bumped all the way, making a crisp sound, reverberating continuously in this underground mine. Obviously it cannot be avoided. Li Tianyu curled his mouth and muttered, not surprisingly at all. And this noise completely led to the beginning of the battle. Outside the hall, there were waves of footsteps and metal rubbing. With a few sounds of hoo, a few feather arrows swept across the human swordsman's cheeks and then nailed them. On the shoulder of a player next to Li Bowen, the player snorted, took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, but he was not dead anyway. This is the power of the protagonist's halo. Li Tianyu said with a dry smile, how can the bow and arrow not shoot those NPCs, but the players like them will shoot one by one, and they can be hit by random shots. NPCs hurriedly stepped forward and closed the door, but the old wooden door did not save the lives of these dwarves last time, and it was naturally impossible to stop the half-orcs this time. The human swordsman looked at them with a bit of loss and muttered, these half-orcs have brought trolls, they also brought trolls. The next moment, the door was smashed open, and an ugly humanoid creature with a height of more than 4 meters rushed in. This creature had grey-brown skin, and its facial features were scattered all over the face like it was distorted. Roared at them. A large number of orcs rushed in behind the troll, armed with various weapons, and attacked the player with teeth and claws. Come! Li Tianyu reminded, using the domineering vision and color to predict the next attack of the 2 orcs in front of him, and then avoiding their attacks, raised his hand on their shoulders, and used a lightning strike of 20 million volts. After the lightning strike, he immediately retreated to check the state of these 2 enemies. He was also testing the extent of attack that could defeat these half-orcs. However, a lightning strike of 20 million volts seemed to be enough, and the 2 orcs fell to the ground in scorched corpses. The players' abilities have not been weakened, and the orcs have not been strengthened. This is probably because hostile players will also participate in this action. And at the moment when Li Tianyu was thinking, 2 arrows flew from not far away. Li Tianyu evaded hastily, avoiding one of them beautifully, but the other one passed through his forehead and triggered his elemental passiveness. Damn, there are too many enemies. Li Tianyu frowned and muttered to himself. At this moment, the other players were fighting with the orcs, and they didn't care about others at all. Li Tianyu threw a thunderbird and killed the 3 half-orcs in front of him, but the archer at the back shot a large feather arrow, and there was no way to avoid it. So Li Tianyu had to use the thunder barrier to defend. However, at the moment when he lifted the lightning barrier, a half-orc behind him swung his sword fiercely and cut his body in half. Li Tianyu's body elementalized to avoid the blow, and turned around with a flashy foot. The orc knocked down and was hit by 2 feather arrows shot from behind. In just 1 minute of fighting, his elemental shield lost half of its value, and there was no time to recover. This kind of chaos-level melee is far more difficult than he imagined, and not only him, but other players are also in the same situation. After all, there are too many enemies, and with the support of long-range archers, the situation is too chaotic. Everyone was ordinary people not long ago and had little combat experience. They were completely different from the protagonists in The Lord of the Rings such as Gandalf and Aragorn, so they were completely in a hurry when surrounded by enemies. The only thing that is better is probably Shen Yan. The passiveness in her ability allows her to be proficient in combat, so she seems to be able to do well even in the Wanjun. And now they are only dealing with half-orcs. Players from the opposing camp have not taken any action, presumably hiding in the dark to observe their ability. But they themselves have no time to observe the ability of others. Li Tianyu is now too busy to take care of himself and has no time to observe the abilities of other people. His elemental shield value can't be restored at all. Instead, he is constantly being consumed. If he doesn't think about it, he may really be killed by the strong orc. He must find a way. Clean up the enemies on the scene, and then deal with those half-orcs archers. 40 million volts, a new lightning star. Li Tianyu didn't care about being injured. Now that he didn't care about the situation, he didn't even care about other people. He directly released Lightning Nova and shook all the enemies around. However, several players were also involved, such as Wang Yang and Zheng Nangxing. After Wang Yang carried it, he was only repelled by Li Tianyu a few steps before he was stabilized. Although he was paralyzed by the electric, he was hardly injured. After all, it was the blood of Krypton, and an attack of this level was not fatal to him. As for Zheng Nangxing, she seems to have a protective shield www.readaloud.com to help her bounce off the lightning. This should also be the passive ability of vector control, similar to the passive protective effect of natural fruit elementalization. However, under the effect of this attack, a large area of open space was cleared, and Li Tianyu also had time to see the situation clearly. In order to stay on the NPC side to deal with the hostile players, they gave them a surprise and quickly cleared out a hostile player. Now they can't lead the monster to the NPC side, so now I have to take a bit of work. The most critical problem now is that the scene is too chaotic, and the laymen who are fighting are really too busy. Therefore, now they must find a way to repel the orcs, push these enemies outside the gate, and form a safe area inside the hall to avoid the formation of a situation where the enemy is attacked. Otherwise, you will be double-teamed by the orcs, and there will be a sneak attack by the archers outside, and the hostile players are still watching, and this situation will undoubtedly lose. Now that the hostile players have not made a move, their strength should be enough to drive these enemies out. We have to find a way to hit the door. Li Tianyu ordered, then turned to Zheng Nangxing and asked, "Little girl, can you guard those bows and arrows?" "Yes, but I can't be disturbed, otherwise the calculation will be messed up," Zheng Nangxing replied. Li Tianyu nodded and turned to Shen Yan, "Beauty, you are responsible for protecting her." "Understood," Shen Yan replied, and then Li Tianyu turned to Lu Zihao again, "Muscle man, come and cooperate with me to fight these enemies out." "Here, brother, give me 5. Lu Zihao turned to Li Tianyu and raised his hand. "Will it be stronger this time?" Li Tianyu reminded, condensing the thunder and lightning in his hand. 60 million volts, thunder gun. Chapter 54, the player comes on stage. Li Tianyu threw the thunder gun at Lu Zihao. After 2 seconds of accumulating power, the power this time was much stronger than last time. "Oh! A lot of shots this time." Lu Zihao couldn't help sighing. The whole suit was shining brightly, and the lightning was still splashing, and it seemed to be a bit overloaded. "Don't you say so, strange, okay?" Li Tianyu said angrily. "Electricity shock." Lu Zihao raised his hand and waved wildly. Although he himself may feel handsome, he looks like a punch in the eyes of outsiders. It's so awkward. Will I be so awkward when I use those moves myself? Li Tianyu couldn't help but wonder. It's a bit embarrassing, but the effect is still first class. Lu Zihao's suit has a high accuracy of attack. Even if it looks like a random shot, it perfectly avoided the players at the scene and only attacked the half-orcs. This is the advantage of the early stage ability. Even if the player's own ability is not very proficient, it is very powerful. The half-orcs in the hall were almost cleaned up by this blow, and the other players finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Zheng Nangxing raised his hand and stared into the air, which directly caused the feather arrows shot by those archers to fall from mid-air to the ground just as they approached, as if an invisible protective shield absorbed the feather arrows. Kinetic energy. The players from the Fellowship of the Ring cooperated with the NPC to drove the last half-orcs out, and the battle was maintained at the door of the gate, temporarily preventing the half-orcs from entering the hall, and the situation was stabilized. Li Tianyu's shield value slowly recovered at this moment, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the situation just stayed in a stalemate, the situation is probably not very good. If the fight just now continues, his elemental shield value will be exhausted immediately. By then, he can only rely on domineering to fight, but it will not improve the situation. Sooner or later, the domineering will be exhausted. It is clear that the hostile player is waiting for this, relying on the miscellaneous soldiers on his side to observe the situation and consume the enemy first. Sure enough, I should choose the camp of Demon Lord Sauron. I have time to observe over there, which is more suitable for my style. Li Tianyu couldn't help but sighed secretly. The battle here is more suitable for Shen Yan, herself. Because of her passive ability, coupled with her own personality, she seemed to be able to do well in this kind of chaos scene, and almost no wild monster could hurt her. The threat of miscellaneous soldiers to her is almost zero, and only players can fight her. However, now the situation has been completely reversed. They drove the orcs to the door, and the NPCs joined the battle. Currently, as long as the players get stuck at the door with the NPC, they can ensure that the orcs cannot break through the door, and they can too. To avoid the situation of being attacked by the enemy, and playing relatively easily, it can basically achieve the same consumption and recovery. Li Tianyu knew that players from the opposing faction should be dispatched. Because of the plot issue here, the orc soldiers will not be refreshed indefinitely, but have a certain upper limit. Now that the hostile players are not in a hurry, it means that they also have a cool-headed player in charge of commanding, and that commander will definitely realize this. Only by cooperating with the strong orcs to attack them, players in the Demon Lord Sauron's camp will have a chance. Otherwise, when the miscellaneous soldiers are exhausted, the hostile players will have to face NPCs and fight against them, with little hope. Everyone, be careful, the player on the opposite side should almost be unable to sit still. Li Tianyu reminded. It's just that his abacus doesn't seem to be perfect. The player on the side of Demon Lord Sauron is more calm than he thought, and he is not in a hurry to launch an attack. Until a wave of strong orcs was refreshed, this wave of strong orcs was not only huge in number, but also mixed with 2 trolls. These 2 huge trolls rushed to the gate, temporarily breaking the formation of the Fellowship of the Ring. For a while, both the player and the NPC had to retreat to avoid these 2 behemoths, and the half-orcs and strong orcs behind also rushed into the hall one after another. At this moment, several dark shadows accompanied the half-orcs. Rushed in. Come! Li Tianyu shouted, and instantly became nervous, but he didn't panic. Anyway, until now, he has played PvP with players, and PvE has also played with boss. There is still some psychological preparation for this. But not everyone is as calm as him. Some players panicked a little and screamed in panic. But Li Tianyu didn't have time to see others, because one of the players immediately swung the knife in his hand and stabbed him. Li Tianyu started to see and heard the domineering and foreseeing the opponent's attack route, and then avoided the opponent's attack in advance, preparing for a counterattack. However, the player's movements were extremely agile and missed. He immediately cut out the second before Li Tianyu counterattacked. Knife. Seeing this, Li Tianyu didn't intend to avoid it at all. Anyway, he has elemental passivity. It is better to use this ability to spend a little shield value and fight with the opponent to cause a little injury to the player. If you are lucky, you may be able to take it directly. However, at this moment, a black light climbed onto the knife in the player's hand, which was actually domineering. Lightning Nova. Li Tianyu decisively released Lightning Nova and forced the player back, and then he took a step back with shave, and was shocked in a cold sweat. This product is actually a domineering choice, so dangerous. Because the Lightning Nova has no power, it only has a power of 20 million volts, but it seems to have a certain impact on this player. It seems that the bloodline chosen should not be the bloodline of Superman with high attributes. Li Tianyu took this opportunity to look at the player. His messy, short hair and a long horse face, his skin was fair and fair, his appearance was no different from that of an ordinary otaku, his figure was slightly thin, his lips were slightly thicker, and he was wearing round frame glasses. However, although this player looks like an ordinary otaku, he has an indescribable ferocious aura. He had a stern face, his expression was very serious and serious, staring at Li Tianyu in front of him. Li Tianyu didn't dare to check the situation of other players around him, and how many hostile players there were. His domineering appearance tells him to be highly concentrated, and he will die if he is not careful. And then www.readaloud.com. This player suddenly held a knife in both hands, and whispered, "Cut it off, reveal." Li Tianyu was stunned. The next moment the blade of the knife in the player's hand seemed to have lost a layer of rust, and the real blade below gave off a faint moonlight. It was actually the Zanpai knife in Reaper. And from the name, it is still a custom Zanpaku. Li Tianyu was a little shocked at the time, but he also roughly guessed the direction of the opponent's ability mix. He chose Zanpadao, but did not choose reinforcement as his mana value but chose domineering, which means that the opponent gave up Crescent Moon Tian Chong. The Ling pressure skill used in combination with Zanpo Dao simply relies on the special effects of the Zpo Dao itself. And domineering is to strengthen the attack power and correction value of the Zanpaku sword, which means that this player definitely has to follow the pure swordsman route, does not use special skills such as ghosts, and simply uses swordsmanship to fight with the enemy. Inferring from these 2 points, the opponent's blood might not be the chosen Reaper, but the chosen swordsman's blood. The appearance is really bad. Li Tianyu couldn't help but cursed inwardly. He happened to want to play the long-range style, but this player had a special melee style of play, which was very troublesome. Earth Dragon Flash. At this time, the player said, Li Tianyu was shocked, and immediately backed away. It is the bloodline in the heart of Rurouni sword. Earth Dragon Shine is exactly the move of Kenshin Himura's Fishin Yujianyu. And the player immediately swung his sword to the ground in front of him, and set off a large swath of flying rocks to hit Li Tianyu's side, but because Li Tianyu had avoided it in advance, these flying rocks did not hit him. However, this player has already launched the next attack. He adjusted his posture, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards Li Tianyu from bottom to top. Long Xiang Flash. Chapter 55, Impact. With the help of the domineering look and feel, although Li Tianyu was a little embarrassed, he still avoided the opponent's knife in time. But despite this, he still felt a chill in his neck, giving him the illusion of being chopped off. He reached out and touched his neck. Fortunately, he didn't see any redness, and he was still afraid for a while. Li Tianyu is particularly fortunate now. Fortunately, this player has not developed the proficiency of silent spell casting, otherwise he really can't see the player's specific ability, and it is impossible to avoid his combo just now. Earth Dragon Flash and Long Xiang Shan are a set of combos. Earth Dragon Flash is actually used to contain the enemy, while Long Xiang Shan is a deadly killer move. Seeing that the attack did not hit Li Tianyu, the player was also a little surprised, and set his posture again. One sword style, Jihi. At this moment, the player said another sentence. Li Tianyu secretly yelled that he was not good. Before the other party finished reading, he began to cover himself with domineering. The next moment the player's figure flashed, Lion Song. Li Tianyu only felt cold on his shoulders, and then immediately became hot, as if someone had put a hot red soldering iron on his shoulder. If it hadn't been experienced several times in the battle before, he would be crying with pain now. But when the opponent said the move, he already knew what the move would be like. But even if he was domineering, it was still too difficult to avoid this sword. He just adjusted his posture to avoid the moment when the attack was the strongest. In addition, the opponent's domineering level should also be level 1, even if he has weapon attack corrections, it just broke his domineering. Therefore, the wound of this knife was not too deep, at least it did not cause fatal injuries to Li Tianyu. The player's first skill point seems to have been given to Zanpakudeo, which has upgraded his initial solution ability. After taking this knife, Li Tianyu endured the severe pain, turned around and aimed directly behind and threw a thunder gun. Because this move is the kind of attack that teleports to the back of the enemy, after using it, there will be an end action of drawing the sword, which is a so-called move. The player hadn't recovered from the IHE posture, and was immediately shot by the lightning gun. Although it was only a 20 million volt lightning gun, it was enough to make the player go into stiff. But this freezing time is not very sufficient, the opponent will recover soon, he must make up a second attack to keep the opponent in greater stiffness. Therefore, Li Tianyu rushed towards the player while accumulating his energy. When he came to the opponent, the player's rigidity also recovered, but at this moment Li Tianyu suddenly released Lightning Nova. This time the Lightning Nova is 60 million volts, which is more powerful and has a knockback effect. Even if the player is defensive, he is still shaken and flies backwards. The effect of thunder and lightning keeps him in a paralyzed state. There is no way to dodge. 6 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Li Tianyu raised his hand and shouted at the player. Although knowing that it is really not a good habit to pronounce the name of the skill, but now he is not proficient with the skill Thunder Dragon so that he can succeed every time he silently casts the spell, and this situation does not allow him to release the skill to fail. The thunder and lightning condensed into a giant dragon shape, rushed to the player, and crashed into the player and disappeared at the other end of the hall. Li Tianyu finally had time to breathe, secretly thanking that he had done the skill bar task ahead of time and discovered the silent spell casting technique. However, the higher the level of skills, the higher the requirements for silent spell casting. You need a particularly clear imagination in your mind to condense and form. Even if there is a slight ambiguity, the skill release will fail. It is not a concept at all with low-level skills. The combination of abilities of this player is very good. I am afraid it should have chosen the bloodline of the swordsman, and then learned the unique moves of these swordsmen through some rewards. If it weren't for the lack of proficiency in the moves, the inability to silently cast spells, and the lack of custom skills, Li Tianyu might have to be planted in his hands. After all, the abilities of the two are too poor. Li Tianyu is temporarily free, and finally has the opportunity to see what other players on the field are doing. Looking at it this way, he realized that he was supported by his teammates. Lu Zihao and Shen Yan blocked most of the orcs to avoid the obstacles when he was singled out with the player just now. Because the number of hostile players is less than the players on their side, there are only 5 or 6 hostile players participating in this scenario. But correspondingly, there will be more and stronger miscellaneous soldiers on the side of the Demon Lord Sauron to harass the players, so the players on the Fellowship of the Ring will naturally set aside some manpower to deal with these half-orcs and other players. Opportunity for fair duel. After all, the players have just participated in the game. Without such a wealth of experience, it will definitely go wrong with one enemy and more. When dealing with miscellaneous soldiers, there is no doubt that Shen Yan's Amazon Demigod and Iron Man suits are the best to use. They can think of this without Li Tianyu's order. This is the advantage of having a few cool-headed teammates. As for other players, there are fewer one-on-ones. And most of them are playing melee together in 2 or 3. Regardless of its own dangers, this scene looks quite sensational. All kinds of superpowers are overwhelmed. Ninjutsu, high-tech, and superpowers fly around, making the scene chaotic. Li Tianyu is also really divided. It is not clear which players have used which abilities. But at this time, he saw at a glance an unfamiliar hostile player accumulating in mid-air not far away. The player stands in mid-air to accumulate his strength. The mouth shape is not good at first glance. It seems to be chanting Turtle Qigong. However, other players did not notice because the scene was too chaotic, and even if someone noticed, the opposing player was obstructing with the orcs. No one had a chance to interrupt the guy's power accumulation. Hey, that guy. Li Tianyu was a little anxious and incoherent, but he immediately raised his hand and threw a Thunderbird over. Thunderbird slammed into the player, and lightning flashed everywhere. However, after all, there was only 20 million volts. Yuyuganshu.com. Although the player's expression was painful, he didn't stop his movements, and said the last few words, Qi Gong. It's over. Li Tianyu cried uncomfortably. A dazzling light blasted from the player's hands to the player below, and the impact of the explosion spread across the scene at the next moment. Li Tianyu only felt that a circle of light was coming, and the whole person could not stop. The one who lived back flew out. He only felt his back hit the wall, and then his brain exploded with a buzz. When the voice in his ears gradually became clear, Li Tianyu stood up again. The scene was already in a mess. The players scattered and fell to the ground, while Gandalf used magic to protect a group of NPCs, unharmed. I want to protect anyway, and protect the players by the way. Li Tianyu shook his head and complained, and stood up. Several other players with him also stood up, but there were a few players on their side who fell to the ground because of the previous knock, and even a hostile player was also affected by the attack and was seriously injured. The half-orcs were even more serious. Was completely wiped out. But because his vision of the impact was still blurred, he couldn't see whether those people were friends or enemies. The lineage and abilities of science, are even shocks damaged by magic? Isn't the professional spiritual attribute of science 0? Where does the magic value come from? Is there any passive that can convert their physical strength into magic value? Li Tianyu muttered to himself while covering his forehead. The scenery in front of him gradually became clear. Not far in front of him, Shen Yan used a shield to block the impact, so she barely withstood it, but Zhang Nangxing actually looked unscathed. As for Lu Zihao lying next to Li Tianyu, although the person looked okay, the battle clothes kept getting on. Braving the lightning, it seemed that the damage was not light. After all, he was the closest to the explosion center. Chapter 56, Empathy. Of course, as the user of this Turtle Qigong, the player of Scion blood must be unharmed. Li Tianyu couldn't help but secretly sighed the consciousness of the opposing player. This strategy is very good. Use other players to buy time, and then let this Scion player charge up the turtle to send Qigong. Using this charged tortoise school Qigong, he blasted off with his own people. Although they may not have achieved their expected results, there are still 3 people on their side who can continue to fight, but I have to say that this courage and decisiveness is worthy of admiration. What's more, this trick really narrowed the gap in numbers between the 2 forces. However, it is unclear whether the opposite player actively participated in the plan or was involved without knowing it. At present, only Li Tianyu, Shen Yan, and Zhang Nangxing can fight on the side of the Fellowship of the Ring. On the side of the Demon Lord Sauron's camp, there are players of Scion lineage left, and the one who Li Tianyu flew before. Zhanpaku knife player. The 3 of Li Tianyu and the others survived because they were located outside the explosion zone. The Scion player aimed at the central area with the most people. The other players and the half-orcs were just bait, in order to gather the players on their side. However, this power is too strong? Is this a level 1 ability? Even a level 2 ability is too exaggerated. Li Tianyu muttered to himself as he looked at the Scion player in front of him. There was an ominous premonition. His Devil Fruit ability has also been upgraded to 2 levels. This game system is logically balanced, but the most powerful of his 2-level abilities is not half as powerful as the Qigong of the Turtle faction. It is really amazing. Now, Li Tianyu thinks that the only thing that can be explained is the player's Scion Blood ability. Because it is known that the Scion bloodline has 1 attribute boost effect when it recovers after being seriously injured, and the upper limit is 5 times. In addition, the Scion bloodline has no spiritual attributes and no magic value. Therefore, the release of Turtle Qigong should rely on a passive effect that converts physical strength into magic values. The power of Turtle Qigong is probably related to the player's power or physique hooked up. Because of this, Li Tianyu guessed that this player is likely to have better luck. He suffered 1 or 2 crippling experiences which caused his attribute value to be much higher than that of ordinary people. In other words, although in theory a certain ability of an average player is currently only 2 levels, the attribute value of a Scion player may be equivalent to 3 or even 4. Scion's passive attribute doubled every time it is based on the basic attribute. It can be understood that the upper limit of the Scion's ability is level 10. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu suddenly had an idea and got an idea. You two, hold the other player and those miscellaneous soldiers, is that okay? Li Tianyu asked in a low voice. The player with the sword has the Zanpaku sword ability and the swordsman bloodline, and the mana is domineering. Although it is a bit difficult entangling, but you don't have to defeat him, just postpone the time. I will deal with the Scion player, can I do it? Does it matter? That guy seems to be very strong. Shen Yan frowned and asked, there is no need to save the most powerful enemy to myself every time. I can also help. Don't underestimate my ability. I just need you to help me delay other people and give me a chance to compete with him. Li Tianyu explained. Brother, leave it to me, I will take care of those miscellaneous soldiers. Zhang Nangxing nodded and said firmly. While Shen Yan frowned, gave Li Tianyu a displeased look, and muttered, don't try to be strong, isn't you planning to use NPC to deal with a player? That's how I planned. Li Tianyu winked at her and said. Then Shen Yan suddenly said, leave it to me, I won't let other people disturb you. After that, Shen Yan jumped into the air, her body was surrounded by golden light, and the graceful curve was faintly visible, armor of the sky wheel. A beautiful armor appeared on Shen Yan, with a dozen swords floating behind a pair of metal wings. Then, Shen Yan swung his sword at the player holding the Zanpadao, and the long sword behind him flew towards that player. The Zanpak knife player swung the sword away from the flying sword, and then approached Shen Yan. Li Tianyu threw a Thunderbird at the Scion player, blasting the opponent without causing any damage, but attracted the opponent's attention. Zhang Nangxing also raised his foot and gently stepped on the ground. The ground rose and turned into a stone wall, separating her from the orc soldiers, forming a one-on-one situation. Upon seeing this, the Scion player asked a little unexpectedly, would you like to challenge me heads up? After seeing my tortoise-style Qigong, do you still have this idea? Are you serious? Stop talking nonsense, there is also a certain degree of restraint between abilities. Li Tianyu snorted coldly. In fact, Li Tianyu just took a risk and made a bet. The bet was that the opponent's GP was not enough, and he couldn't afford Halashi equipment. The initial attribute of Scion is 3/2/5/0, but the attack power of this Scion player seems to be stronger than Shen Yan. Shen Yan is now upgraded to the LV2 bloodline, the attribute should be 12/9/12/3, if the Scion player's bloodline is LV2 plus 1 injury recovery, it will be the attribute of 9/6/15/0, this attribute it stands to reason that it is not as good as Shen Yan. In other words, this Scion player should have had 2 or more injuries recovering experience. To achieve this, it is absolutely impossible purely by luck. It must be cooperation with other players. UU reading www.uugonshu.com lets other players beat themselves to death, and then recover them through some means. This practice also appeared in the original Dragon Ball. However, if I dare to do this, in addition to meeting a few trusted teammates, I must also dare to try in the mission scene. Otherwise, if you are not sure about it, if the injury is too serious, it will be all over, and there is a double jade in the mission scene just in case. Therefore, Li Tianyu believes that the number of times this Scion player has participated in missions may be the passive effect of refreshing his Scion lineage, and his GP must have bought the stand-in jade and recovery items. Even if there is extra, I must have bought kryptonite instead of Halo Stone, because the devil fruit can be hit by magic attacks, but the Kryptonian bloodline does not want to be restrained. It is not a problem that it cannot be hit. LV2 Krypton. The attribute value of the star bloodline is almost the same as that of the Scion bloodline of LV7. At least, if you think about it in another way, if it was Li Tianyu, he would definitely buy kryptonite instead of sea-floor stone if the GP is not enough. As long as the opponent doesn't have sea-floor stones, Li Tianyu can find a way to restrain the Scion player, because he is almost physically immune, and the Scion player's magic attack is Turtle Qigong. On the one hand, this attack of Turtle-style Qigong requires energy, and on the other hand, the Scion lineage has no magic value. Then the use of Turtle-style Qigong must consume physical strength. Normal attacks and magic attacks consume physical strength. I believe it will not last long. Find a way to consume the opponent's physical strength, then take the player to the NPC, and use the NPC to solve him. Well, ability restraint. The Scion player nodded and smiled, and then abruptly set up the tortoise-style Qigong posture, but this time he didn't accumulate his energy, but directly fought with the tortoise-style Qigong. Chapter 57, The Magical Effect of Judgment. Although the tortoise school Qigong was sudden, it also gave Li Tianyu a lot of peace of mind. The other party had observed it for a long time before, and he must have known that his ability was the fruit of the devil. After all, elementalization had been used several times in the melee. And when the other party knew that he was a devil fruit, he used tortoise-style Qigong Assault, which is the manifestation of his lack of Halashi. Therefore, Li Tianyu became more confident when he saw the opponent's actions. Shave. Li Tianyu said, teleporting to avoid the tortoise school Qigong. After all, it is an evasion skill, it is better not to cast the spell silently. In case of failure, it will be over. Anyway, the ability is now exposed, it doesn't matter. Seeing Li Tianyu's teleportation, this Scion player was also a little surprised, maybe he didn't expect that he would choose this way. This is not surprising. The initial attribute of One Piece's bloodline 4/4/4/2 is really not high, and the passive 6 types are not very strong. In fact, there is no need to choose this bloodline to match the devil fruit. You can choose an attribute value higher. However, what Li Tianyu is fond of happens to be the 6 styles, and there are 6 styles. Even a layman who fights can become a lot more professional. After this shave, Li Tianyu raised his hand and threw 2 thunderbirds at once. When he becomes proficient in a certain skill, the process of imagination speeds up and he does not need to accumulate energy, so he can release it continuously. The Scion player did not evade, but raised his hand and slashed on the 2 thunderbirds, smashing them completely. But he was still affected by thunder and lightning, his expression showed a trace of pain. He rushed to Li Tianyu, and punched Li Tianyu in the face. Li Tianyu predicted his attack with the domineering look and hearing, and avoided him sideways, covering his fist with the domineering armed color, punching back on the player's face with his fist, and then prepared to use lightning strikes when the opponent was suffering. Unexpectedly, this Scion player probably experienced death too many times, and was no longer so sensitive to pain. After receiving this punch, he immediately hit Li Tianyu's abdomen with a punch. Although Li Tianyu foresaw it with his domineering look and feel, but he couldn't escape without recovering from his actions, and was beaten upright. But the elemental passivity came into effect. The Scion's fist passed through his body, and Li Tianyu stretched out his hand to press on the Scion's face according to the original plan, using the most powerful 60 million volt discharge. Thunder light emerged from here, illuminating the entire hall, and the Scion player couldn't help taking a step back. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon! Li Tianyu shouted, and once again greeted the Scion with his strongest attack. After the blow, he released a 40 million volt thunder gun, which was flashed for a while. Shooting everywhere, the body of this Scion player was also swallowed by lightning. Li Tianyu suddenly cried out that it was bad. This continuous attack caused the enemy to disappear from his field of vision. Although the plan is very good, Li Tianyu still dare not take it lightly. The pedigree of the one piece he chose is 4/4/4/2, and the opponent's stat is about twice as much as his. There is something good or bad, and you can get a punch. Terrible enough. Turtle, pie. At this time, there was a chant from behind Lei Guang. Li Tianyu was shocked, and immediately threw a thunder gun at the Scion player behind Lei Guang, but this time the Scion player suddenly abandoning the accumulation of energy at the back, I quickly pronounced the next few words, Qigong. A ball of light flew towards Li Tianyu, but Li Tianyu was not panicked. The flying speed of Turtle Qigong was so slow that he was completely capable of avoiding it. Therefore, he used a shave to avoid the attacking momentum of the opponent, but at this moment, the Scion player pulled his hands, and the Turtle Qigong also turned in midair and continued to catch up. Gui Pai Qigong is slightly controllable. Li Tianyu muttered to himself, but he was not too surprised. After all, this also appeared in the original work. He glanced at the Gipai Qigong behind him, and then briefly charged up, using the 40 million volt lightning nova. Thunder and lightning spread with him as the center, detonating Gipai Qigong ahead of schedule. Then, Li Tianyu covered his body with armed and domineering, crossed his arms to cover his face and chest, withstood the aftermath of the tortoise school Qigong, and was shocked into the air. From the previous blow, he had understood that even the impact was a magic attack, and elementalization was useless. Therefore, he is prepared to use armed and domineering defense enhancements to withstand this wave of shock. The other party's charging time was shortened. This time the power was not as strong as the previous one, but despite this, Li Tianyu still felt a sledgehammer rushing toward his face, and the whole person could not stop flying backwards. At this moment, the Scion player appeared behind him, and his right hand turned into a palm knife and severely slashed under his left rib. At that time, Li Tianyu couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. No elementalization. Li Tianyu couldn't help but think to himself in surprise for the first time, but then he understood that the Scion player was using the judging technique. Because he is now undergoing magical attacks, his body cannot be elementalized, and this Scion player used this judgment to hit his body with ordinary physical attacks. He felt his body shatter a little bit from the position where the Scion player hit his ribs. The colic spread quickly and he couldn't help screaming, and blood followed his screams from his mouth. Squirting! Damn it, it's a miscalculation. This guy is much smarter than he thought. Li Tianyu thought secretly, his expression pained. However, he still has a chance. Although the enemy's attributes are much higher than him, it is unexpectedly not as terrible as he thought. It seems that the power of the tortoise school Qigong has also increased the power a lot, so this attack is supplemented by the domineering attribute. Not fatal www.readaloud.com, but the internal organs and bones must have been severely impacted. This system has weakened the player's pain to some extent, and he is still in terrible pain. This blow definitely hurt him. It's not light. However, he still has a chance. As long as this wave of attacks has passed, the Scion player will not have any means to attack him. Soon, the impact of the tortoise school Qigong passed, and Li Tianyu's body quickly turned into an element, avoiding the rest of the Scion player's attack, and then reunited in front of the Scion. Li Tianyu has made up his mind at this moment to end the battle with all his strength, regardless of whether he will actually kill the player in front of him. After all, you can't care about so many moments of life and death, not to mention that everyone has a substitute Jade, and they won't really die. Probably Li Tianyu's expression changed, which made the Scion player appear surprised for a moment, but just at this moment, Li Tianyu reached out and hugged the Scion player in his arms. The Scion player suddenly opened his arms and broke free, tearing Li Tianyu's body to pieces, but only the elementalization dissipated, and he soon gathered and hugged him again. Discharge. 60 million volts. Li Tianyu roared, the thunder light flickered, and the Scion player in his arms couldn't help shaking. Then Li Tianyu used a reverse moon step in midair and rushed to the ground. Below them is an NPC who is fighting with the orcs. Since the enemy uses the orcs to observe their abilities, he uses the invincibility feature of the NPC to launch a fatal attack on the enemy player. Success can immediately eliminate a huge hidden danger. Even if it fails, you can also use NPC to contain and find a chance to defeat the player. Chapter 58, Only One Miscalculation. Li Tianyu brought the Scion player into the ground with a muffled sound of boom. The two of them rolled on the ground a few times and stood up, and both fell beside the NPCs such as Gandalf and Aragorn. At this moment, the NPC continued to fight with the half-orcs in the area of Zhang Nangxing to prevent the half-orcs from breaking through. He didn't know how Zhang Nangxing attracted these NPCs, but this act was very clever, relying on NPCs and her own special abilities. It was more than enough to deal with these half-orc soldiers, for now. Li Tianyu gently touched his ribs, and a tearing pain came, making him tremble, and he was a little dizzy. This blow obviously really hurt him. Light. However, this Scion player is already out of breath, and it seems that his strength is exhausted. Turtle Qigong obviously consumes a lot of his physical strength, plus ordinary fighting also consumes physical strength. This Scion player can't support it for long, and the situation between two people is very different. But Li Tianyu's advantage is that he is right next to Gandalf and other NPCs. Thunder Dragon. Li Tianyu weakly raised his hand and shouted, and a thunder dragon flew towards the Scion player. The Scion player crossed his arms to defend, forcibly withstood the damage of Thunder Dragon, and continued to attack him. Although the Scion bloodline is not strong, but the physique still reaches an average of 5 points. In addition, this Scion player doubled his abilities passively, presumably his physique is very strong, so he can take his damage hard. But the problem is that this Scion player also has no effective means to attack Li Tianyu. The first Tortoise Qigong that was charged at the beginning, then the Tortoise Qigong that was thrown during the sneak attack, and the previous half-charged Tortoise Qigong, this player has already used 3 tortoises. I have sent Qigong, and I don't have much stamina left. Even if he could release the 4th Turtle School Qigong, he might not even have the energy to act after the release. However, Gipei Qigong is the only way this player can attack Li Tianyu. To end this battle, he can only rely on Gipei Qigong. And Li Tianyu wants to use the NPCs behind him to help him withstand this tortoise-style Qigong and help him get the Scion player. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu made up his mind and had a general plan in his heart. Hey! The Scion player quickly stepped forward and slammed his fist to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu didn't evade at all, and directly let the body elementalization avoid the opponent's attack, and then a thunderbird blasted the opponent's face. But the opponent's physique was still strong, and after taking this attack, he didn't seem to feel anything. After shaking for a while, he struck again. The Scion player gave a mess, seemingly intending to exhaust his passive shield value with continuous attacks, but Li Tianyu knew this was just a cover. The power of Scion blood is not very strong, even if it is quadrupled, it is only 12 strength. He has the attribute correction of armed and domineering, and 12 strength is not enough to cause fatal damage to him. So, This player must be waiting for an opportunity to release the turtle Qigong to make a showdown. Li Tianyu was cautiously guarding while dealing with the Scion player. The opponent's attack was very brainless, almost the whole body was flawed, and Li Tianyu was too lazy to dodge, so he forced to rely on elementalization to avoid damage. On the one hand, it was to make the other party take it lightly, and on the other hand, because his wound hurt so badly, the more painful his movements became, so he didn't want to hide. His shield value did not fall as quickly as expected. After all, it was calculated based on his damage taken, not based on the enemy's attack power. However, Li Tianyu's attack was unable to cause particularly obvious damage to the Scion player. This feeling reminded him of the battle between Klin and Gohan and Nappa when the Scion in Dragon Ball invaded the Earth. In that scene, the Scion's physique is as terrifying as it is now, and when there is a significant difference in strength, it is almost difficult to cause obvious damage to the opponent. So to beat this Scion player, you can only use your brain. Seeing that the Scion player became a little anxious, his attack speed was obviously accelerated, and Li Tianyu knew that the time was coming. Although his shield value is still about 1/3, he deliberately pretended to be nervous, and began to blindly use lightning skills to attack, trying to force the Scion player back. He doesn't know how his acting skills are, he only knows that the wounds under his ribs really hurt, and he just wants to end the battle as soon as possible and get a good recovery. Bo! At this time, the Scion player finally couldn't help it, raised his hand at Li Tianyu, and a small Qigong wave was launched. This is not a tortoise-style Qigong, it is just an ordinary Qigong wave, which does not require specific actions, consumes less and can be fired continuously, but its power is also very general, but it is still a magical attack of Qi that cannot be evaded by elementalization. Therefore, Li Tianyu covered his own body with his arms and domineering, then crossed his arms to cover his face, and forcibly carried the blow. The opponent had already attacked him with hand-to-hand combat just now, and knew that the battle could not be solved by the ability of hand-to-hand combat alone, so at this moment, he must be preparing for the tortoise faction Qigong. Moreover, this tortoise-style Qigong is his last attack. After this tortoise-style Qigong, there is definitely not much sports left for this Scion player. Of course, Li Tianyu really couldn't bear this head-on Qigong of the turtle school. He didn't plan to bear it on his own strength, but had already found a way out. Therefore, after preventing this ordinary Qigong wave, he immediately shaved and flew in the direction of the NPCs fighting, and then hid in the middle of the NPCs, allowing them to surround himself. Qigong! The Scion player roared www.readaloud.com. The voice was louder than before. Li Tianyu knows that the power of this turtle school Qigong must be very strong. I am afraid it is stronger than any previous one, but he still has confidence in NPCs, after all, these NPCs are so shameless. Beware! Frodo! Aragorn yelled at this time, pulling Frodo behind him, raising his shield and intending to use his body to hold the tortoise school Qigong, but Gandalf rushed now. Came forward and raised the staff. Tortoise school Qigong hit a transparent light curtain, and then instantly spread and melt in all directions. Hey! The Scion player was a little dazed. It seemed that he had never expected that his full blow would be so easily resolved by the NPC. This is because he only looked at the players in the previous battles and ignored the existence of these NPCs naturally. He is not as familiar with the characteristics of these NPCs as Li Tianyu. This is the only miscalculation of this Scion player. Now, Li Tianyu has only one last job left, and that is to use Lightning Nova to fly the Scion player into these NPCs. He is not capable of defeating this Scion player, but these NPCs can. Cough cough. At this moment, Li Tianyu couldn't help the hot sensation in his chest. He coughed violently, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. The whole person lost energy and fell to his knees. Li Tianyu knew that the quick Qigong wave just now had completely exploded the damage he had accumulated before. No matter how hard he tried, his body was sore and weak. He suddenly cried out, "Oh, at this time. "Hey, you bastard, don't bully our family's command." At this time, a figure fell from the sky. Chapter 59, Failure. As soon as the voice fell, Shen Yan's figure fell from the sky, holding two one-handed swords in both hands and slashing at the scion. However, these weapons of Shen Yan are all swords summoned by the Sky Wheel armor, and her SP is used to upgrade her bloodline, so the armor level is very low, and the weapon's correction value and attack power are naturally low. As a result, her sword couldn't even cut through the scion's skin. The scion player only needs to raise his hands to protect his head. "Sky Wheel, 5-star sword!" Shen Yan screamed, and her figure instantly flashed behind the scion player. And there was a pentagram sign on the scion player. Shen Yan's attributes were high enough. This move left a pentagram blood mark on the scion player, but the wound was still very shallow. But Li Tianyu saw Shen Yan's plan. Although she seemed to lose her temper, Shen Yan was actually using an attack to push the Nasayan player closer to the NPC. The scion player actually saw her plan, but his physical strength really didn't have much left. "Escape, do you look down on me?" At this time, the Zanpaku knife player before suddenly appeared and slashed at Shen Yan in midair, with the domineering black glow on the knife. "It's really annoying," Shen Yan murmured dissatisfiedly, turning to the Zanpaku knife player. "Heaven Wheel, dazzling sword." Dozens of long swords flew towards the player's Zampi knife player, forcing the player to swing the Zampi knife to knock those long swords flying, and the momentum of the attack also slowed down. At this time, two missiles suddenly flew over from behind, blasting behind the Zanpaku knife player, exploding him to the ground, and then Lu Zihao hit him with one head, and the two fell to the ground together. The strong impact caused a circle of smoke, the ground also sank, and Lu Zihao flew into the air again. "You weren't," Li Tianyu said in surprise, only to find that Lu Zihao's suit had changed. "How can a person with the ability of Iron Man only have one suit? A good suit always has to be put on the last stage." Lu Zihao replied with a smile, "But this place is too far away, so the suit flew over to spend it." Some time. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, and the situation formed a 4v2, which is why they obviously had the upper hand. However, the biggest problem now is actually how to deal with this scion player, because the opponent's physique is too strong. If they don't rely on NPCs, they can hardly kill this stuff. This scion player can completely carry it. Use their attacks to regain strength. However, at this moment, a very inconspicuous little figure appeared behind the Nasayan player. "This girl." The scion player was taken aback, turned his head to look at Zhang Nangxing behind him, and subconsciously waved his elbow to hit Zhang Nangxing behind him. Zhang Nangxing raised his hands to greet him. Her arms are so slender, and her small palms are white and tender. They look like tofu in front of the scion player, seeming to be blown off by the wind caused by the scion player's fist. Similar. However, even though it looked so slender and fragile, when the scion player's elbow touched her little hand, the whole person suddenly flew out in the opposite direction. Yes, vector control. Li Tianyu suddenly, Zhang Nangxing's ability vector control, to put it bluntly, is to control the vector instead of creating, which means that she can control or change the existing kinetic energy. How much is the scion player's performance? Power, she can control this power, and she doesn't even need to strengthen, just change the direction of this vector. This little girl, she has done her best at a critical moment. Li Tianyu was secretly happy, but she didn't expect her ability to have the characteristic of being strong when it is strong. In this way, it is equivalent to this scion player who has endured his own attack. But even so, this blow is not enough to hit him to the NPC. Upon seeing this, Lu Zihao raised his hand and sent an electrical shock to the scion player, knocking the scion player further into the air. "Hey? It looks really interesting." Shen Yan teased, stepped forward to catch the scion player, took a short run up, and then threw the scion player towards Li Tianyu with all his strength. "Beware!" The elf prince Legolas shouted at this time, shooting 3 arrows at the scion player, and the 3 arrows accurately hit the scion player's chest. Even though he was as strong as this scion player, he rolled half a circle in mid-air, and then fell to the ground without any movement, while Legolas seemed to have just cleaned up a miscellaneous soldier and turned his head to deal with other half-orcs. Finally, Li Tianyu let out a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground, unable to hold it any more. However, at this time, a picture that frightened him occurred. The scion player's chest burned with blue flames, wrapped in the place where the bow and arrow were shot, and the bow and arrow slowly fell, and the scion player groaned. With a sound, he sat up from the ground. "It's actually the fruit of the phoenix," Li Tianyu murmured to himself in shock. Suddenly, he knows why this player has not used the sea floor stone, because the opponent's special ability has chosen the devil fruit of the transformation system, the rare monster species undead fruit. So he can't bring the sea floor stone. He brought the sea floor stone. It will also limit his own abilities. This fruit is not really immortal, and it will die when it receives too much damage, but it has a strong recovery ability and can heal and absorb those damages. The reason why the scion player chose this ability Li Tianyu can understand. After all, people are still afraid of death and need a killer just in case. Do not choose the healing power of Wolverine or Deadpool because this fruit is a transformation fruit, so it also has the effect of strengthening physical attributes and strengthening physical fitness after injury, which can maximize the passiveness of scion blood. However, this ability is also his biggest flaw at the same time. One is that this ability will be restricted by Heilashi and the character's attributes will also be weakened. Then the attribute flow of the limit will not make much sense. Of course, his ability is very easy to hide, and he will not be exposed until he is about to die. Most people really can't see that he is a demon fruit capable person. Second, when encountering natural devil fruits like Li Tianyu, the means to attack the enemy are too limited. He is a type that consumes physical strength, and mana is replaced by physical strength, so he fights against natural devil fruits. Once the battle cannot be resolved quickly, it will be very difficult to fight a protracted battle. But correspondingly, if you encounter a player who is a natural demon fruit, the enemy can't use the sea floor stone to weaken his attribute value. Therefore, in Li Tianyu's view, his ability to match his ability is actually very successful. As for the sea building stone, the effect of weakening the attribute will be weakened as the player's devil fruit ability increases. From LV1 to LV5 are 70/60/50/40/30% respectively, so in the later stage, it will only be weakened by %30 attributes. At that time, the scion player's attributes had doubled tenfold, and the passiveness of the transformation fruit had been doubled several times, and a 30% weakening was acceptable. As for the Halo Stone restricting his ability to use it, it actually doesn't matter. The Phoenix Fruit is just a life-saving ability for him, and he does not rely on this ability to fight. And Heilashi is actually very subtle. It's not like Kryptonite, which can weaken Superman's attributes just by getting close. Heilashi must be in contact with the Devil Fruit ability for a period of time before the weakening effect will take effect. Therefore, unless it is a player who locked the Devil Fruit with the Sea Tower Stone shackles, in other cases, it is equivalent to the effect of armed color domineering, but it can only hit the body of the capable person. Go, this guy is actually a demon fruit capable person, that's easy to say. Lu Zihao smiled unkindly, then raised his right hand, and a sharp blade protruded from his suit. Heilashi, let's go. Shen Yan also raised the corners of her mouth slightly, exchanged her outfit for a Heilashi weapon, and prepared to beat her opponent brutally. 108 Trouble Wind. At this moment, the Zanpaku knife player suddenly waved a whirlwind of sword energy to them, temporarily forced Shen Yan and Lu Zihao back, and then decisively picked up the Scion player, U-turn, and leave. Chapter 60, Cunning Man. Don't chase. Li Tianyu, who was sitting on the ground, quickly reminded, they shouldn't escape because they can't win, but the time is coming. You forget the next plot, are the flame demon coming on stage? Hurry up! Keek, hurry up to recover and see how many people on our side are still alive. Hey, are you okay, Li Tianyu? Shen Yan immediately came forward to check the situation, while Lu Zihao hurriedly went to the front to help the NPC to close the door of the hall again, preventing the orcs from continuing to attack. I can't die, but it may be too soon. Li Tianyu coughed and coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. That guy's abilities are too strong, none of us found him to be a devil fruit capable person. Shen Yan frowned. At this time, Zheng Nangxing leaned forward and stretched out his hand to press on Li Tianyu. Brother, my ability has a healing function. Although it can only be used as a simple emergency treatment level, it will at least not let you be eliminated. Ah, please. Li Tianyu said while coughing. At this time, Lu Zihao landed beside him. Jarvis, scan his injuries. A ray of light radiated from the position of his eyes in his battle suit and scanned Li Tianyu's body. Then Lu Zihao replied, it's really dangerous. You have 2 broken ribs, your internal organs have been severely impacted, and your atrium has been damaged. If it is more serious, you will die. However, the emergency treatment this little girl gave you is still very effective, and you are out of danger. In fact, Li Tianyu can also feel better, and the pain has alleviated a lot, so he breathes a sigh of relief. You. Shen Yan gritted her teeth and pinched Li Tianyu's face, because her strength was so strong that she pinched Li Tianyu's face into elemental form. Why do you want to be a hero by yourself? You come to me for help. Although their personal abilities are strong, they are not suitable for 2v2 and will only drag each other down. No, Li Tianyu was also dumbfounded. He could only say that the enemy's strength exceeded his expectations. He was not trying to be a hero, but felt that he could easily cope with the opponent's attack with the elemental passivity of the devil fruit. Of course, he really guessed the opponent's ability, but the opponent's use of skills far exceeded his expectations, so this battle was extremely troublesome. This Scion player should be the most difficult enemy Li Tianyu has encountered, and he belongs to the boss-level player. Whether it's the mind, ability collocation, or the mastery of skills, it is perfect, and there are hardly any loopholes. Even if the NPC was overthrown in the end, it was not the Scion player's fault. In fact, the Scion player had discovered his intentions at the end, so he has been avoiding getting close to the NPC. If it weren't for Shen Yan and the others to help, he wouldn't even be able to solve the Scion player with the power of NPC, and he hadn't really eliminated the player. This Scion player relied on the ability of the Phoenix fruit to withstand the deadly attack, and survived smoothly. I am afraid that the passivity of his Scion was strengthened by this opportunity. They have to fight this Scion player again in the subsequent scenes, and at that time this Scion player is stronger than this time. Just thinking about it is troublesome. Oh, forget it. Li Tianyu didn't intend to argue with Shen Yan, but turned to Lu Zihao. You go and see how many players are still alive? We still need manpower to fight the last scene. The advantage is that when fighting against the Scion player in the next scene, they can use the sea-floor stone to attack the Scion player, although Li Tianyu does not know whether it will work. The Scion player's physique is too strong. If you don't use the sea-floor stone shackles to lock him or let him touch the sea-floor stone for a long time, the sea-floor stone has no weakening effect. Just like the domineering armed color, it can attack the fruit. The real body of the capable person, and this has no meaning for the transformation system, only valid for the natural system. Halo Stone's restraint against devil fruits is not as hard as kryptonite for Superman. The strength of Halo Stone is defined as being harder than diamond, and the higher the concentration, the harder it is, but it is not indestructible. In the original work it can be destroyed by injecting the armed color domineering into the interior of the sea building stone. This means that as long as the stats are high enough, the restraint of the sea tower stone to the capable person is just a display, and the capable person can destroy the sea tower stone as long as the stat is weakened by 30%. Li Tianyu believes that this Scion player can definitely do this in the later stage of the attribute value, and he can do the same, so there is no restraint. The real weakness of those with Devil Fruit ability should be the sea, or drowning to be precise. At this moment, Lu Zihao came back from the other side, pointed behind him and explained, "There are 4 players alive." Immediately, Lu Zihao waved his hand and threw those players in front of Li Tianyu with his mind. 2 people in the 4-person team with them survived, the Superman player also survived, and the last player to survive. It's Li Bowen. Those players are all very embarrassed at the moment, and the injuries are not light. They are currently in a coma, but one person is obviously not injured. "Hey, you bastard, are you pretending to be dizzy, right?" Li Tianyu said angrily, and stood up and kicked Li Bowen. Li Bowen lay motionless on the ground. Li Tianyu immediately looked around, then grabbed a sword, turned to Shen Yan and they whispered, "I saw this guy upset before, and now everyone is unconscious, we stabbed him to death, and planted on the opponent player. What do you think?" While talking, Li Tianyu blinked at Shen Yan and the others. Shen Yan was in a tacit understanding with him, and immediately understood, "Good idea, I also think this guy is very upset. I brought a few of his subordinates to him before. Still throw the pot, I'll come." After finishing speaking, Shen Yan took the long sword from Li Tianyu, and stabbed Li Bowen on the ground. However, Li Bowen's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared not far away, obviously with some kind of teleport ability. Blinking technique. Li Tianyu frowned and muttered to himself, "Or, Shirai Kuriko's teleportation ability? Or is it the teleportation in other works? Damn, I still watch too few animation works." Little brother www.readaloud.com is a stand-in. Zhang Nangxing reminded in a low voice, "It should be the bombing space the hand. It can directly cut away a part of the space, including any matter in the space. Things are as good as they didn't exist in the beginning. It's a very strong ability. It's just that the user is a fool in the original work before he becomes a supporting role, otherwise he is absolutely qualified to become the strongest substitute. Obviously, he has such a strong ability, but he pretends to faint and hand over the battle to others." Li Tianyu snorted coldly. "Didn't you solve it well?" Li Bowen shrugged and smiled. A white figure emerged from behind him, like a human wearing a white armor with blue edges. This is his substitute, bombing the space. The so-called avatar is an ability in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It is the influence formed by the spiritual energy of the capable person. It can be understood as a kind of physical shadow, and the special abilities of the avatars are also different. Generally speaking, a person can only have one substitute, and only a few special circumstances can have multiple substitutes. Li Tianyu almost died. Shen Yan said angrily, "What are you thinking about? Obviously your ability has a miraculous effect against such a strong player, isn't it? To reduce competitors, right?" Li Tianyu sneered. "That's it, I hope you can understand that it's not against you, but everyone is a competitor." Li Bowen shrugged and said innocently, "After leaving this game scene, everyone is still an enemy. I have to beware." Cunning man. Shen Yan was a little angry and wanted to go up and attack him, but Li Tianyu stopped her. "I understand." Li Tianyu replied, "So, if we will do the same in the future, I hope you can understand."